Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Between now and 7, the entire world spread before you. The good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent, the I really couldn't care less, or the oh God, not them again. That's what we like. And it's all in the newspapers for this morning. Yes, good old Meghan Markle, the multi-talented Meghan Markle's written a book, strangely enough, about families. Not that she'd know, she doesn't talk to her family, so, well-known sort of woman in America who values her privacy, her and little, whatever his name was, who turned up. Have you noticed how she loves calling herself the Duchess of Sussex? She's no more royal than you or I, thank you very much indeed. The French could cut off the electricity to Jersey. Did you know that the French supplied Jersey with 95% of their electricity? It's all to do with fishing rights. And ducks off. The restaurant's gone vegan. All of that, and Paul O'Grady lands a chat show. Bit risque, but then that's, for goodness sake, I've seen rubbish. Listen, if they're still putting up with that dreary, talentless programme called Celebrity Juice, you might as well put just about everything else on. Jessie Nelson speaks for the first time. Of course she does. Moira Higgins has split with her boyfriend. Oh, shock, horror, probe. I don't know where we begin with that one. Moira Higgins, what's your claim to fame, love? Oh, you get your boobs out. Fantastic. What a talent. What a talent. And she's split with her boyfriend. The unlucky Moira Higgins is 30. Bit old for getting your boobs out, isn't it, really? But there you go. A 21-ton rocket from China is set to crash into the Earth in a few days. The bad thing is they don't know where. It's going to be a bit of a shock, isn't it? Sitting down, just about to enjoy your roast chicken, and the house vanishes before your eyes. Katie Price turns up on the television yesterday. Claim to fame. Has she done anything? Has she learnt to juggle, sing, be talented? No. Another failed business? No. She's going to get married again. Riveting, poor old soul, honestly. As usual, it'll last the best part of between 6 months and a year, and then it'll finish again because there's no work. Nobody asks her to do anything. She's failed as a businesswoman. She can't sing, the modelling's given up on her, and she's had so much surgery to her face and all the rest of it that she's almost unrecognisable. It's a bit dreary and a bit sad, but the little boyfriend she's married, luckily he's got a little bit of money at the moment. You wait till he works out that she can't clean, she can't cook, she can't do anything. Totally useless. They've only known each other for a year, and they're going to get married. Why? Because that's how she makes her money. She makes her money by selling stories about being engaged. This is what, the 8th time, but this one's different. Yeah, like the last one was different. The one before was different. It's just lie after lie after lie, poor soul. But he's not bright enough to know anything like that. Harry Redknapp goes to EastEnders. And this year's batch of recruits for the SAS Who Dares wins. Oh, my godfather. One of them, I want to be a tattooist. And so she became a stripper. To actually to fund it. Charlie Girling's up. Why would Charlie Girling be up at this time? Oh, I know why she's up. She's breastfeeding. She's breastfeeding, as people do. As people do. She said, thank goodness you're back. Yes. We bounced along yesterday. I walked down to get the bus, and literally just as I got to the traffic lights, bit of a race with me and traffic lights, my bus turned up. Got back to the station, got on the train. I was about the only one on it until you get to Clapham Junction. The entire universe gets on my train, or any of the trains actually, and then you go one stop along. Why they can't walk, I don't know. And everybody gets off, and so I'm sitting there all by myself again. I didn't get jeans, but I did buy some geraniums. I saw some lovely geraniums. It was I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 geraniums yesterday, which is the start of the filling up the pots. I should get Lynn out there over the next couple of days, and Lindy, and we shall try and sort it all out. What else? Shane in Sydney says, Steve, not Meghan again. Yes, she's written a book. It's hilarious, isn't it? She loves the publicity. And she also loves the title, Duchess of Sussex. But as I say, she's no more royal than you or I, Shane. So we don't need to worry. Somebody says, have you read France is threatening to turn off the electric supply? I'm sorry, are you on medication or something, or have you not heard the programme? We've already done that story. Where have you been? Nothing worse than people who sort of, wander in. It must be drugs or something. People they've been to the doctors, they've given them something, and then you get delayed reaction. So they go, oh, you should do this story about... I didn't know that France supplied the power. There's 3 undersea cables supplying the electricity to Jersey. They 95% of the electricity in Jersey comes from France. Well, build your own generating station. I'm going to say, what do you say? There's more money on Jersey than anywhere else, certainly in my road. They could build their own little... Come and take this generator here. We've got an old one going begging outside. Blooming enormous. This thing is the biggest I've ever seen. When I came in, they've cordoned off Leicester Square, so I'm walking along there, trying to look like a celebrity, and a photographer taking pictures, and I said, can I get through? He said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to work. He said, and he went, global, and I went, yes. So he moved the barrier. So otherwise, how do you get in? But the crane is just enormous. It is the biggest thing I've ever seen. One little man sitting in there. There's about 30 people standing around as they insert another... it's a two-year job, putting in this new thing. So there's a huge hole to the side of Leicester Square. It's amazing, actually. I mean, I'm fascinated, as you know, which is very exciting. But I'm going to find out more about France. It's all to do with their blooming fishermen. They're right miserable little bunch of devils they are. But France ready to use retaliatory measures. I tell you what, why don't you just sort of build your own little generator, generate your own electricity, and tell France to go stick it? We don't need France. We really don't. But the row is over French fishermen. And you know what they're like. They've complained about being prevented from operating in British waters. Go fish your own waters. Sick to death of being pushed around by people. Henry VIII's flagship, the Mary Rose, had an international crew. And what was the other one, actually, which I quite liked, actually? Please, Please Me, the Beatles' first album, I think, signed by all four, set to raise 15,000 quid at auction. I think it'll go for more money. Dawn Neeson's had it with the experts. And I don't know why, but Harry Redknapp's going to EastEnders. Now, whether he's going in as Harry Redknapp or whether he's going in as a character, I've got no, because everybody knows him. It's like, I always think it's hilarious. They put somebody into Coronation Street and nobody recognises them. They go, all of a sudden Bradley Walsh will turn up in Coronation Street and nobody knows it's Bradley Walsh. Don't they have television? All sorts of people. I'm going, well, you must know who they are. They've been on television before, but nobody recognises them, which I love. 84850 Steve at LBC. Angela, go away, you boring old baggage. Nothing worse than being boring, is there? There you go, you've disappeared, never to return ever again. We're so happy doing that, honestly. It makes me, he's going on about Meghan again. Oh, go away, you boring old bag. You want to read the front pages of the papers, love? It's on the front page of every paper. That's what we do. We do the news. If you don't like it, go live somewhere else. I've got a lovely little island called Jersey we could stick you on. I'll tell you, they had it right years ago. Stick them all on these ships and send them off to Australia. And there endeth the first lesson. Diet drinks. We did this one yesterday, but it's popped up again in the papers today. I don't know why, actually. The route to an early grave. And I had a craving for a Coca-Cola this morning. I didn't have one because I don't do fizzy drinks. But I looked at somebody opening a can of... In fact, I'll tell you what it was. It was Piccadilly Circus, one of those big billboards, which is all moving and everything else. And they were pouring a Coke. They said it's got a new taste into a glass full of ice. And I've got a bit of a thing about a glass full of ice. There's something about ice, crushed ice, and this Coca-Cola. And I looked and I thought, I can imagine. I can imagine just how good that actually tastes. And then the car swung round and we missed it completely. What else do we have? Oh, the lucky thieves. They stole a rucksack. I think it was on a train. Just a rucksack, you know what thieves are like. We had somebody at home stealing. Luckily, we caught them on CCTV. They won't be going anywhere this time at this side of Christmas. But this rucksack had some jewellery in it worth £200,000. They got it back. Most aggressive dogs are the little ones. Not the big dogs, it's the little dogs. They're sort of, They had that bloke. There's a bloke on the telly called Caesar somebody, and he comes around and trains your dogs to not bark or bark at other dogs, which is quite good. But it's always the little ones. And they had one the other day. It was a Dachshund. Can't bear Dachshunds. Something about them. I don't know why. Not so good. New host of Changing Rooms. And I think it's who's the woman who does Naked Attraction? You know that program you like, Corey? That one there. My God, there's some odd people on there. There really are. Anybody who takes their clothes off on television, we still go like that. And I always send sympathy cards. I've got a whole stack of sympathy cards. Oh, Anna Richardson, who's gay, actually, but she's there doing this naked attraction. She's going to be the new host of Changing Rooms. Can't remember which one Changing Rooms is. Which one's Changing? Oh, that's where they go around and redecorate your house, isn't it? Was that Lawrence Llewellyn thingamabob? I'm sure it was, yes. Also, what was the other one we've got? There's so many funny little stories today. The hypnotist to the stars is being sued. You won't know who he is, because I've never heard of him either. But apparently, wait for this, his claim to fame is that he helped cure Katie Price of her fear of water. Have you heard of such garbage in your entire life? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And what was the other one? Steve, it's great you're back. Thank you. Oh, God, we've got so many of those. So many. Steve, are you excited about Christmas yet? I think it's going to be a normal Christmas. I think it's going to be a normal Christmas. I really do. I think it's going to be a normal Christmas. Somebody said, it's Britain's fault the fishing is messed up. No, it's nothing to do with us. This is to do with Jersey, who grant the license. There's nothing worse than an ill-informed idiot. You really must get your facts right. There's nothing worse. This is the licenses issued by Jersey. God, blimey, honestly, I know we get some dim people in the morning, but by God, I tell you, you just about take the biscuit, really. Big Andy, the Duke of Cardiff. Don't be so ridiculous. There's no Dukes of Cardiff, and the only reason you're big is because you overeat. But I am excited about Christmas. We discussed it the other day. You know why? Roast potatoes. Twice. I should be having this year. I think by the time we get to Christmas, I think all the restaurants will be open. I'll be having Christmas lunch with my brother and the family, and then to the godchildren, and then another Christmas lunch. And it's going to be... Do I do turkey? I've never been. I went to Portugal once, but I've never done turkey. It doesn't really interest me, actually. Doesn't really. In fact, actually, I've never been to Portugal either. I lied because it made it more fun. You know, there's no point in sort of somebody saying, "Oh, have you ever been to Hong Kong?" And I go, "No, but I have." You know, which is kind of reverse comedy. You know, and people say, all comedians tell lies. Of course they do. Have you seen the Richardsons programme on the television? What a pile of garbage that is. John Richardson and his wife. It's neither funny nor interesting. It's two sad northerners sitting there talking about their life, which isn't very exciting, and sort of pretending that he wears sensible jumpers all the time. It's called an act. It's an act. I mean, I'm doing an act here. I'm pretending to be Steve Allen. I'm really Ethel Merman. And I thought, you know, if I sing in "There's no business like show business," because I love show business. But no, but it's when you get somebody who writes in and they're really not very intelligent, and they can't help it. The only problem we have is that the people who write in who aren't very bright, they vote. And that's when it all goes pear-shaped. But I had such a lovely day yesterday, even though it was bloody freezing. I had a little luck, because, you know, I had no sleep yesterday at all. No sleep at all. I think I was so excited about the programme. Do you know, I've got into hankies. I love hankies, because I'm sick to death of wiping my nose on my sleeve. It really doesn't work. And I sneezed again this morning, but I had such a bad night's sleep yesterday. I slept for about half an hour and came in and did the programme. And then yesterday, Hello?
Hi.
Oh, the poem.
Yeah.
How lovely. This is very good. Great. I'll come round to that later. And what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So so last night, I did my phone calls, chatted away to some friends of mine, things like that. And then climbed into bed at about 6 o'clock, and I slept till about 9, half past, which actually was not bad. So I think by the time I go to bed tonight, I should be doing it properly, because it's very difficult to get back into it if you've not been sort of doing it for a little while. So I did about 3.5 hours yesterday. But I mean, I'm good at... Listen, I did yesterday's show, which was staggeringly brilliant, on half an hour. Half an hour's sleep. And I did... Sometimes I think I'll have a little sleep in the car coming in, but I didn't. So I tend to go on my phone and just sort of check and see the news agenda, make sure nobody important's died. You know, we need to know these. We need to know these things. So let me just have a little. It's gone cold now. Honestly, how boring. Something the matter with tea. So we've got a poem at 1:15. We take all your texts and emails. 848. Oh, it's my friend Peter Bowes. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I know them all. Seriously, they used to say, Steve Allen, friend to the stars. Orion's belt, Orion's trousers, you know, all these other places up there. I was watching a programme, what did I watch yesterday? The Chase, with young Bradley, who I only discovered a short while ago is not very tall. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But they had a bloke on there, he's been on University Challenge. And in fact, Paul Sinner said, you've been on this programme, that they're very boring people who go on to quiz shows. Oh, I think I'll go on a quiz show on the television. I could talk about my dreary life, which is lovely. Right, short break. I'll tell you now the time, just in case you might not bother about this, but I feel I'm duty bound to tell you. It's in the contract. It's in the contract. I have to tell you what the time is, because people write in and go, Steve Allen never told us what the time was this morning.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, Oh, it's been done before, hasn't it? What did they say? Oh, that's right, somebody was telling me, very interestingly, that they're not repeating 1 foot in the grave. I don't know why. Richard Wilson's a bit sort of disturbed by this. I'm equally disturbed. And my friend Mike wrote to me. In fact, he wrote. We were talking about you actually earlier on, Michael. And I'm only going to tell you this now. It's not to go any further. I've got a thing. Mike and me, for a few years, had a thing about banana lollies. You try finding blooming banana lollies. You cannot find them for love nor money, and I love a banana lolly. And he went the other day. In fact, his other half, Russell, found them in Iceland. I shouldn't tell you this, but he found them in Iceland, and he said, "Don't tell the ice cream man by the river." Because he does banana lollies, and they were delicious. They also do strawberry milkshake lollies as well. So there are 4 lollies in a pack, banana flavour, and a strawberry milkshake, strawberry and vanilla flavour ice cream lollies. But it's the banana ones. He says, give them a try. You don't need to tell me twice. I should be out there. I love a banana lolly. But can I eat 4? I'll just have to force myself. I love the idea of a banana lolly. Or failing that, I quite like the idea of sort of egg toast or something like that. I don't know. I had yesterday. I had a bacon baguette, which I fell in love with. It was very cold yesterday and windy. Windy was, God blimey, was it windy? So Mike, thank you very much indeed. I got the email, so I'd already sort of checked. Oh right, you've taken it from the emails, haven't you? A bit confused with what goes on the programme. Honestly, you disappear for a couple of days, come back, and all of a sudden you can't remember what the hell you're doing and who you are. I think, as far as I know, I'm Steve Allen. I think so. Also, and Simon in Lincoln, he says, I've had the COVID jab. I'm lying in bed feeling like I've been hit by a bus. Yeah, but in Lincoln, you might have been hit by a bus. You might have been hit by, but is that your first? Because I think if you're called Simon, you're obviously young, so that might be your first COVID jab. The boys haven't had it yet. I've had a word with the NHS. They're not going to do them yet, not for a long time. They don't need it. There's no point. But actually, I think when I get mine done, I'll take the numbers up to about 15 million something who've had both injections. And it looks likely. They've said they don't think we're going to go into lockdown again. They think that we're coming out of it, and this is going to be good. This is good. You know, people that I think they're actually going to let us go on about holidays, and we should be doing holidays. We should be doing all sorts of things. So fingers crossed. Well, I just want the restaurants opened. That's all I want. Little Italy, Joe Allen's. That's all. Seriously, I'm quite happy. I've other things open, and also being able to sit inside. That's what I want to happen. That would make it much easier. Henry VIII's flagship, which is the Mary Rose, and if you've never seen it, go and see it. If ever I send you to go and see something, or I send you to a place which I think is particularly fascinating, it's well worth it. I wouldn't recommend anything that I didn't think was worth it. And the Mary Rose is worth seeing. When they brought it up all those years ago, and I was watching it live on the television, and it broke the cradle that lifted it, because it was half in the mud, half out of the mud. The bit that was out of the mud had gone. The bit that was in the mud was preserved. So when they brought it up, it took a few years while they injected all the wood to make sure it never dried out, and it's in this like an aircraft hangar. It is one of the most amazing things you'll ever see. When you literally look at it, and you're looking at half a ship, and you look at the size of it, And you think, because it's all enclosed, it's all lit up, and you look through windows, you can see the Mary Rose, and they've got cabinets with how this thing ever floated, I've got no idea. Seriously, I mean, it's the cannons alone. I couldn't lift one. They weigh as much as these two put together, and then some. And it's got the skeleton of the ship's dog, bowls, spoons, bows. They've got everything. And you look at it and you think, how many people did they get on this thing? I'm not surprised it's sunk. I'm not at all surprised, but they've got half a ship there. It is the most amazing thing you'll ever see. It was Henry VIII's flagship. You'll never see anything like it ever again. Simon says, yes, was my first. I'm 43 today. Yeah, that's what you think. Psh, 43 today. 43, honestly. When I get there, I'll let you know what it's like. 43. Do you change everything? I'm totally convinced I'm going to get to something like 60, 65 and change my wardrobe. I'm going to end up buying what they call old men clothes. Sensible thing. I'm not sure. Can you still wear jeans over the age of 60? Is that right? Would that be good? I don't know. There must be certain clothes. Yeah, I don't look like mutton dressed as mutton. That's the worst thing ever. I mean, I've got two people I work with. They're a bit like that. They're wearing clothes. They're completely. It's not meant for. It's meant for younger people. You know, the 18 to 19-year-old. Not for them. Not for them. They're wearing. I mean, apart from the fact that they look as though they've been on other people's backs before. You know, you sort of look at all these clothes and then you think to yourself, they've got no idea. Luckily, I am a bit of a fashion icon. I know about clothing. I understand. You know, I used to shop in Topshop. You know, unfortunately, Topshop doesn't make anything in my size anymore. Henry's made an error. Has he? God, that's unusual. Has he tried texting me? He's texted the other Steve Allen. Regan, he's not, has he really? Oh, honestly, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's probably... Did he go to a pub yesterday? You know what he's like for the pubs, honestly. He's normally the one banging on the door before they open. Okay, my name's Henry, you know. Honestly, it was so funny yesterday because I was sort of doing the programme and I've got a big thick door in this studio. It's a bit like a cell door, but it's got a thin bit of glass in the middle. It's like a window, which is very nice. It's the sort of thing you'd see on Grand Designs. And all of a sudden, it went dark, and Nick Ferrari was standing outside there, which was very sweet, and then was very nice about me yesterday, saying how nice it was to have me back. And I was thinking, yes, you're so right. Eggy bread, Steve, eggy bread. Ocado sell the ice lollies. Well, I'm definitely going for a banana lolly. Seriously, I just love banana lollies. I really do. What else do we have today in the paper? Oh, Meghan writing a children's book about fathers. Well, she doesn't talk to her father. In fact, actually, she doesn't speak to anybody in her family at all. She only speaks to her mother, and in fact, recently she's stopped talking to her mother as well. But as I say, the hypocrites that they are, still enjoying the title, but as I say, they're nothing to do with the royal family anymore. And once Charles gets on the throne, they'll be out completely. It's so sad, isn't it, really? You know, she knows nothing about the royal family. And now one of the people who co-wrote the book for her has said, she may have got it wrong about Archie and his... Well, I mean, anybody who knows the royal family knew they'd got it wrong. That was the trouble. Bit thick, some of these people. Bit thick. JFK's love letters are up for sale. Just before he got married, he wrote love letters. Have you ever written a love letter? I've never written a love letter in my life. Nowadays, people send texts. I've lost my phone. Oh, my phone. Sorry. Couldn't find my telephone. But I've generally sent things. Yeah, here we go. This is. I've got the Henry thing. He says, embarrassingly, I didn't realise there was another Steve Allen at Global. He said, somebody from the agency team has just received a text from me at 4 a.m. just saying rag and bone. You're being caught. And rag and bone. I said, why the two Steve? What do you mean why the two Steve Allens? There's quite a number of Steve Allens. It's a very common name. But there's only one Steve Allen on LBC. And that'll be me every morning between 4 and 7. And it's lovely to have your company. In fact, it's lovely to have anybody's company at this time of the morning. But as we're doing something that all the others aspire to, and we have the spike, and we have it back, thank you very much indeed. That's why more people in tests, 8 out of 10 owners said their cat preferred listening to Steve Allen on the radio. And that's why we're here.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets. At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, says Scotty, most men tend to wear the same style they've done since being an adult. You think? Oh, I don't know actually about that. You don't keep the same clothes, do you? Although they had one of the blokes on the television who's on Gogglebox, Pete. Is it Pete and his little sister? And he's going to be a father. He pulled his trousers down the other day and showed his pants with holes in them, and apparently he's had them since much younger. So there you go. There you go. I mean, I thought people changed their clothes fairly regularly. I mean, I get through not a huge amount of clothes, but I've certainly got more clothes now than I had when I was much younger. Sean says we do need the pubs and restaurants open. Well, we've got the pubs open. It's the restaurants, isn't it? Pubs you can sit outside. We want to sit inside. You know, we want the pubs open inside. We want the restaurants opened inside. There's also a restaurant, Ducks Off. Where's that from? Come on, where's that from? Where's that line from? Sorry, Ducks Off. Where's that from? Come on, think about it. Think about it. Sorry, Ducks Off. Come on. Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny. No. Ladies and gentlemen, the duck. It's Fawlty Towers. Absolutely. Basil, who couldn't cook for Toffee, the chef was drunk, and so they had to go to his friend Henri, or whatever his name was, who cooked what he thought was duck, but he picked up the wrong tray, and it was an ice cream bomb kind of thing. It was very, ladies and gentlemen, the duck. And he's pulling it all apart to try and find the duck's gone. Sorry, everybody. Duck's off. Duck's off. They've had to start taking bits out of Fawlty Towers because of the some of the comments. But it was donkeys years ago. It was donkeys years ago. It was the Major, wasn't it, who'd had a few little altercations. Oh, happy birthday to Adele. Happy birthday, Adele. Right, Adele. And Michael Palin, who I think is 78. 78. Also, the donkeys. There's a lovely picture of donkeys in the paper. Getting ready for the Blackpool beaches. All they do is just walk up and down beaches, poor donkeys. Honestly, they've had a long rest, and now they're going back. Although at the moment it's a bit freezing cold out there, so nobody's particularly bothered about going. Who wants to go and sit on a beach in the freezing cold? Us. We did it when I was younger. I've got a picture of me on the beach with my mum. I mean, honestly, Henry, look at honestly. Well, actually, a lot of my emails when they started did go to this other person in the company called Steve Allen, and he would write down and go, "I think this is for you," and I go, "Yeah," but I've never heard of anybody who actually works with me sending it to another person in the company. He's going to see Rag and Bone, and he's going to write to me and go, "They've sent it to the wrong one." Because, yeah, he'll have to find out who you are. Does it say on the thing when you send it? Does it? Oh, my God, even worse. Even worse. It's text. Oh, the humiliation. The humiliation. Sending to the wrong person. Listen, did you bring a coat in today, or did you just wander about in a little short-sleeve shirt? You brought a coat in. It's freezing out there. Did you manage to get in past a crane I had specially for you? We were going to put a swing at the end of it, see if we could lift you up and swing you around the square a few times. I love it. I love it. I'm interested in an asteroid. Somebody said if an asteroid hit the Earth, we'd all be wiped out. I don't think it's going to happen today. I'm just sort of telling you now, just in case you were thinking of getting some KFC bargains in just before. I had some KFC the other day, actually. It was quite nice. Very nice. 84850, Steve at LBC, Cherie, ban Cherie. She's a bit boring, actually. You know. And, another dreary. I can't bear drearies. 0436, we can lose that. It's you need to read the papers, but I'm not entirely convinced you can probably read. So, somebody else saying, we want the pubs and restaurants open sooner than the 17th of May. Is that the date they've given us, 17th of May? Oh, God, I do hope so. I do hope so. Big Andy says you're on fire today. I wonder where the heat was coming from. Done now, sorted out. Alexander Armstrong's ancestor was a key figure in the Civil War. Have you seen Pointless? Do you understand some of the questions on it? The whole programme. And did you know Richard Osman sits there in front of that computer? You know it's fake. You know the computer's fake. There's nothing on the screen at all. He's sitting there looking at nothing at all. Did you know that? This programme is seriously. This programme is a mine of information. Did Ian Dale do it? Did he win? He did it with Jackie Smith. Yes, there's a joke there somewhere, isn't there? But I can't possibly do it. It's far too early in the morning. But yes, he I think you're right. He did actually. I think he did. I think my friend Toby Anstis has done it, and I think he might have won. He might have done. I can't remember. I would never do anything like that. I would never do anything. James O'Brien. Well, he's only got the one suit, so he would have to have dragged that out again, wouldn't he? He bought it for that television programme that he did. And I can't remember what the programme was. I saw him the other day, actually. He looked very good. Looked very good indeed. Early Life. Who's this? Toby. Toby Anstis is 50. Have you seen Toby recently? He's very young looking. A lot of people say I look a bit like Toby. There you go. He's won 3 episodes of Pointless on BBC One. He's very good looking. Very good looking. As I say, a lot of people say you look just like Toby Anstis. Blind people say that to me because I don't look anything like Toby Anstis at all. I wish I did, but he's fit. You know what I say? You know, he's one of these people. He walks. He goes to the gym. He does it. I could probably do the same thing. But to be honest with you, there is no point in having, one of those bodies that people envy. It's bad enough being a successful radio presenter without having to worry about whether your body looks good. But that's the way it goes. Also, the BBC stars. How much do they get for doing public speaking? Companies. I'll tell you now. The average price is about $5,000. $5,000. Not that they don't make enough money at the moment. And Trish says, or it could be Sarah. Why is it people keep changing their names? Is there something the matter with somebody? Have you ever met or interviewed Miriam Margolyes? No, never met her. What's she like? Eccentric, mad, huge bosoms, and not so much a bra, more sort of like a halter kind of thing. And I know that because I've seen it. See, I'm one of the very few people, in fact, probably the only person in this studio at this precise moment who has actually seen Miriam Margolyes' breasts. There you go. She showed them to me. Isn't that nice? Corey's not. Well, he hasn't seen anything, has he? Heavens above, honestly, he's not that sort of person. He's not affected by that. Dawn Neeson up this morning. It's 19 minutes to 5. Come on, which is a good time. Which is a very good time to be up as well. And she's retweeted. The good news is life appears to be getting back to some sort of normality now. All we need is sunshine. God, we did after yesterday. Windy. I should cocoa. Windy, cold, miserable. And then it brightened up a little bit later on in the day. And I'm going to vacuum the car today. Inside. It's, for some reason on my side, because I've got over rugs. Who hasn't? I mean, goodness sake, honestly. It's quite normal, actually. Did you drive in again today? You? No, I don't want to live. No. I did check with my insurance, and they said don't ever get in his car. Don't ever get, because A, you might never actually get out of it again. B, you could find yourself, working in Tangiers for the benefit of the locals. And I thought, there's no chance I'm ever going to get in your car. I did get in my last producer's car, Chris's. I got in that one because I trusted him. You, I don't trust. So there's no point at all. I mean, it's like Luke, he wouldn't get in your car either. What colour is it this week? It's red. Oh, right. And how many gears does it have? Oh, it's the same as Chris's, just slightly older, I should imagine. Of course I've been in Chris's car. Of course. Hello? Because you used to have to go past Waterloo Station, whereas you'd be doing a detour. So no chance of that ever happening to me. So front pages of the papers. Yes, she's back again. Meghan Markle. And the Sun have said another work of fiction. Meghan, Duchess pens kids book. She's even put down Duchess of Sussex. No, you're not. No, you're not. Professor Lockdown has said the third wave ruled out of COVID, which is the best news we've ever heard. Gordon Ramsay's daughter Holly's lined up to join the cast of Love Island. Oh, God in heaven. How embarrassing. How embarrassing, really. That's the best she can manage. They've apparently show bosses have spent months trying to land her. Oh, well, because her father's Gordon Ramsay. Oh, dear. Moira Higgins plays with her hair because that's all she can do. As long as she doesn't open her mouth, we should be fine. She's split from her boyfriend. They announced a mutual breakup. They're both 30. Bit old for that kind of thing, aren't you, Moira? Should be settling down by now. You're getting as bad as poor old Jordan. That's bad, isn't it? But somebody said, writing in The Sun today, they said, I don't know how you can write about a boy, a son or a father when you haven't spoken to your own father for years. It's extraordinary. Of course it is, because she's a hypocrite. It's as simple as that. Oh, we want privacy. That's why we left the country. We want privacy. Yeah, whatever. Jessie Nelson has revealed she decided to quit Little Mix after hitting breaking point, struggling to lose weight for a music video. But, you know, that's the business you're in, darling. Whichever way you look at it, you know, and I can't advise you about being in the business because obviously nobody's advised you before. She had a panic attack after going on an extreme diet to slim for the shoot of Sweet Melody. And she said she was happiest at home, you know, with, apparently, she says here, with the people I love, which indicates to me that she didn't like the other people she was with in Little Mix. But that's the trouble, isn't it? Some people put on weight, some people don't put on weight. Some people are naturally thin. I'm working with people who aren't naturally thin. You know, they are... Oh, right. Oh, come on, grow up. You're not naturally thin, are you? Neither of you. You've certainly worked hard in the chip shop, the curry house, the Chinese takeaway, and all the other things. Jane Moore talks about Meghan Markle. Everybody's doing, you see, that's why it makes me laugh when somebody writes to me again, oh, why are you talking about Meghan Markle? Because she's in the newspapers, thickos. Oh, blimey. Meghan Markle's representative on Earth, Omid Scobie, says that perhaps the Duchess of Sussex was wrong in her interpretation of why her and Harry's son Archie wasn't given the title of Prince. And Jane Moore writes, we know, Omid, we know, dear, as does anyone with even the slightest knowledge of royal protocol, someone like Prince Harry, for example. Yet, for reasons that still remain unclear, he let his wife go nuclear with this particular misunderstanding. One imagines that in normal circumstances a married couple might run through the bare bones of what each planned to say before sitting in front of the world's most famous chat show host. But either they did and Harry failed to tell his wife that Archie will be a prince when his grandfather Charles becomes king, or they didn't bother to chat, which seems pretty reckless. Either way, they blithely lobbed that particular hand grenade into the heart of Harry's family before the Queen calmly tossed it back with the deadly recollections may vary missive. With a little due diligence, it could have been so different. Yeah, but we always said they weren't the brightest couple. She's obviously determined. She's got what she wants. She's brought her little book out. That'll be sweet, isn't it? He did his little thing on a show on the television with his name flashing up in lights. They had to put down Prince, you know. I thought you were opting out of the royal family, love. Obviously not. Obviously not. And 84850. And somebody says, whilst you're away, I thought I heard someone on LBC say that your producers have never eaten an orange. I tell you, you do somebody's worry, don't you, about people? You know, I think sometimes people have selective hearing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I've never eaten a pomegranate. Unbelievable, isn't it? Wait a minute. I had 3 bananas this morning. Well, actually, I had 2 bananas. I lied about the third one because I thought that would be the nice thing to have. Dancer Abby Quinnan in a moment. Guess what? She's had trolls. Blimey, I tell you. All you have to do, just delete them. Just delete them. You get delete and they don't write to you ever again. They have to go and buy another phone and things like that. They're basically lonely people who smell. It's as simple as that, okay? They're called trolls for a very good reason.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, young Jonathan Shallett. I love it when people are up early. We love Jonathan. He says, I'm so delighted. I'm going to read it. I don't care. He says, a reason to be up early again. As I told James Rea when I saw him at the weekend, we missed you more than you can possibly imagine. He said, no need to worry about clothes from Topshop anymore. Not catering to your size was their loss. They went bust because of it. Professor Jonathan Shallett, chairman of Intertalent. How lovely. How lovely. Yes, I saw James this week. I saw quite a number of people, actually. People so nice. People so nice to me. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever deserved anything where people have been, really, really nice Do you know what I mean? I can't really describe it. It's something that affects me quite deeply. It's very odd. It's a very odd thing. I remember every time we did one of our live shows, which was kicked. You remember it was kicked off by Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari did his one-man shows years ago on LBC, and then I decided to do one as well, and we went out there and we sold quick. I can remember I was out with the mother of my godchildren, and I got a phone call. And they said the show had only just gone on sale in the morning. And I forget which one it was. Was it the Queen's in Horn? Anyway, we sold it out immediately. It sold out within an hour. It was only 600 seats. And so they said, do you want to put another show on? So we put another show on. In the end, we had about 6 shows that we put, and they all sold out. When we did the one at the Shaw Theatre on the Euston Road, I can remember because a taxi driver sent me a text going, there's people queuing outside the theatre, Steve. This was 5 o'clock in the morning. And there was one lady, she turned up, she discharged herself from hospital. She still had her hospital band on and everything else. And I said to her at the show, I said, you must go back to hospital. And it was just thrilling to think that we sold the shows out really, really fast. And it was just so pleasing. But I always cried. I don't think I had a show that we did where I didn't, well up or sort of, and I remember saying on odd occasion, I said, you're going to make me cry again. It was one of those things. It just became a very emotional thing, and I could understand it. When people go on stage and they do a show and the audience just go fantastic, and it was lovely, and people were so pleased to see us, and Chris and Steve will tell you, and Jonathan Levy, and it was just very special time. And then we did them at the Magic Circle. We had a number of shows. I'm still hoping. I haven't discounted a Magic Circle show this Christmas. I haven't discounted it yet. We've got to wait and see. And it was just amazing. Fairfield Halls in Croydon, 2,000 people. It was really amazing. Anyway, so here is Abby Quinnan, who said trolls told her she would scare children after this horror accident left her badly burnt. Well, I saw a picture of her the other day. She looks fine. The girlfriend of A.J. Pritchard was also compared to a waxwork and told she should have died. I have to be honest, she was very lucky she didn't die. They played around with fire. They set fire to a rope, which they thought if you swung it round, it would cut a bottle in half. And I remember thinking, well, I'm going to say you're playing with fire, and they were playing with fire. It was just amazing. But anyway, she says there's been so much love, but a couple of people do say things that hurt. Just delete them. Just delete them. That's all you have to do. Delete. Click. Like that. Delete. Click. You get rid of trolls because they're lonely, sad people who, as I say, they smell. They don't have any friends. They generally stalk people, which is slightly disturbing. And if you get particularly worried about it, you go to the police. You report them to the police. You get these people arrested. You get an official warning because you have to teach them. Have to teach them a lesson. It works. Shane says, you're well liked, that's why we love you. I don't think it's that. I think it's this time of the morning that people flip round the radio dial because there's so much choice. When I started, as Jonathan Shallett will tell you, and everybody else, when I started, there was hardly anything. There was no radio, not sort of proper. We were the first commercial radio station, LBC, on air. And so what we were doing, it was only when we opened the phone lines up one morning that we realised how many people were listening. We didn't do phone-in overnight. I did a magazine programme, with like I do now, with bits from the papers and letters from people, because we didn't have texts. We didn't have anything like that at all. It was only when we opened up the phone lines to speak to a few people that we suddenly realised this thing lit up, to use that well-known cliche, like a Christmas tree. Meghan shouldn't use her Duchess title in America. She's not a Duchess. They're not in the royal family. They've been kicked out. Roger reckons that Harry's a celebrity in America. Hasn't he got it wrong? The only thing bigger than a celebrity is being a royal. They're not interested. They said, people stood up when he came on stage. No, they didn't. They were in the cheap things. There were no seats there at all. They had to stand up. Don't try and big him up into something he's not. But she uses the title Duchess, whereas in fact anything less royal, you'd be hard pushed to find, wouldn't you? Really, the Duke of Devonshire He's got quite a nice little place, actually. He's got a 30,000-acre estate, and he's hired security guards to stop cyclists riding. They claim they're being denied access to a popular cafe. Cycling UK says under inheritance tax relief, the Duke, worth 800 million, must provide the public access to the estate. He doesn't want them on there. It's his property. He doesn't want people cycling through. They're all over the place, cyclists, aren't they? I have to dodge them when I'm trying to cross the road now. I have to sort of look and think, is it my turn to cross or is it somebody else's turn to cross? A police force has received 448 calls about big cat sightings. It's a load of old codswallop, I'm afraid. Otherwise, they'd have caught the thing by now. Somebody would have shot it, believe you me, or shot them, or something like that. There is no thing. Katie Price's fiancé, remember that one, the little car dealer? Well, it's the family business, not really his. Has sold the Range Rover she drove whilst banned from the roads. Yeah, she's so successful. She's a bankrupt, banned from driving. Carl Woods, 32. Flogged the black car for 20 grand through his company. The car dealer sold it on the Auto Trader site last month. It comes after the Sun showed her driving weeks before she was due to get the licence back. She thinks she's clever, doesn't she? I saw the interview. Won't last. Definitely not. She's been disqualified for 2 years. And she had a pink Range Rover. It's all a bit dead now, isn't it, in the water, I'm afraid. But she's on her 6th ban. I mean, to be honest with you, I think prison. How can you 6th ban? Well, I mean, that is just basically sticking 2 fingers up to the law. She was driving behind Carl's white BMW, also on sale for 29 grand. He's having to buy a house because she's still got the mucky mansion, as if that'll ever see the light of day again. Apparently she's been told by people that it's got bad vibes. No, the only bad vibes is Katie Price, I'm afraid. Having seen that turgid interview on the television. You know what they've got today? They keep plugging it. Paul Gascoigne. Oh, Godfathers, honestly. Gets worse and worse. And Steve, we're very happy that you're back. And as you know, Jen and I listen every day, and our 2 kids, Emma and Ryan, 6 and 3. They've been listening to 2018 podcasts. And so that's Gareth, Emma and Ryan from Banbury. Banbury, I love Banbury. We've got the news coming up very, very shortly this morning. Also, car wash workers. Okay, I've got a garage for sale for you. Looking for somewhere to park your car? This one's up for sale. It's near Oxford Street. 750,000 quid for a garage. Mind you, I've got an address in Oxford Street. Very interesting. You know why? 4,000 companies are registered to it. If ever there was mail scamming, this could be it. I've got the advice for you coming up very shortly. It's LBC, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, with you till 7, Monday through Friday, and Sunday morning as well. And you're very welcome this morning. I'd dress up warm, it's a bit chilly bomb. And if you're heading into Leicester Square, be well aware we've got a huge crane, biggest you've ever seen.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's trying to be as cheerful as possible. It's a Wednesday morning. I like a Wednesday morning. I'm going for these banana lollies today. I don't care what anybody says. I'm definitely going for a banana. I could eat a banana lolly now. Actually, I'll tell you what I could eat now. Chips. Chips. I could eat chips. Why can't you get chips in any of the burger places? And you know, they do the breakfast rolls and they do this roll and that roll. Yet you can't get chips. Is it really that difficult to sort of, you know, take out the hash browns and put chips in? So much better. So much nicer. Bob says, welcome back. Thank you. Merci bien. Police probing Madeleine McCann's disappearance. It was, what did we say it was yesterday? Was it 14 years? Something like 14 years or 18 years. 14 years, I think. And police probing her disappearance are to take a key witness back to Portugal. The man who we're not identifying, say the Sun, provided German officers with the identity of the prime suspect. He'll go to Portugal as part of an inquiry. This is, they found nothing. Nothing. I don't want to have to keep reminding people that they found nothing. They've taken dogs over there, trained in finding bodies. They've taken clothing back. They've nothing at all. She has vanished off the face of the earth. And to be honest with you, and I mean, I'm sitting on the fence, not necessarily sitting on the fence, but I'm thinking to myself, if I was her parents, I'd be wanting to know what happened to her, wouldn't you? You can't just go, okay, let's just forget about it. It doesn't work like that. even though it's cost millions. I think Nick Ferrari was saying about £12 million, if not more. And I'm thinking we're nowhere near. They are nowhere near finding anybody at all who has anything to do with this. They don't know what happened to her. They don't know where she went. They don't know. I mean, I personally think, and you'll never prove it, that she wandered out like most kiddies do. You know, you wake up in the night. I've done it. Haven't you done it? When you were little, you'd wake up and you want to go to the toilet. So your parents would have to leave the bathroom light on. But they were staying in an apartment in Praia da Luz, and I think she woke up and she managed to open the door and went out, and I think she got knocked down by a car or a truck. That's what I think. But as I say, my guess is about as good as anybody else's, because I'm about as near, I should imagine, as any of the police officers. The Portuguese police, don't want anything to do with it. I should imagine the apartment where she vanished from is still being rented out. They haven't sort of sealed it off. But I just don't, even if just supposing she was abducted, God help us, and she was taken away by somebody, they wouldn't know what she looked like now. She'd be speaking another language. Nobody would ever know. It's going to be one of life mysteries. But she's not the only one. There's quite a number of children who've gone missing over the years and vanished completely off the face of the earth. Really, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. So they're going to go back and find out. She was 4, 2007. Her parents are going to mark her 18th birthday next week. People turn up in their village. People who didn't know her. Very interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'm surprised, Steve, that Harry and Meghan don't have their own YouTube channel selling mugs and other kitsch, or merch, as they call it. It's bad enough she's written a book about something she knows nothing about. Which is but it's so funny because the newspapers, the Daily Star, always put down, anonymous couple in America who are publicity shy. Whereas, of course, they absolutely love that's why she's got her name, Duchess of Sussex, on the front. She's not a duchess. She's absolutely not a duchess. She's no more a duchess than I am. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. What else we got? A dad of 3 was stunned when he was testing out a new smartphone and captured a UFO hovering over his home. Experts said it's a foil balloon. That's how stupid some people are. That's how stupid some people are. What was it? Oh yeah, that was a UFO. No, it wasn't, dear. No, it really wasn't. Amazing. Also, smart motorways. I don't know anything about smart motorways. Why do I not know anything about smart motorways? I drove down 2 the other day. But a lot of people say they're an accident waiting to happen. I think LBC will be talking about that a bit later on. I bet you anything Nick Ferrari will be doing that. Also, Christine McGuinness, what is your talent, darling? Answer, none. None at all. Another dreary from the Housewives of Cheshire. Have you seen some of the people on there? The latest one is psychic. For that, read, pile of old rubbish. And there's a woman on there, she can barely string 2 words together. Dawn Ward's not on anymore, so that's a godsend. They could get rid of a few others. Definitely. God, dear me. Dreadful. Also, Piers Morgan's been ridiculed by Corrie fans. Poor old Piers. He was hilariously insulted in a scene on the show. Roy Cropper, David Nielsen, sat Seb Franklin down to discuss his relationship with his goth niece and says, "May I be candid?" Seb, Harry Visioni, replied, "You can be whoever you like so long as it's not Piers Morgan, because he does my nut in." Pathetic. They're not supposed to mention people who really exist. It seems a little bit pointless. Poem. You thought we'd forgotten, actually. Shane says the fish and chip shop is close by. I'll go and get you chips. I've never had Australian chips. Are they nice? Are they any different to ours? I suppose they must be. Are they big fat chips or little? I don't like little thin chips. Definitely not. Waj says, locked into the spike. It was chucking it down 2 days in a row. It's very cold the other day. Very cold. The poem this morning is by Douglas Mallock, and it's called Good Timber. Good Timber. The tree that never had to fight for sun and sky and air and light, but stood out in the open plain and always got its share of rain, never became a forest king, but lived and died a scrubby thing. The man who never had to toil to gain and farm his patch of soil, who never had to win his share of sun and sky and light and air, never became a manly man but lived and died as he began. Good timber does not grow with ease. The stronger wind, the stronger trees. The further sky, the greater length. The more the storm, the more the strength. By sun and cold, by rain and snow, in trees and men good timbers grow. Where thickest lies the forest growth, we find the patriarchs of both. And they hold counsel with the stars, whose broken branches show the scars of many winds and much of strife. This is the common law of life. Very deep and meaningful, isn't it? That was very good. I thought I read that beautifully, actually. But there again, I always was the one in class, because I was in a secondary modern school. I was obviously placed there by mistake, and I should have been private. And I remember sort of every time there was anything that wanted reading, nobody wanted to put their hands up. I was the one, Stephen, put your hand down. I can read, sir, miss. And I loved it. I loved reading. I love reading. And I loved reading out loud. I was very happy reading out loud, and especially in church. I would love reading the lessons. I thought there was something very, very exciting about it. We used to do a big LBC carol service down just off Parliament Square at the Central Hall, Westminster, which held thousands of people. I worked there on loads of occasions. And we do a big carol service, and the vicar down there used to say, right, we all need, because we used to record it to put it out as a programme on LBC, and they said you need to practice standing up, so we didn't make a noise with the chairs, so we'd stand. Of course, the noise you could hear all over the place, so we used to practice that one, and I got to read. I used to do a reading, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. One of my favourite things to do. Who's star for the most stylish store workers? Asda. The green and black outfits were voted the best in a poll of 2,000 shoppers. Staff at Home Bargains and Primark came next. Stylist Miranda Holder said of the Asda gear, it looks practical whilst not compromising on style. The worst three outfits, Morrison's, Superdrug and TK Maxx. Sorry. Not much helpful, is it really? And Roger says, I saw an Austin Montego yesterday. A common car once, but almost extinct now. Is it really? Is it really? I wouldn't even know what one looked like. Somebody says Paul O'Grady is, in my opinion, the best entertainer on television. Steve Allen is the best presenter on the radio. I wish. I've never aspired to anything like that. I've always said to you, when people have said, and people I know in the radio, what's the secret of being a successful radio presenter? And I said, be yourself. Be yourself. If you try and be somebody else, we've all pinched. I've pinched loads of people, not pinched physically pinched, but I've pinched material from people, and it works very well. But you have to believe in what you do, and once you believe in what you do, people, because I think you can spot a fraud a mile off. I can watch somebody on the television and go, you're not very good, and I can watch people on the television who are very good. Faye Barker wrote to me, it's very pretty. Very pretty. Honestly, I wish I could look that good first thing in the morning, but I've discovered I don't look particularly good first thing in the morning. Even though I've lost weight, I don't look particularly sort of... mind you, I work with a lot of people who are what's described around here as average. Come on, let's face it. We're never going to be models, are we? Unless it's for another horror film that's coming out, the before and after pictures. I often wonder, because if you're really good looking, do you think you know that you're really good looking, or do you think that you've got your... Don't put your hand down, Luke. Doesn't apply to you. But I wonder whether or not you appreciate it. When you see male models, do you think David Gandy knows that he's good looking? Because I thought he was very average. I don't think he was good looking at all. But everybody goes, oh, he's really good looking. You go, obviously people's idea of good looking is completely different. I remember asking my mother when I was younger, I said, do you think I'm good looking? And she looked at me, she went, don't be so silly. And so I never bothered asking ever again. Yeah, seriously. I wasn't even, because I was thin. But in those days, when you were a kid at school and you were thin, you didn't know that you were thin. You just thought you were naughty. It never even crossed my mind. It's only recently that people started sort of worrying about, the way they look and how much weight they've actually put on. I never bother about it, really. Miniature schnauzers, poodles and rough collies are the most likely dogs to attack people. Chihuahuas have small dog syndrome. I know. They do, don't they? I don't like chihuahuas. Not a chihuahua sort of person. We'll come around to Dawn Neeson's column in a moment. Talking about, evidently, she said, I'll just tell you this bit now because it's just me to a T. She says, evidently, the new definition of wanting privacy in a normal family life is to share a stage with a megastar in her knickers with your name in lights in front of a crowd of thousands. Silly us. Yes, poor old Harry, the most interesting man in the world. That's what they'll have to call him, isn't it? Like Steve Interesting Davis, the man who likes soldering videos. We'll not go back onto yesterday's programme. What do you mean you didn't download yesterday? Download, for goodness sake. Ridiculous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Poor old Faye Barker got quite panicky. She said, I thought I was in trouble when you said my name. Good to hear you back on the airwaves. Thank you. My friend Joe Pike, as well, is up nice and early. Honestly, that boy spends most of his time in makeup on the television, looking good as always, which I'm very pleased about, At the Tower of London, they've got 2 new additions, 2 jet black Raven chicks, which is good, so we should be safe for another few more years. Dawn Neeson, in her column today, talking about the Americans. Don't you just love them? Some of the words I can't use on the programme, but she says, given the appalling lack of publicity, you possibly didn't notice that something called Line of Duty finished on Sunday. Evidently, it involves suspicious characters talking in baffling language, trying to get to the bottom of who is the biggest liar. Or, she says, am I confusing it with the government's telebriefings? Possibly the telebriefings, I suspect. Samantha Fox is devastated. Lemmy can't walk her down the aisle at her wedding because he died in 2015. He was due to step in for Sam's dad, Patrick, who died in 2000. So she's going to get married again. And because her last partner died in 2015, I think it was. Seems ages and ages. Diet Pop is almost as harmful as full sugar versions. So there's no advantage, is there? But I think people think that. You always see there'll be somebody sitting in KFC, the people with 2 bottoms, and they'll be eating a party barrel full of KFC, but they've got a Diet Coke. So if that's going to make any difference. Kerry Coke-Toner, who said she was too giddy by having 3 boob enlargements. Oh, go and get a job, for God's sake, darling. The former Atomic Kitten singer, says they're the worst thing because her 36 double E breasts are killing her with back pain. But so it goes on. These people, I feel a bit worried, actually, that Kerry Coke-Toner, she's bought a house up north. So thank God it's far enough away from London. We don't need to worry about things like that. And what have we got here? Oh, the smart motorways, the story I did a little bit earlier on. And did Nero fiddle whilst Rome burnt? No, but he slept with his mum and killed her and wives. How do they know these things? I'm always fascinated by this. I still remember Kenneth Williams playing Caesar, but Malcolm McDowell, of course, and Teresa Ann Savoy as Caligula and Drusilla. That was a very odd film. Do you remember that one, Caligula? It was made in America, made by Bob Guccione from Penthouse magazine. And these very famous Helen Mirren, I think, was in it. In the middle of the film, they put in hardcore pornography. And I don't think these people were aware of what was going on. It was all terribly embarrassing. 84850. Steve, isn't Duchess of Sussex, an old operating system from years ago, no longer relevant? Oh, they love using it because she thinks it means something. She put it on the front of this book, which I'm sure is going to sell in loads of places. I'm sure. Not by me, I have to tell you. Not by me. Front of the Mirror, Jezzy, I feel free. They love the publicity, these people, don't they? Meghan's bedtime storybook, talking about something she knows nothing about. And the Queen has given the go-ahead for a slow gin to be sold in royal shops as they try to plug a £30 million financial black hole. They're not going to be drinking that much, are they? £30 million of slow gin. I've never drunk gin. My friend John Warrington likes gin. Do you do gin? Do you? See, I don't like it. It makes you very It's a depressant, isn't it? Gin? I think so. I've never had a gin. Although actually, a friend of mine over in España says that of an evening they said, are you still drinking? And I said, yeah, water. When I went to my godchildren the other day, I had a glass of water with ice in it, and I was as happy as Larry. And because I've not drunk alcohol for months, just completely lost the taste. From having the best taste in getting through goodness knows how much Prosecco, I've just gone right off it. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'd rather have a cup of tea or a bottle of cold water. So I've got a bottle of cold water in the studio, well, semi-warm at the moment, and I'm quite happy with that. Funny, isn't it? But some friends of mine over in Spain, Chris and Steve, they like a vodka tonic, of an evening time. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? Sounds quite nice. I just want a banana lolly, and I will be having it later on today. Paul O'Grady gets his own Saturday night chat show for ITV, even though he feared it was too rude to get commissioned. It's going to be called Paul O'Grady Saturday Night Lineup, and you know how good he is at doing these things. It's going to be pretty near the knuckle. Well, I've worked with Paul O'Grady on a few occasions. We've done a few gigs, as they say. And when he was Lily Savage doing the pubs and the bars, oh, my goodness. Oh, you wouldn't recognise him from television. You really wouldn't. So it's too rude, but they want a bit of rudeness, says Paul. Do you think if this programme would be any more successful if we were allowed to swear on it? Can you imagine? I mean, I can't ever see the day arriving when you sit down there and you go, well, and people will be going, I can't believe what I've just heard on the radio. Steve Allen used a B word or a C word or an F word or any of these other things like that. Just doesn't make any sense, does it, really? It doesn't make any sense. But out at the moment, Alan Titchmarsh. I liked Alan Titchmarsh. I always thought he was very good, very good. In now, Emma Bunton. And Martin Kemp. You can't move for Martin Kemp on the television. It's like all of a sudden he's on just about everything. And judging from the non-televised pilot that Paul recorded in front of a live audience, it's going to be pretty near the knuckle. If ever you saw the outtakes of Blankety Blank with Lily Savage, you'll know exactly how rude he can be. He says, who the F wants to watch Alan Titchmarsh? Very interesting. I mean, loads of people do it. Graham Norton has been known to swear, I believe. But the show made by Paul's company, Olga TV, named after his dog. In fact, actually, Emma Bunton and Martin Kemp appeared as guests in the pilot. Do you know they turned up the other day? Richie Neville turned up on Take Me Out. Richie Neville. Didn't even know he was still in the country. Not a clue. But O'Grady got a BAFTA. He did the big breakfast, Blankety Blank. He was very good. He did The Love of Dogs. I like that. I just think he's what you see with him is what you get. That's why his books sell in volumes. Barbara in Hartford, good morning. And this other one, which had just come through actually, but we did it the other day, which is the fee for changing your legal gender will be reduced from to £5 from 140 quid, making the process more affordable for transgender people. Because it's a thing that people talk about nowadays. Although, to be honest with you, it never bothered me in the slightest. I couldn't care less if somebody's transgender or they want to change their that's their business. It's got nothing to do with us. It's what goes on in their body that affects them. So why we would ever be affected by it, I've got no idea. But they used to do it when they did it on Big Brother and stuff like that. One of the people who'd go on there, and I used to go trans. And I was right 9 out of 10 times, and they would always want to tell people about it. But after we'd done it for about 4 times, I remember thinking, is this gonna sort of run all the time? It became something that people wanted to do. Steve, I've not had a drink for a long time now, and I found that a drink that's nice to have when you're out is called cranberry juice with ice. Yeah, I'm okay with cranberry juice. I'm not really that. I'd rather have a glass of or a bottle of ice cold water. Because of the medication I'm on at the moment, I can't have milk. I can have it in a cup of tea, but I can't drink milk. And I used to love ice cold milk. So, of course, my drink of choice is water, which sounds a bit dull and boring, doesn't it, really? I've tried a few other little things, and unfortunately it comes back to water all the time. Cher, still looking amazing. And she's over 70 now. Billie Eilish makes the papers. All these people who wear baggy clothes and they complain about what they can wear, what they can't wear, and people are interested in this and people are interested in that. So it goes on. Sadly for Carl and Katie is dreary, boring. Who gives a forex about their wedding? We'll have no Cinderella carriage or pink dresses or Willy Wonka themed nuptials because Kate's going to marry Carl this year. And said, my mum's terminally ill, so she wants us to get married this year so she can see it. It'll be completely different. My dress will be different. Really? How rivetingly boring. My mind is different. Before, I rushed into things and made wrong choices. No, well, it'll be exactly the same for this one. Less than a year I give it before it finishes. Seriously, that's the way it goes. She gets bored, and then all of a sudden she runs out of money. And so the only way she can make money is by ditching somebody, selling the story about how she's ditched somebody because they did this and this for her. Even though, people are bent over backwards. And most of them absolutely hate her. Absolutely hate her. She's just totally self-obsessed. Sits down watching. I think one of her former flames says she spent most of the time Googling herself and selling her tatty clothes online. Worrying. Rob Brydon discovered that Paul McCartney's favourite TV show is Would I Lie to You? I'm always right on that one. I love a good guess. I really do enjoy it. The Mary Rose was made up of a multinational crew. They analysed the teeth of 8 sailors who died when the ship sank in 1545. Remember it like it was yesterday. They found that one had originated in southern Europe, one from Spain or Portugal, and another from North Africa. The remaining 5 from Western Britain, but one had African heritage. Interesting. The wreckage was raised, and they finally reminded me of the date, 1982. The Hullen artefacts are on display in Portsmouth. You should go and seriously, if you're not doing anything this week, go down there, find out if it's open, and then go. It's good. Roger says, there you go. The reason you've got to put more holes in your belt is because you gave up booze and drink water. I'm drinking loads of water. I mean, tea, water, an occasional cup of coffee. But water is my main thing. Although occasionally I crave something like a milkshake. A milkshake. I could go a milkshake right now. A vanilla milkshake, banana milk. They used to do one in one of those burger places. I can't remember which one it was, but they used to do a banana milkshake made with real banana, not just an essence. Oh, it was delicious. With icing and ice cream. Ooh, Robin Tottenham says, I saw Lily Savage in the Black Cap before she became a superstar. Yes, I saw loads of people at the Black Cap. Loads of people. Mark Fleming, Mrs. Shufflewick, David Dale. There was somebody else, I can't remember who it was actually. A friend of mine used to do the tapes for them. Her Royal Highness. I can't remember. Regina Fong. All those great people. You go there on a Sunday lunchtime and you get some really good drag acts and they'd come on and sing. And we'd be singing. Oh, it was fabulous. It really was fab. And it's gone now, I believe. Still to come. How did Darth Vader's lightsaber make £9,000? Interesting.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing a football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning! Roger says, did you hear the doorbell? Bing bong. Do you know, do people have doorbells anymore? Do people, I seriously, years ago you could buy doorbells that did all sorts of tunes, and a doorbell with doorbells with a video camera. So, you're away with the family for the day having lunch and you can watch yourself being burgled. Fantastic. I used to love that idea. No, I like that because they said you can buy this box which goes inside the house and you change it. So you can have dun 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 dun. That reminds you of Christmas, doesn't it? And it does all the Christmas tunes and then there's da 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 da. Although, to be honest with you, I was we never had we had a door knocker. But I always fancied a doorbell or one of those. You're right, I've seen them being advertised. And they sell them, I think, in Costco. They sell them in Costco. It's these sort of doorbells which sort of, you see somebody ring. They say, can you leave the parcel round the back? You're not there. You're sort of elsewhere. But I quite fancy the idea. I quite fancy the idea. Or failing that, I don't know actually. Do I or do I not? I don't know. We do have CCTV at home. We have CCTV. We have, I think it's about, Lynn might have to help me on this one. It's between 16 and 20 cameras that are recording permanently. At the end of the month, if we haven't had to use them for anything, then we go back to the beginning, and they're high definition, so you can see in the dark as well, and you can see perfectly. So what we had before, and it's quite a common thing that goes on, somebody will deliver parcels, put them inside the front door, somebody else will nip in, pick up the parcels and half-inch them. We had that a short while ago, but luckily we got pictures of the person. So there you go. I heard you mention the Mary Rose, Steve. I remember watching it being raised when I was at primary school, says Dan. We sat and watched it on the television for hours and hours. I was lucky then to go to Portsmouth and see the Mary Rose in the cradle on the barge by the side of the dock after it was raised. It is fantastic. I went there. I want to go again, actually. I'm going to make my brother and Marion take me down again because I quite fancy it. I thought that, because you don't take it in to start with, do you? You just go there and you just go, look at that. That is amazing. The ship, they put it all back together with the timbers. Only half of it. You're looking at half a ship. It's like somebody's sliced it down the middle. And but it's all the memorabilia that goes with it, that they silt it. Oh, it's just amazing. Anyway, a lightsaber given to Star Wars actor Dave Prowse. Now, you remember Dave Prowse, don't you? Well, who was he in Star Wars? He was Darth Vader, wasn't he? I think he was Darth Vader. He was also the Green Cross Code Man, but he was Darth Vader. I can help you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. He sounded asthmatic to me. He was constantly going shh, 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 a bit like that. But anyway, he had a lightsaber. He had all sorts of things, actually. And because he died some time ago, they were selling all his props. And this lightsaber expected to fetch between 80 and 120 quid, but it skyrocketed and it went for £9,000. It was made up of old camera parts. There were 700 lots, including his Empire Strikes Back script, a piece of the Millennium Falcon, and a Darth Vader mask, which raised a total of £400,000. But do you know what? The money went to Alzheimer's charity. Isn't that good? I liked him. I never interviewed David Prowse. I don't think I interviewed. I can't remember, actually, over the years. I might have done. But I thought he was lovely. But he'd been ill for quite a long time. I mean, he was 85. Died last year. But £400,000. But £9,000 for the lightsaber. You can buy lightsabers. They do. Have you seen this? This latest thing. I nearly bought it for a friend of mine because she's big into cats. Big into cats. And cats love toys. I found the best toy ever. And I discovered it the other day. They were writing about it in a paper saying, my cat adores this. Do you know what it is? It's a little, now I've forgotten what the well called. It's a laser pointer. But this is in a machine and it moves it about on the floor and cats love it. 20 quid on Amazon. Put down cat laser toy and you'll find it looks quite smart. 20 quid, works on batteries, so there's no plugging it in, and it keeps cats amused for ages. You watch. I bet you anything. They'll sell out today, now we've mentioned it, because there's lots of pussycat lovers who listen to this programme. There it is. $27.99. Cheaper in America. And you can keep your cat amused and mentally stimulated. And it literally just moves in circles all around. And I thought, that's good, isn't it? That is good. So $27.99. Adjustable rings on it, and it'll keep your cats happy for ages. There you go. Steve, my mother's old doorbell had 27 different tune settings, says Sunil. How lovely. I'm into things like that. I'm very into things like that. I just think it's a bit naff, but you know what I mean? I like the idea that it's naff. I think naff sometimes can be very good. Very good. Whilst you were away, Steve, a woman was found roaming around the Royal Lodge, Andrew's Windsor home. The woman claimed to be his fiancée. Sounds like Fergie forgot to take her medication. So cruel. Yeah, she's living there as well. How? I've got no idea. Well, she hasn't got any money, I suppose. But Kevin the Milkman with a banana milkshake. Roger, thank you. That sounds like right up my street. Right up my street. And what's this here? Do you like that farm family, the Nicholsons? Springtime on the Farm. I like it. I love all these farm things. I don't want to watch. I tell you what, I don't want to watch. There's a thing called the Yorkshire Vet. He spends most of his time with his hand up cows' bottoms. And I've decided I can't watch. I have to flip channels. Scott Barber's up. Scott Barber is up. Bless him. Bless. Do you know, I thought about you the other day. And I nearly, but I wasn't too good either, so I nearly sent him a text. And he says, so good to hear you sounding like your old self. Sending much love. He said, keep drinking that water. My favourite tipple. Do you know what's good about it, Scott? I suddenly realised that we don't appreciate water. If we were in the middle of the desert or in a hot country, we would appreciate water more. But we don't. We turn on the tap or we go and buy bottles of water and we drink it. And I love it with ice. Crushed ice or just full stop ice. So now it's good. Scott and I are very similar. Well, he's younger and better looking, okay. But I hope you're well. I really do hope you're well. I hope it's been a traumatic few years for Scott, and it seems, gosh, it seems ages ago about Barbara going. It really, it's so strange, isn't it? When you think back, and you've got the best memories of all. You've got the best memories. You really have. But the water is good. You and me together. It's funny though how you go off booze. I mean, literally, I was saying to the producer through a medium, and was it a large? Anyway, and I remember saying to him, I've just lost the taste for booze completely. In fact, even thinking about it makes me feel quite ill. It's like when people have had their stomachs sort of done, or they give you medication to stop you wanting to drink. But I mean, they might have, while I was away, they might have given me tablets to stop me drinking booze. But I mean, I just haven't had the craving. And it's not like I don't have booze at home. I've got booze at home. I've got 1.5 litres of Prosecco sitting there chilling nicely, but I'm just not interested. Not interested in the slightest. So hope it lasts, actually, because water's good for you. My God, you spend most of your time in the bathroom. It really is. I mean, sometimes, you know, and we've had all sorts of strange problems. But anyway, lovely to hear from you, Scott, this morning. I hope you're well. And we need some sunshine. I've discovered that sunshine is what we need. I said to a friend of mine yesterday, I said, I want sunshine. I need to... It's not that I'm particularly bothered about it, because you know me, I couldn't care less either way. But I've just decided I'm sick to death of cold, miserable, damp weather. When I picked up some geraniums yesterday from Paul Cooper's, I sort of staggered back. I mean, the wind... It was terrible. And I put them out there, and I shall put the earth in pots over the next few days. I've got my second COVID jab coming up, and I can't remember if it's this Saturday or it's the following Saturday. Whatever it is, it'll be the second one. Martin wants to know if I've ever watched the film The Blue Lagoon. I didn't see. This is the one with Christopher Atkins in and Brooke Shields, I seem to remember, where both were naked. Both were naked. And I remember thinking at the time, because Brooke Shields was, I mean, dreadful actress. She appears, she's doing an Oscar ceremony, but she's in the audience, and they've done a thing where they have to learn a bit of a song. She couldn't remember her bit. She'd obviously been told, learn this song, they're going to come and sing along with you in the audience. And she screwed it up completely. It was just a complete waste of time. And Christopher Atkins was a very good-looking boy, and it's about two people cast away on a desert island. And so I think they have a baby, but they swim naked. And so people, you know, in the early days used to buy these films, and then they would freeze frame so you could see people's bits, because it was, you know, if somebody famous, it was a bit bizarre. And then strangely enough, later in life, Christopher Atkins posed naked for a photographer. It became the in thing to do. They've asked me, but I've said no. I don't do things like that, honestly. Why would anybody want to see me naked? Even I don't want to see me naked. Steve, I love you dearly. How can you preserve me forever? Embalming, I believe, is fairly popular, I believe.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Wednesday, the 5th of May. Doesn't work the same, does it? May the 5th be with you. Doesn't work so much better the other day. But welcome along to another cold day in London town. If you're coming anywhere near Leicester Square, we've got the biggest crane in Christendom, because underneath Leicester Square, and we've been down there, we've had a look, it's an electricity substation. And you begin to wonder how they get all the generators in there. And the generator that they're trying to shift in at the moment is enormous. Seriously, it's absolutely huge. The crane is up taller than this building. It is huge. It's mounted on the back of a lorry, and they're literally lifting this thing in as I speak. They're getting there. It takes a long while. You can have a look. You can have a look now. And it's huge. And they will lift up this new generator. It's a 2-year project, and they'll put it in, and then they'll connect it all up. It's absolutely phenomenal. But how they got this thing in? So what they've done is they've cordoned off the square so that you can walk. If you're coming into work, you can come into work. But it's a bit of a pain, actually. A bit of a pain. But this crane is the biggest. I don't think I've ever seen a crane so big. And I watch all these programs on the television. God knows I watch some rubbish. Steve, I love watching the Savoy Hotel with guests indulging in having afternoon tea, cakes and champagne, says Dave. Yeah, I've watched the one on Claridge's. That was very good. They were eating ants the other day. Eating ants. Maggie says, I'm living the dream. Tea and thick toast, waiting for a free delivery of my Iceland order. Tea and thick toast. Thick toast. That sounds a bit exciting, doesn't it? I was watching James Martin, the chef, the other day, and he was cooking rhubarb, and I love rhubarb. I might have to go to Waitrose and get some rhubarb. Absolutely delicious. It was put in a little ramekin. You won't know what that is, but it's a little ramekin thing. Yeah, with sort of toasted bread around the outside. Then you turn it out, and he did it with. He made his own custard. Oh, it was delicious. It looked delicious. I thought I was eating it myself. Steve, move to New York City and do the show remotely. Get lots of sunshine. Too hot. I don't want it to be too hot. I just want it to be just okay. But at the moment, it's coat, hat, scarf. But I went past. Because I went to Richmond the other day. I wanted to buy a frying pan, but with quite deep sides. You know, one of those multi-purpose fry pan things. And I thought I'd treat myself, go and get a little ice cream. And a friend of mine, Carlo, as you know, has got an ice cream shop in Richmond. And he's got a chocolate shop, and he's got a clothes shop. And I've not seen him for ages and ages. I've not been down there, and haven't seen Bridget. And I go down there, and as I come back, he's in one of the shops. And they do chocolate and they do ice cream and everything else because it's they make it on the premises. They've got a gelato machine. He's Italian, obviously his name's Carlo, and he sort of waved and I waved as well. So he obviously thought he knew me. And they went, "Hi, how are you?" And they went, "Steve," because if you wear your mask and you've got a pair of sunglasses on and you've got a baseball cap, nobody recognises you. I could walk past my brother and he wouldn't know it was me. Seriously, so we had a little chat, and he's not been very well either. He's had bits and pieces, and I said join the club. But it was so lovely to see him, absolutely lovely to see him. So we're moving to New York. No, we're not, but we might be going for the tea and thick toast. Although actually, given the choice, I tell you what I do like: toast with a slice of Edam cheese on the top of it. That's a bit nice. That's a bit nice. I mustn't talk about food in the morning. People write in. People go, "Will you stop talking about food? I'm lying in bed at the moment." I said, well, think yourself lucky because I've only just started getting my taste back. So Prince Philip died of old age. That is now official, which is good. Which is good. I mean, I'm pleased about that because he was 99, nearly made the 100. But listen, whatever. I thought he was fun. All right, so he had his moments. Britain has dropped its demand for 5 million jabs from India. I think they've levelled off with their debt. They've had so many deaths, and we've sent a plane load of respirators out there. Have they lifted this thing yet? Have they? Is it still in the same position? Do you think they've actually weighed it and got it too heavy? I have to bring another crane in. Because I'm looking at the hauses that are going to lift this thing up. What's inside of it? I've got no idea. It's all very clever, isn't it? We don't know these sort of things. But it's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. And it's taking place right under our very noses. I think people are very clever. But I mean, we were so interested because we have people who listen to the programme who are working down on the site, which is good. Olivia, good luck. She's having her first driving test, having had 3 cancelled due to COVID, and taking her test at Isleworth. And she'll be listening. Oh, I know exactly where you'll be going in Isleworth. I know the road exactly. She's panicking. Do you know what you need to do if you take your driving test? Knock the mirror out so that they can see you using the mirror in the car. That's the trick to it. But I know the test centre there very well indeed, very well. A British woman has died after undergoing a cut price bottom enhancement in Brazil. What is it with people wanting big bottoms? Apparently the Brazilian butt lift, pardon my French, is one of the most requested surgeries of recent years, driven by the popularity of celebrities like the Kardashians. Great, writes Sarah Vine, columnist of the year. Another legacy of this vile clan of glorified strippers who've done more to demean and objectify women over the past decade than any amount of toxic masculinity. I mean, big bottoms, not a great look. Not a great look, but people want to have it done, don't they? BBC stars yesterday forced to reveal public speaking events. Emily Maitlis, her BBC pay is £370,000. And she did an event for a law firm and she got £5,000, which seems to be the standard price because Justin Webb has done 4 events, each paying more than £5,000. Dan Walker, who makes £260,000. How does Emily Maitlis make more money than Dan Walker? I don't quite understand that, but it's nothing to do with me. 2 events over £5,000, acting as moderator. Michelle Hussein, £265,000, plus 1 event over £5,000, acting as interviewer for World 50. Andrew Marr, £360,000 he gets, plus £5,000 as a host for an investment management company. Naga Munchetty, £195,000. Isn't it funny? Dan Walker gets $260,000. Naga Munchetty gets $195,000. Why is she not on the same money, doing the same programme? I think if you do the same programme, you get the same money. Plus, she did 1 event below £5,000 for an online events firm. Not right, is it? It's not right at all. Dreadful. One of the world's most renowned fine dining restaurants is going vegan, but will keep the prices the same. 11 Madison Park, which has 3 Michelin stars, said that popular dishes such as lavender honey glazed duck and butter poached lobster will be off the menu when the restaurant reopens on June the 10th. It's in New York. You don't need to worry about it. Chef Danny Hum said the current food system is simply not sustainable and he wanted to lead by example. So there you go. Do you know, I wish I liked lobster, but I can't bear it. Can't bear the smell of it. I can't bear anything to do with it. And I was watching it on YouTube earlier on, doing some street cooking in wherever it happened to be, actually. And they were doing lobster. Might have been China, I suppose. And they were doing giant lobsters, which they literally just sort of throw into boiling hot oil. Terribly cruel. And then they take them out, then they start hacking them to pieces, and people buy them. Not sure about that at all, actually. I felt a bit sorry for the lobsters who, thought somebody wanted to be their friend. And obviously not. But there you go. What can you do about it? But I didn't enjoy lobster at all. Here's the Gateses, very good-looking family. Bill and Melinda with Jennifer, Phoebe and Rory in 2017. Do you think they realise it? Of course they do. They're adults now. They know exactly. They were on their wedding day. They were seen as the perfect power couple. Listen, they haven't fallen out. They're still talking because they've still got the charity. But they're going to, Gates, man, plans out his days in 5-minute blocks. Justifies owning several private jets. They're worth billions. Why shouldn't he have that? Why are we so jealous of what people have worked for? Is it lifting? Well, don't go telling me now. I've got the news coming up. It's lifting now. It'll be going. Is it going very slowly? Very slowly. Sorry, we just moved away from you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. How rude. How rude. Dan Walker did Football Focus as well, says Lee. That's right, you did. You did. Okay. Also, do you know, I tell you what Bill Gates owns? Among loads of other things, he owns a very valuable book. He bought Leonardo's Codex Leicester, so named because it was once owned by the Earl of Leicester, for $31 million at auction. He's bought all sorts of things, but I mean, this was written by Leonardo da Vinci. Xanadu is the main home for the multi-million-dollar Gates Arts and Valuable Book Collection. He's got 4 rare copies of The Great Gatsby, but the most valuable tome is this one, Leonardo's Codex Leicester. Can you imagine? Be frightened to touch the blooming thing, wouldn't you? Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 6. If you have just joined us, it's nice to have your company. You're very, very welcome this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Wednesday, the 5th of May.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday. It's the 5th of May. I can't believe it either. Where's the sunshine? Where's the sunshine gone? Not today. They're lifting. This means nothing to you listening in Skegness this morning, but I promise you, here in London, we're very excited that in Leicester Square, this huge crane, like the biggest crane you've ever seen in your entire life, is lifting this huge generator and slowly positioning it into this hole in Leicester Square. It's very clever. Happy birthday today to Sir Michael Palin, 78 today. Many happy returns of the day. He's described himself as one of that cursed generation doomed to take nothing seriously. I remember him coming back. He did, I think it was Around the World in 80 Days. And, I've got a message. Oh, no, I haven't. It's from you, you fool. Is this the... And, I've got a message. Oh, no, I haven't. It's from you, you fool. Is this the crane? Oh, we've done it. I've tweeted it. It's huge. That's a very good picture, isn't it? Very excited. Very excited by that one. So if you go on to my... Oh, it's on your Twitter. Okay, we can tweet it in a minute. And he came back. He does Around the World. He's had all sorts of problems, all the rest of it. And when he comes back, he goes to pick up a newspaper from a newspaper seller at Oxford Circus. And the bloke says to him, you know what the newspaper sellers are like? Don't film me, mate. And he says, we're not filming you, they're filming me. And then he goes, I think, to a private club in London. They didn't want him filming in there either. It was all a bit of a disappointment. He sort of survived everything. Fire, flood and pestilence. But I always remember it. Always remember it. Also, Adele, 33, the 15-time Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter, is worth 150 million. Apparently, Alan Carr, she became ordained. She's ordained. And she conducted the marriage of her friend, Alan Carr, in the back garden and sang the couple's first dance. She said, you know me, any excuse to dress up. So there you go. Listen, she's worked for it, so many happy returns of the day. In 1921, though, here's one for you. The perfume Chanel No. 5 was launched in the Paris boutique. Chanel No. 5. Do you remember that? I can't remember what Chanel No. 5 smells like. Probably delightful, I should imagine. And what else we have? Sylvia Pankhurst, born in 1882, died 1960. The Manchester-born suffragette. Wow, the Pankhursts. And also born on this day in 1914, died in 1958, Tyrone Power. He was a big box office draw. He was, I think, second biggest male box office attention after Mickey Rooney. One of the celebrities featured on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's died of a heart attack at 44 whilst filming Solomon and Sheba in Spain. His son Tyrone Jr. was born 2 months later. I think he starred in the Mark of Zorro. But if you showed me pictures, I'd have to sort of rack my brains to remember who he was. May the 5th, 1953, another event for your diary. The Duke of Edinburgh qualified for his RAF wings. Wow. And May the 5th, 1988, women are taking over more of the top jobs in the civil service under Margaret Thatcher. So there you go. Women taking over. Thank goodness for that. And the Grand Designs disaster. I love the programme. I think it's very interesting to watch people who've got loads of money. Unfortunately, there's one poor man here. His marriage collapsed. He owes $6 million. The house isn't finished. There was a couple here who turned a boat into a 3-bedroom house. And that one has gone a bit awry. Also, Fairways in the Isle of Wight to convert a bungalow. It looks lovely, actually, very nice. They spent £1 million on the plot and 2.2 million on the build. It shifted for 2.74 million, so I didn't make very much out of it. Some of these houses are amazing. In Brighton, the Curve looks like it's huge. 625,000 on a plot of land, and then they had the build, and £1.2 million. £1.2 million. I know we laugh at prices like this in London. We laugh at prices because we still sort of say to people, they go, oh, so what do you get for £1 million in London? And you go, you don't get an awful lot. Has he managed to get it into the hole yet? Is it in the hole? Really? It's actually in the hole. Wow. The eagle has landed, ladies and gentlemen. How would you like a bottle of wine this morning? Come on. Should we treat ourselves to a bottle of wine to celebrate? This is a bottle of Bordeaux. It normally sells, I can't believe it either, small wonder I don't drink, for £4,300. It orbited Earth aboard the International Space Station. Wow. And it spent a year in space, and it's now up for sale for £1 million for a bottle of wine. Well, I mean, you imagine you buy it and you drop it. You imagine how bad you'd be feeling about it. But no, here it is. And it's the auction house. They say they hope the buyer will decide to drink it, but maybe not immediately. It's at its peak drinking, but will last probably another 2 or 3 decades. How clever. How clever. So there you go. If you've got the money, that's the one for you. Boris Johnson's backing for a new national flagship named after Prince Philip will cut no ice with the Queen if it's deemed in any way to be a royal yacht to replace her Britannia. I still can't believe that literally the day after his funeral, she was out there working. No sign of slowing down. Here's a posh London address. It's very interesting because because having a posh address is very good. This one could be a scammer's paradise. There's a Money Mail investigation which shows you should think twice before trusting a grand-sounding location. Number 207 Regent Street is a smart stone building in central London with 5 floors based above a shoe shop. You might assume the rent would be eye-watering, yet floor 3 could be yours for £24 a month, as long as you don't mind sharing it with 3,900 other companies. It's one of these addresses. 207 Regent Street is what's known as a virtual office. That means none of the firm's staff are based at the address, and any post is just forwarded on to the real location. They pay to be able to use the address on business cards and websites. As the firm that rents out the space, Hold Everything, boasts on the website, having a virtual office on London's Regent Street exudes the height of professionalism and ensures your business looks established and trustworthy. Yeah, whatever. 4,000 different firms are all registered at this same address. You can imagine the poor postman must be sort of dragging stuff around there. I'm just looking at they were talking about savings bonds and how much interest rates people are getting in the papers today, and absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. The best I can get you today, United Trust Bank, a 2-year fix, 0.80%. Not even 1%. It's that bad at the moment. It's that bad, which is not good. In 1909, on July the 26th, Monsieur Louis Blériot flew across the Channel in 37 minutes and won the Daily Mail £1,000 prize. Today, Monsieur Blériot arrives by train in London and will be presented with a cheque for £1,000 and a luncheon at the Savoy Hotel at 2 p.m. His aeroplane will be on show to the public at Selfridges. So there you go. Isn't it funny when you think how air travel has moved on and how we just take it for granted? And very shortly, you'll be able to take aeroplanes. You'll be able to sort of go on holiday. You'll be able to do all sorts of exciting things, which at the moment you can't do. Shane in Sydney said it's a very expensive bottle of wine. I think I'll stick with the beer. I know, given the choice of, to be honest with you, you'd be better off buying a copy of Meghan's book, which you couldn't make up, actually. A children's book inspired by Harry's bond with Archie. Yeah, whatever. But on the front of it, it does say, The Bench by Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. No, you're not. Okay, simple as that. A ginger-haired soldier and his baby son, who on earth could they be? Yeah, Interesting. Very interesting. But of course, everybody's basically taking the Michael out of it and not doing very well, I'm afraid. Not doing very well. But there again, they wanted privacy and they've done everything which is sort of anti-privacy. Not very good. Not very good. Kate's birthday... Beth, get the teeth right, Stephen. Breaking them in for a dog. Best birthday present ever. 3 little words. This is Kate Garraway, who celebrated her birthday yesterday. So many happy returns of the day. She's got a book out as well. And she's always been lovely, actually. She's always been lovely. One of those sort of people who just gets on. Where these people find the time. It's a bit like they were saying Holly Willoughby. She's got problems at the moment. Because, there's changes down at this morning, things are happening down there. At home, they've got problems with the neighbours because they want to do something else to their house. She lives on the river at Barnes. I've been past the house no end of times. And the neighbours don't want a year of upheaval, add an extra floor onto the building. Somebody said, why don't they just bloody well move? So they've got arguments going on there, because if you fall out with your neighbours, that's not very good, is it? Not very good at all. And also, they seem so nice. She seems such a nice person. But Kate Garraway telling at the moment her COVID-stricken husband remembered her 54th birthday. Derek, who's finally back at home after a year-long stay in hospital, and nobody can believe it. Nobody can believe it. She says, it's my birthday tomorrow. He looked a bit worried and said, don't worry, I'm not expecting anything. My birthday present is you being home. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Good for her. Good for her. Also, what was this one? The Stranglers. Remember the Stranglers? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I couldn't tell you what that song was, but they're releasing a single in memory of their legendary keyboard player Dave Greenfield, who was killed by COVID a year ago. He played on Golden Brown, harpsichord and organ on No More Heroes. No more heroes anymore. He was only 71. Only 71, which of course, nowadays is absolutely nothing at all. Loan applications. Apparently, the banks have said no to loans at midday. Not very good, is it? Honestly, fancy having to go into a bank and midday. Can't have a loan, can you, really? So Katie Price is getting married. Harry Redknapp goes into EastEnders. Please Please Me, the Beatles' first album, signed by all 4 Beatles, verified, could fetch 15 grand. I reckon it's worth more. And the 21-ton Chinese rocket set to crash into the Earth, and the bad news is they have no idea where it's going to crash. All of that and more coming up.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Gosh, it's freezing in here this morning. Freezing outside. I don't know what's warmer, actually. Probably sitting on the bus, I should imagine. Why is it there's no heating on buses, and yet in the middle of the summer you sweat buckets sitting there, and you can't open windows? It's terrible. So at the moment we're all opening the windows. That's why, actually. No repeats for Victor. Victor Meldrew does not get repeats, and I've got no idea. Richard Wilson has expressed exasperation. He's 84, by the way, 84. It's turned, it was a national trend. If you've ever watched them, you can watch them time and time again, and they're very, very good. But, and they've still got a very committed fan base. Richard feels the BBC has abandoned the series. They showed Dad's Army, Fawlty Towers, stuff like that. And he thinks that we should get one foot in the grave. Well, I agree. I suppose you can go out and buy that. Perhaps that's what they do, actually. They just say, well, look, go out and buy it, and then you can watch it back again. Because it was such a great character. What with him and Annette Crosby and the next door neighbours and all the other people who I just thought it was wonderful. I just thought it was absolutely wonderful. But they're not showing it again. Yet they'll show Fawlty Towers and Dad's Army. They show. In fact, actually, I keep discovering different channels I don't know where they come from on my television. I must be the only person who sits there and runs through them, because I'm a bit of a telly addict, and so I watch these things, and they show everything. Some of them look a bit dated. They were obviously filmed on video, and showing them back again, they don't look as though they've been able to clean them up at all. So I've watched all sorts of things. Stuff with Judi Dench in, which I love watching. Her and her late husband, I thought were absolutely fantastic. And I watched that. And then I've become addicted to the Food Channel. Have you seen the Food Channel? It's absolutely amazing. It's just non-stop, obviously people cooking food, but some of them are really, really good, including James Martin, who, when he told me about this years ago, I didn't believe him, but it's true. When he goes off on tour, he takes his caravan with him. He's got a little it's a nice caravan, very nice caravan, and he takes it with him, and he just sort of parks it up and stays in the caravan, saves him staying in hotels. I thought there's something we could all adopt. Blackpool's donkeys are in the paper today, bless their heart, and they're expecting a bumper summer. Mark Innocent has 20 donkeys that entertain children. I'm now in two minds over this. A moment ago, I was getting a bit excited about donkeys on the beach because it took me back to when I was little, and the donkeys stand there. They don't really do a lot. Donkeys, they don't really do a lot, except on the beach where they walk backwards and forwards. And Mark said they love being back. Do you think they really do? Do you think donkeys do enjoy walking up and down on a beach with sort of kids on their back? You know what kids are like. But anyway, with sort of foreign holidays looking difficult again this summer, I don't think they will be. I think we're going to be booking holidays. I think Fred Olsen have started selling cruises. People like their cruise, not as much as the Americans. The Americans are crackers for cruises. We're doing cruises, but we're just a little bit slower than most people. The Americans absolutely love it. It's a big thing for them. They'll sort of take them out of Miami and everything else. One Foot in the Grave apparently is on the Yesterday channel, says Paula in Warrington. Is it? They're so good. I don't know why the BBC would not think about sort of showing them again. There's so much good material out. It's very difficult to find good comedy programs, good new comedy programs. I don't mind the panel shows. I'm quite good at panel shows. Also, congratulations, says Anne Widdicombe, to Princess Charlotte on her 6th birthday. I smiled at the photographs but felt a tinge of sadness for how long before this happy, carefree girl realises that she's the spare. Yes, heir and a spare, one of those things. They think that the royal family is going to change. They think when Charles takes over, there's all these rumours, and goodness only knows the entire world is full of rumours about the royal family. They reckon that this could be the end of the royal family by the time you get to William. And I thought, I do hope not. That's what people come here for. We've got all these lovely houses and things like that. But whether or not things change with Charles and Harry, I think they will. I think Harry has blotted his copybook, and unless the marriage splits up and he has to crawl back to the royal family, I don't think they're interested. I don't believe that they had a long chat at the funeral. Didn't look like it to me. But let's wait and see, shall we? Let's wait and see. Linda Nolan admits she wants to punch people who told her that losing her hair was saving her life. I can well imagine. She's 62, diagnosed, as you know, with breast cancer. She admitted she felt like giving up her femininity as she lost her locks and had a mastectomy. Linda says she eventually got so annoyed at people telling her to look on the bright side, she wanted to hit them. I can believe that. People go, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Look on the bright side. What do you mean to look on the bright side? She said, it was traumatic to lose my hair, and at the time I felt embarrassed. I mean, the one thing that ladies can get, and they always look very good on ladies, are wigs. I'm constantly watching television programmes, any of the shopping channels, and they sell wigs. And some of them look, they've got a lady on there who's one of their in-house models, and she models these. They all seem to suit her. Everything is absolutely amazing. And so at least you can get on men. They look like wigs. Paul Daniels looked like wigs. Bruce Forsyth, it looked like a wig. Frank Sinatra, it looked like a wig. Elton John looks like a wig. I'm sure that Elton, if you actually took the wig off, he'd look perfectly acceptable. It's pushing that thing. It hasn't Jimmy Carr just had all these operations? He's had Botox and stuff like that, and he's had his hair done as well because he got panicky. And yeah, I always thought it looked fine. I discovered a shop the other day in Richmond where they do walk-in Botox. From £49. Do you know, I stood there and I seriously considered it. Although I've been threatened by the lady who looks after my banking. She said to me, I'll close your account down if you have Botox. She said, you don't need Botox. I said, you're very kind. And also you need to go to Specsavers. And it's a case of, I wonder what I'd look like with it. I wonder, would I look any different if I had a little bit of Botox? I've seen people with it, because it only lasts a short space of time. I mean, yeah, I think the boys need it. Yeah, you could have some. You could have this non-surgical facelift stuff. I love the way they look, sort of aghast at somebody telling them the truth. You know, they always say the truth hurts. Certainly does with these two. Steve, what does a Blackpool donkey have for its lunch? Half an hour. Thank you. Do donkeys really expect? Is that walking up and down? In Vienna, they have a fairground ride at the Prater in Vienna, and it's got live horses pulling the things that the people sit in, the carts, around. I think they just go round and round and round. And you think to yourself, I don't know, would you get away with that nowadays? I mean, it was only there when I was back in Vienna. It was a few years ago. Doug says, I like the Barefoot Contessa show. I can't work out her marital status. She seems to have a variety of men turning up at the house. Who is she? I mean, I know who she is. She's the Barefoot Contessa. I like the lady whose husband has got a farm, a big farm with things and everything, and she cooks in the kitchen. She's lovely. They've also got a restaurant in town, and they've got a family full of kids. And she cooks the most lovely. I tell you, my mother cooked. And it was lovely. Mind you, the mother of my godchildren went down the other day, and we had cottage pie, and then, it was lovely. And she's growing rhubarb. Very nice. I've got a thing about rhubarb. I know it's full of sugar, but it doesn't really matter to me, actually. I'm trying to be big and brave about it. But no, stewed rhubarb and custard. Woo! Woo! Goodness sake, honestly. How lovely. Nicholas says, you're back. I've not been listening, as it's not the same. Delighted to hear you this morning. Oh, yes, I have Botox. A little goes a long way. I don't know. I'm a bit frightened about somebody injecting like that. I get frightened about injections anyway, even though I inject every day for the diabetes. But still amazing. Kevin says, delivering to the 17th floor of an office block in Cavendish Square at the moment, looking down on Leicester Square and the crane. You ain't whistling Dixie, it's huge. It is the biggest crane we have ever seen. And they managed to get the man behind it has managed to get it into, it must have been a really tight fit. Really fantastic. So well done to them. That was our entertainment for this morning. Well, apart from me.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Being very cheerful this morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. We call it early breakfast, and yet we never eat anything. I think we should. I did go up to the canteen the other day, and of course, I've not been upstairs to the canteen for ages. And I was in here early because I had a meeting, and I thought I'll go up there. I just fancied a couple of sausages, a couple of bacon, and a hash brown. And so I go up there, and every time I've been to the canteen over the past year, I suppose, you just go and it's all laid out and you serve yourself. But of course, it's different. It's different up there now. You stand by the door and you tell them what you want, and then they bring it to you. But of course, because I'd never experienced that. It was all very, very bizarre. But I did have my 2 sausages, 2 bacon, and 2 hash browns. But by the time I got back down to the office, I'd eaten the hash browns. There's something about hash browns in the morning. I don't know why. Did you see the Yorkshire farm last night where the children got stuck with mountain rescue and their rescue training? No, I've got really into farming programs. Only because when I was younger, when I was about 13, 14, and we were up in Yorkshire, we were in a little village, and the farm there, we used to go and play on the farm. The farmer didn't have any children. It's just that we were allowed to play because we were sort of local kids. I mean, nobody ever drove into some of these little villages up in Yorkshire and just went and played on farms. But we did, because we lived in the village, and you'd cycle round there and you'd play in the barn, and I mean, honestly, they must have hated us. If you think about it, they must have, because we were moving hay bales out all the time and building dens and having fun, and it was just like being a kid. It was play. I don't remember ever being out playing and going, oh, I've got to get home because there's something on the television. Nowadays, we're ruled by the television. We are completely ruled by it. We go, oh, I've got to go back because there's so-and-so on. In those days, you didn't do that. We were happy to play outside. And it didn't matter whether it was summer, winter or fall. It made no difference. We just played outside. Nowadays, the kids are spoilt. Absolutely spoilt. Talking of being spoilt, Pointless host Alexander Armstrong has found his ancestor was a key figure in the English Civil War, bankrolling King Charles I and leading a failed city invasion. He's descended, Alexander, from Edward Somerset, the 6th Earl and 2nd Marquis of Worcester. On this genealogy series, Who Do You Think You Are podcast. So he loaned the monarch the equivalent of £70 million in today's money. Isn't that amazing? I went to Ham House years ago. I did a documentary on different houses that were open to the public, and they had the original accounts for the house on how much things cost. And I think their staircase, it's the most beautiful staircase you've ever seen. It cost something like £3.20 or whatever, £3.15 shillings and sixpence or something. And you looked at it and you think, my goodness me, if only things were so cheap nowadays. But never. Never as cheap as that. Never as cheap as that. May the 4th be with you. Han Solo is crowned Britain's favourite Star Wars character. I like Chewbacca. I don't know who played Chewbacca. It's the only one who we never knew. I'm sure we do know who it is, but I never discovered. And they've got a lovely picture here of Gold Hill in Shaftesbury in Dorset. And you know why you know Gold Hill? You know why? Because they used it for the Hovis advert. It's that very old hill, or immortalised by the boy on the bike. Are we just your nipper? You know, and all that kind of stuff. It was first shown in 1973, directed by a young Ridley Scott, who made Gladiator and Alien. Once voted Britain's favourite ad, and they shot a picture the other day with the Milky Way making a magical backdrop. And I think on the front of Country Life, a couple of years ago, they used it because it was covered in snow. And it's stunning. Absolutely wonderful. They were doing a programme the other day, and it was on Spain. It was people who've moved to Spain to start a new life. Businesses, mainly businesses, people have started. And there's one particular couple, they said, we'd never want to move from here. People are so lovely. People are so lovely. It's like being in Twickenham. We have Church Street, which is very old, and we seem to have empty shops that are now businesses. They've got businesses in. There's a new one opening. It's Coffee Shop and Wine Bar. We're obsessed with wine bars and hairdressers, which is okay. I don't mind the hairdressers. And it's very interesting because, as I say, when I've been to Richmond, they've still got empty shops, and people are drifting back slowly but surely. It's not as fast as it could be. Andrew Pearce has sent me a text. Bless his heart, honestly. He'll be up early, obviously doing television. He says, glad to hear you back and in such a fine voice. Yes, the voix is definitely there. And Mr. Neil says, playing on a farm like me and my brother did. Happy, happy times. The fun we had, lots of mischief, but lifelong memories. It's funny, isn't it, that you remember these things that you did, 50 years ago, more than 50 years ago. We played on the farm. I could take you there now, take you to the farm, and at the end of it, you would cycle home. I used to have a Saturday job out at a hotel, which is still there. It's an old country house hotel, and they use it for ballooning. But in the early days, it was just a country house hotel. And I used to cycle about 10 miles and not think anything of it. That was how, I was going to say fit I was, but you never thought about it. I can remember I was sort of taken out there by my dad to see if I wanted the job. The one job I had, a Saturday, I don't know why I was looking for a Saturday job, but I got a job on a pig farm. And I had to shovel on a pig farm. I hated it. I lasted a day, and that was that. I never went back. I didn't even take the money. But I went to work at this hotel where they do ballooning now, and I got to cut the grass on one of these mowers that you drive. I mean, imagine what fun that was. And they paid you. And it was absolutely wonderful. But I cycled all the way, and I never even thought, I've got to cycle back at the end of the day. It was a long way, but I mean, it was at least 10 miles. But I did it. Nowadays, if somebody said, would you want to cycle 10 miles? I think not. Peter Matthew played Chewbacca, says Maxine. Thank you. Thank you. Johnny in Liverpool says, Hovis, great advert, hate the bread. I don't think I've ever had Hovis. Never had it. Donny says, are you and the boys celebrating the feast of St. Asaph? I think the boys probably are. I'm not, actually. I'm not celebrating. I don't celebrate anything. Although, strangely enough, now we're sort of reminiscing, as we all do. I've discovered you get to a certain age and you start reminiscing. You start worrying about things, don't you? You start thinking, oh, I remember that. I remember having a Saturday job. I remember, what I did with the money. I can't even tell you what I earned, because it was so long I can barely remember last Tuesday. No point in trying to remember things that you earned years and years and years ago. But I remember just thinking to myself, that'd be really nice. It's a nice little job, because your parents say, listen, we're not going to give you pocket money at the age of 15. You'll cycle out to this place. It was out at, I can't remember where it was. I can remember what the name of the hotel was. I'm not going to tell you because you'll all be looking at it going, oh, he worked there. But it was such a long, long time ago. Mo says, I'm ruled by the radio. Especially by the LBC Steve Allen show. I'm ruled by it too. I'm definitely ruled by it. 6 days a week, I'm ruled by it and love every second of it. Every second of it. Do you know, I've not seen Andrew Pearce for a while. I see him more on the television than I do. Mainly because I'm not in at that time. I should spend a day here one day bumping into everybody who I've not seen for ages. Ages and ages and ages. But very good that you're ruled by the radio. So you should be. The Mark of Zorro, apparently, says Duncan. A fantastic swashbuckler of the 40s, featured one of those terrific sword fights with Basil Rathbone, the villain. I didn't do swashbuckling. I never did swashbuckling films. I liked the cowboy films, but I mean not loads of them. Elizabeth says, keep well. Oh, absolutely. Do you know what I'm looking forward to now? Seriously? Won't believe Christmas. I know you think it's too early to start worrying about it in May, but I'm looking forward to. I want my Christmas lunch. I only had a little Christmas lunch last year. I want Christmas lunch this year twice, and prezzies and things like that. Sheila and Mike got me a present for Christmas, which I picked up the other day, which was very nice. They always find these unusual presents. Brian in Gloucester says, Steve, nostalgia's not as good as it used to be. You're quite right. And Mark says, Steve Allen. I love the way people write to me, telling me about me. And he says he's on cracking form this morning. He says he's an amusing broadcaster. An amusing broadcaster? That's almost an insult, isn't it? I think I've had insults before, but don't worry. Andrew says, when you were off, he says, I curtsied every time I passed your studio. Well, actually, I mean, this morning we've had the best views ever from this studio. We really have. With this fantastic crane, which people have seen. We're going to tweet that thing. Oh yeah, we'll do it at the end. We'll tweet it just so you can see a picture, just so you realise what excitement we have in our lives. It would have been only heightened by the fact if somebody had brought in a toaster and done some nice thick toast with sort of butter on, which is very nice. Harvey says, I saw Emma Thompson with Dustin Hoffman in Last Chance. I don't know that. I do not know that. I'm sort of an Emma Thompson fan. I don't like the carbon footprint. That doesn't go well for me at all. Eating a small amount of raw or half-cooked leafy green vegetables a day lowers the risk of heart disease. Oh, God, something else we've got to add into the diet. Add to that water and all the other little bits and pieces, and we're all very happy, aren't we?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I hope you've got a good day ahead of you. A friend of mine is in Brighton, and she's going off shopping. I think they've got a Debenhams down in Brighton, and I think it closes this Saturday. And perhaps it closed the other day. And which it's so sad because I used to work in retail a long, long time ago in a department store, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I'm almost sad to see all these places which are closing down, these enormous buildings where we used to go in, and it was the one-stop shop, basically like going into a supermarket. You used to have Lipton's on little street corners from years ago where you could go in, and there'll be ladies and gentlemen listening this morning to LBC saying you could go in there and have a slice of ham, 2 rashers of bacon, 2 eggs. Nowadays you go into the supermarket, blimey, and end up with sort of a ton of stuff that you probably don't even use half the time. Steve, I'm walking through Epping Forest listening to you. Really, Martin? Walking through Epping Forest, how lovely. There's deer all over the place. I told you yesterday, my godchildren, they had nearly 50 deer going through their garden. They filmed them in the snow, loads of them. I don't know where they live, these things, which is amazing. Steve, I really enjoyed Michael Palin's travelogues. When I went to Cairo in 2007, I got to stay in the same room at the Windsor Hotel that he stayed in. Says Julietta, lovely Julietta. Around the world in 80 days. They were so good, weren't they? I mean, if ever you've seen any of those things, and you can say they're all on DVD. You can get them all again. Any chance of the photo of the crane in Leicester Square? Yes, I think we're going to be attempting that. Well, I think we're going to be attempting that. Steve, in the 70s, I had a Saturday job. I got £2 a day. Blimey, I don't even think I got that much. Whatever it was, I've never looked on money. There you go, wrong thing to say. As the bill, I didn't do a Saturday job for the money. I did it because I wanted the job, because I liked doing the job. I liked working in a shop, because when I worked in a shop, I've told you before, my weekly wage, my first one was £5.19 and sixpence. And I've always remembered it because it was the one thing that you remember of how much you work. What I did with it all, on the first week, I bought a jumper. And I got home, and I remember my dad said, well, where's the money for your mother for housekeeping? I went, what housekeeping? I suddenly realised I'm supposed to pay for this. She's cooking meals and, excuse me, doing the washing and making the beds and hoovering and everything else. And, of course, we didn't do anything. Didn't do anything at all. When I look back on it, it was amazing how bone idle I was at the time. But I did the jobs because I liked them. When I worked in the shop, I was selling carpets and soft furnishings, curtain material and stuff like that, and I loved it. I looked on it as a challenge. I look on radio as not so much of a challenge nowadays. I just think to myself, you're extremely lucky if you have a job nowadays and you're working and you like doing it. That's the key to it. That's the key. There'll be people listening at the moment who hate their jobs. They go, oh, Steve, it's Wednesday. I've got to go to work today. I don't enjoy it. I either don't like the people. I don't like what I've got to do. I mean, if you're sort of working in a supermarket and you're just sitting on a till, it must be absolutely mind-numbingly boring. But it's whatever you want to make it. Whatever you want to make it. I think a friend of mine went into a shop a short while ago, and the person behind the counter looked really bored. And this friend of mine said, "Oh, come on, it can't be that bad," and it made them smile. And that's the key to it. I think the key to doing any job nowadays, if you love it, you give 150%, but you don't know you're giving 150%. You're just doing it because you like doing it, and you reap the rewards, which I think is fantastic. Nick the Trucker, good morning. And Mo says, 25 years ago, I was one of the lucky ones that got accepted for work experience at Battersea Dogs Home, now Battersea Cat and Dogs Home, a memory that will never be forgotten. I went down there and we took photographs some years ago of all the dogs that were looking for homes. If ever you need a dog, go and get a rescue dog first. They're far more grateful. They need the attention. They really do. And very pleased. Will Guyot's returned to the fold. The king is back. If only. But no, it is one of those things that jobs nowadays, I mean, I know people who have all sorts of most peculiar jobs, and some of them I couldn't even tell you what they do, but they absolutely love them. They absolutely love them. I mean, I work with two people who apparently seem to enjoy working, on the programme, which is always quite good. As long as they smile, I don't mind. If you say something remotely funny, ha, 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 and they laugh, I mean, it might be fake. They're probably listening to something else, but it doesn't bother me. I don't care. I'm happy in my own little world, and believe you me, it is a very little world in here. My own little box, and my own little cold box. I'm like a little refrigerator. Mary, thank you very much indeed. She said, thank you for your energy. Listen, what else? Yesterday I had no sleep at all, and we managed to summon up the energy and loved every minute of it. So Kate Garraway, birthday yesterday, and if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. The Daily Mail do privacy-loving Meghan, who loves the attention, so much so she's sort of still using that silly little title, which is ridiculous. And one of the King's troop, the Royal Horse Artillery, and her mount, prepare for their first general officer commanding inspection in 2 years at Woolwich. Also, the over 50s to be offered the third jab There's not a third jab, is there? Have I missed out on this one? I've got the second one coming up, but they say a third jab is to be offered to everyone over 50 in the autumn in an attempt to eradicate the threat from COVID-19 entirely by Christmas. So excited about Christmas. I'm so excited about Christmas. I mean, I looked at my godchildren's barn. They've got a barn the other day, and it's got all their Christmas decorations and their lights and everything. And I'm thinking, not long now. So we got May, June, July, August, September, October, November. It's only 7 months. Joseph in Bethlehem will be sending, and there is a Joseph in Bethlehem. Steve, Toby Tarrant says you're his radio uncle, and he loves you. Yes, I bumped into Tobe earlier on, and he said that his mum and dad send love. So that's so sweet. People are so nice. People are so nice. But there again, you give and you receive as well, which is very nice indeed. So everybody's still talking about Bill and Melinda Gates' shock divorce. Listen, they make it sound like they're going to be at each other's throats. They're not. They just don't feel that they can go any further with their relationship. They've had 27 years. It's not like somebody from Love Island who's lasted about 5 seconds. They've done 27 years. And as anybody will tell you listening to this programme, 27 years is good. Is good, and they've worked for it, and they've sort of succeeded where other people have failed. I think he's third richest man in the world, but not affected. Not affected. They do their charitable foundation, and they've got lots of money in it, which is fantastic. But that, as they say in the business, is it for this morning. And we've only got as far as Wednesday. Should we do Thursday tomorrow? Do you fancy doing it again? I do hope so. I do hope so. Somebody says Kate Garraway's birthday was yesterday. Yes, we've already done yesterday's birthday. We already said it was yesterday. You need to go and get them syringed. You won't hear anything on this programme. We did Kate Garraway's birthday yesterday. I'm just reminding you today that it was yesterday. Anyway, back with you tomorrow. I've got a free little bit extra podcast. Please download it. One of Gordon Ramsay's daughters is set to go on a reality show. Can't think of anything worse. Meghan Markle's brought out a new book. I thought they wanted privacy. And one of the Love Island nobodies is seen out with her nephew. I promise, no relation. Settle down, yes. He's back. I know. Day 3 this week. It's a short week because you had the bank holiday. And so it's nice. But then next week we go back to what I call a normal week. Normal week is fine, actually. 4-day week is odd because most people kind of forget they've had the Monday off. And so by the time they get to Tuesday, they're kind of going, it's Monday, isn't it? You go, no, you've had Monday. That was part of the bank holiday. And there's another one, I believe, at the end of this month. I think we've got another one, which is very nice. Today on the programme, we take all your texts and emails at 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The mum who's given birth in just 27 seconds. There's another mum who's given birth to 9 children. And the father of a trans boy urges people to accept people for who they are. How old do you think the trans boy is? 4 years old. Do you know about things like that at 4 years old? Blimey, I was still playing with cars, I think, if I could remember. It's odd, isn't it? The things that sort of people, perhaps some people grow up a little bit quicker. Pubs, restaurants and hotels are pleading for workers. They can't find workers at the moment. Although by the time Debenhams have closed the remainder of their stores, there's going to be loads of people out there. Plus the 3 surviving members of Little Mix. I thought it was a bit odd the other day. They were saying, it works so much better as a 3-piece. And I thought, that's a funny thing to say, because you had little sort of Jessie. And anyway, apparently she hates them. Apparently she hated them. I mean, there must be loads of people like that who were in groups, be it boy bands or everything else, and they don't get on with the people. I mean, she didn't like the people she was working with because she thought, although I'd never heard it, that because she was a different size to them, they didn't treat her properly. Well, do you know, it never even crossed my mind. I just assumed because they were a girl band, in my naivety, that they all got on with each other. But I've known over the years lots of groups don't get on. They all fall out. And at the end of the day, you just have to sort of just get on with it. But you think you're more than happy to take the money, and then you turn around and you start throwing knives in their back. I think it's a shame, really, because I always thought they got on well together. But and then I did, but I was right. I was right. People say, what do you think she's going to do now? I said, she'll stay in the music. What else does she know? She only knows the music business, but with all this bitterness. And she said, I'll never work with them ever again. I thought, oh, my God, you really hate each other. You really hate each other. So I think that's a shame, really, because I think in this business, you know, the young audience that you're appealing to want to think that you're all busy mates. But even the Spice Girls weren't busy mates, were they? They had their fallings out, so much so that poor old Victoria, the least interesting member of the group, didn't bother going on tour with them, but still got the money because she's down as one of the writing people. I think they all wrote one word or something, and that qualifies for getting the money. And there's a film coming out. I mean, God help us all. A film of the Spice Girls. The first one I thought was ghastly. The little bits that I saw, even though it had loads and loads of celebs in it, and they're going to do another one. I don't know why. I can't quite work out why they'd want to do another film. It's not a reunion. It's just they're going to make a film for the big screen. They had Spice World before, and it was sort of popular, I assume, for Spice Girls, but difficult to tell whether they were singing or whether they were auto-tuned. You know what auto-tune is, don't you? Which is this computer program. So if I went on to auto, why poor old Jordan's never used it, God alone knows, because she can't sing for toffee. She can't do anything really, can she? Certainly can't keep relationships together. Anyway, so auto-tune, you sing into it and it perfectly pitches you. It knows where you're going. So you go la 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 la, and then it will pitch you exactly right. So when you hear people singing, it sounds like they're all singing harmony. And I think it was based on that Victoria Beckham thought she could sing without realising that she really couldn't. They had somebody on the television the other day. It was some programme about Ascot or something. It was somebody singing in Windsor. I mean, she was tone deaf, poor soul. Never mind. Anyway, apart from that, we found the man who's found the biggest hula hoop in a package of hula hoops, 5 inches. I think you've exaggerated there. I think you'll find I said 4 inches. All of a sudden you've upped it to 5, which is a bit naughty, because I don't think anybody's ever found 5 inches in a packet. I mean, it's not very big, is it? Yes, or that have come forward. Obviously, some people keep it fairly quiet. Mind you, we're not keeping it quiet about France, are we? Boris has sent down 2 Royal Navy gunboats. Don't mess with the British gunboats, I'm telling you. This is all over the fishing rights, which have to be granted by Jersey. They give the licence for the French to fish in their waters. Why the French can't stick in their own waters, I've got no idea. But anyway, they couldn't. And so and then somebody said, well, we might cut off your electricity. And you think, what have the French got to do with it? It turns out the French supply 95% of Jersey's electricity. 3 undersea cables supply. Well, why don't they just build a little power station? Can't be that difficult to do, can it? I mean, I assume that most of the people on Jersey and Guernsey and places like that are stinking rich. Have you seen the price of the houses? They're very, very expensive. They don't have poor people on Jersey. It's rich people, rich houses and, really nice. Why they can't build something or generate their own electricity, I've got no idea. No idea. Seems very good. Yeah, I mean, but you don't really want sort of to be threatened by the French, because we've sent gunboats down there. You can imagine the French, oh, sacre bleu. I don't think you could say that now. You're not allowed to do impressions now of the French, or of anybody, which, of course, means basically it kills most people's careers. Estate agents have put a price tag on a red phone box in the square mile in Londinium, 45,000 quid. They said it could be an office. I mean, to be honest with you, it would be cheaper to go and buy a second-hand phone box. You can buy them now. They're about 3,000 quid, old reconditioned phone boxes. But, if you're stupid enough to spend £45,000, it's ridiculous. Paul Whitehouse has slammed John Lydon, Johnny Rotten. Oh, we're so pretty, oh, so pretty. He's pretending to be working class. Well, Guy Ritchie did the same. Grew up in a stately home, didn't he, old Guy Ritchie? He's no more working class than you or I am. Although, actually, I think I'm probably more working class. It's just that, I don't know what the definition of working class is. You could have a discussion till the cows come home about, what are you, working class, middle class, upper class? Well, we're certainly not upper class. Perhaps we're sort of working class, aspiring to be middle class. That would be, you think, middle class? Because I don't know I don't know whether or not radio presenters are classed as middle class. Or whether journalists, because, I mean, if you're a journalist and you write for the newspaper, as any of them will tell you, and we have quite a number who listen to this programme, including Dawn Neeson, I mean, you have to have, the gift of, being able to write. You don't even need to be able to spell nowadays, because most computers have got spell check on there. But I would have thought that would be a middle-class job. Working in the money markets in the city would be middle class. I think upper class is where you you don't need to work. Your money is inherited. You live in a very nice place, and your children are called Sebastian and Lydia and things like that. Well, not necessarily Lydia. That would be the wrong name, wouldn't it? That's the only way it's Essex. And they would probably go to public school, because you see it in country life. They say, lovely house here, ideally placed for Eton. And you think, oh, that's nice. You go do some shopping, and then you realise there's nothing in Eton apart from the school. So I don't know. What are we? Middle class, working? I think I'm working class with aspirations, because my parents worked for a living. My mother worked, mainly because she was a bit bored, I think. So she went back to work. She went to work at a school, then she worked for the police. And after my father died, she went out to work. I think she needed to work, but she was very good with things like that. And I need to work. I'm not independently wealthy. All the people I work with, of course, are independently wealthy. Jersey do have a power station. Why don't they just go self-contained? Tell the French to go away. Problem solved. Yeah, 95% of their electricity comes from the French. Isn't that the oddest ever? Steve, I read most of Shawaddy didn't like each other, but then I guess when you're an 8-piece band, it's hard to keep everybody happy. Yes, but if you're a girl group or a boy band or something like that, somebody thinks that they're probably better than somebody else. I'm a better singer, or, I'm the most popular person. You can always tell. It must be a nightmare when they go on to programmes and they go, and here's so-and-so, and you go, yeah, and here's somebody else from the same area, yeah, and you think, how embarrassing for the poor first person. Yeah, and they start believing the publicity. If you're good looking, it's a cross I've had to bear for some years now, but if you're a good looking person, I just have to get used to it. I'm well aware of the fact that when I walk down the street, people look at me, and they go, God, that's Steve Allen, and I sort of go, I know you've spotted me, even, although not with the mask on. With the mask on, they've got no idea. I could walk down the street naked, not that I would, well, I don't know, and nobody recognises me. Funny, isn't it? Pair of dark glasses and a face mask, and that's it. In disguise. Judy in disguise. With glasses. Remember that song? Such a good song. Paul Gascoigne got told off for swearing on live television. Stupid old talentless one. But he fell out of a helicopter. Not the brightest penny in the box. Jeremy Clarkson is fuming in the papers. Why? A fox apparently killed 34 of his hens. But that's what foxes do. I don't want to point out that if you live in the country, they have foxes. And foxes, if they see a pheasant or something like that, and they can creep up on it and then they'll attack it. If somebody's got 34 hens and you don't lock them up at night in their hen house, the fox is going to go in there and ravage. The hen's sitting there going, oh, just have a little sleep. What the heck? They do it. I know loads of people who've lost. I told you, a friend of mine years ago, she was looking after a neighbour's hens who went on holiday, and the fox got in and ravaged them all. And so when the neighbour came back, she had to say, I'm ever so sorry. We lost all your hens. Oh, here we go. Oh, where's your mask? Where is it?
Tell them I'm using my scarf. So.
He's using his scarf. It's not good enough. You can't walk around with a scarf clutched to your nose. Ridiculous, honestly. But at least we've got some cold water. Woo! Boy, am I drinking water. Am I drinking water? Yes, I'm drinking water. Steve, an amazing French accent, says Andy. I thought I was in Paris for a moment. Oh. Why is it that we always, whenever you do French accents, it's always like that, isn't it? I don't know why. Don't do the same for people from Newcastle. Time check. I know you want to know. The funny thing was, I was listening to Nick Ferrari yesterday, and he gives time checks. He'll sort of go, it's now 7:25. And I remember thinking, do you know, the one thing I don't do on this programme, and it's a bit remiss of me, and I do apologise, is I do not do many time checks. It's like being in Vegas listening to this programme where they don't bother giving time. Why would you want to know you've been standing in front of a fruit machine for 8 hours? So it's the same here. What time is it? It's Steve Allen time.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's Thursday. It's the 6th of May. I can't believe it's the 6th of May. Can you believe? The 6th of... Already? Are you sure it is the 6th of May. Thank you to Lorraine and Johnny. They sent me in a present. I got a hot water bottle. Because apparently, Johnny is always freezing cold, loves his hot water bottle. So I got sent one in. My boss is APPA, sent me a text and said you've been sent in a hot water bottle. I said, good grief. So Lorraine and Johnny say you can get the Crazy Gang to fill it for you each morning. Oh, there's no chance. No chance. They don't do things like that, honestly. I don't even ask them to make me tea or coffee, but I did ask for water this morning. I do like water, cold water. I'm drinking more because I've suddenly realised there's nothing else. I can't do any of the fruit juices. You know, orange juice I used to love in the fridge. Ice cold orange juice with bits in, and it had to be Tropicana. I didn't want to do anything else. I used to love Tropicana grapefruit juice. I can't have that because of my medicine. It clashes. I can't have milk at the moment because it clashes with some of the medicine I'm on. It says specifically, do not drink milk. So I have it in a cup of tea, and that's about it, but it's not a huge amount. And what am I left with? Water. Because I'm not drinking booze. I don't do fizzy drinks. What else is there? I bought some tomato juice a short while ago. I've lost it. I've got no idea where it's gone, and I do like a tomato juice, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed tomato juice. But, I mean, to just drink water all the time, it's okay, but I'm weeing for the entire universe. I mean, seriously, it's unbelievable. But, I mean, I suppose it's good, isn't it? I suppose it's actually good. I would think, I think so, which is quite nice. Also, there's a TikTok star. I don't know what TikTok is. I've heard about it, but I'm not too sure, actually. They're little short videos. Has boasted about having Snapchat conversations with, who do you think? For 3 years. He's only young, this lad. Who's he been having conversations with for 3 years? Philip Schofield. Philip Schofield's been having chats with him. And so the press contacted this lad, who I think lives at home, and his mum said, there's nothing in it. They just had conversations. He's got nothing to say. I thought, well, that of course tempts them, doesn't it? They're immediately interested. But I didn't know you could have conversations with people. I didn't know how it went. I really didn't. Another one here. Oh, somebody here called Irwing. Oh, poor. You can always tell when it's a troll. Followers 1. That's called Billy No Mates. That's called No Friend. Oh, gone. And I don't think it's. You think it's a man, do you? Oh, I thought it was maybe slightly suspect. And apparently it was a picture of Jordan on there. Every morning he has a go at her, but you've only got one friend. You're a bit sad, aren't you? God, if I was you, if you've only got one follower, I wouldn't bother putting anything up. Makes you look like a complete dipstick. Honestly, how sad. How many followers have you got? 1. Oh, my godfathers. Never mind. You'll find friends eventually, won't you? Every morning you had to go at her. Well, she turns up on the television. If she features in the papers, they feature on the programme. It's like somebody wrote to me the other day, you're always having a go at Meghan Markle. And I always go, well, if they feature in the papers, they go... I'm assuming they also wrote to every single newspaper. Why are you having to go at Meghan Markle? These people are terribly sad and tragic. We seem to be having more and more of them, don't we? Are you going to the Epsom Derby this year? No, I've never been to the Epsom Derby. Never been at all. That doesn't interest me in the slightest. God, this is cold. Oh, can you imagine? Do you know, the one thing that we don't appreciate is water. We do not appreciate the fact you turn on the tap, water comes out, you put a cup underneath. Oh, I don't. I buy bottled water. And then you drink it. We never appreciate water. You go to some countries, and I've seen Blue Peter over the years, and that they've actually had fundraising to build a well in a country. You see it on the television. You see, little children walking miles to pick up water from a puddle. And you think to yourself, there are certain parts of this world who do not have water. And we take it for granted. Ice cold water in a tin. My fridge has got big bottle. I bought some water yesterday. It's cheap. And I know you'll tell me, because somebody will always write in and go, you can turn on the tap. But I don't want to do that. I don't like drinking out the tap. I do fill the jug up from the tap and then put it into my water machine. I've got a water machine where you just, yeah, all right, whatever. So I'm middle class, and you put your cup underneath with a tea bag in it or some coffee. Push the button, it delivers boiling hot water. It's like these taps you see advertised on the television. I'm surprised you've not got one. They're called, I can't remember. They're about 300 or 400 quid or 500 quid, about 99 quid to install. And it does hot water, ice. We've got them here. Ice cold water, and it does fizzy water as well. I thought just having it all coming out of one tap, it's all so posh nowadays. But I do buy water. I don't care. I don't care if you think I'm odd and peculiar. I like ice cold water. And it's got to be cold. I've tried the medium, and it just doesn't work at all for me, which is a bit of a shame. Neil in Stafford says, your return to the airwaves, followed by 3 episodes of Frasier. I quite like Frasier. I tell you what I'm getting very annoyed with. What did I get annoyed with the other day? There was some programme on the Big Bang Theory. I'm getting really fed up with these stupid people who claim to be terribly intelligent. Sheldon. I mean, no, he has a girlfriend in it. Well, I mean, seriously, I ask you. That's about as likely as sort of a chocolate teapot surviving sitting in front of a fire. And all the other ones have got things. And then there's one of the girls there. She's very pretty. She's got blonde hair. But she puts on a little fake voice like that. You know damn well when you meet her, it's going to be like that. Because there was a girl in, what was the programme which had the 2 gay guys in it? And... You know, very well known. They did loads of episodes. And one of the gay guys had a flat. I think he was a lawyer, lived with this glamorous girl with loads of hair. And she fancied him, but of course he wasn't really interested in her. I think they nearly had a baby. It's not Sex in the City. It's something like that. You'll know what it is when I eventually remember and my brain gets in gear or somebody. So there's the very, very camp next door neighbour called Jack. And then there's I'm going to come and hit somebody in a minute. Will and Grace. And the girl in that, who was very rich, her husband was in prison for something, and she used to talk like that, and she put it on. It was a put-on voice. She came over here, and people were quite disappointed that she didn't talk like Karen does. No, I didn't talk to Bart Simpson, no. I've spoken to a few. I spoke to somebody from the Flintstones. Oh, Wilmer! I like the Flintstones, actually. I thought they were very good. What else do I get annoyed about? Oh, Golden Girls. Never used to get annoyed with Golden Girls. Never did. And then I suddenly realised that Blanche was just basically a tramp. I mean, there was no... Even she called herself a tramp. Then there was the old mother, who was basically just rude and offensive. Then there was her daughter, who, frankly, had more issues. And then there was the barking mad one. They're all mad, all these different people. It's terrible, really. Will and Grace, thank you. Who's that from? Who's that? And who's this from? This is very interesting. I don't know who it is, actually. I have to check. It goes through its ages and ages before I get somebody. I need to change this. Oh, I tried one of those banana lollies yesterday. The banana lollies, they were very nice. They weren't as stiff as I thought they were going to be. It was more a banana ice cream kind of thing. But they were nice. Nice. Wait a minute. I've lost... Who on earth is this here? I love it when somebody sends me something. And a second, maybe 2 for Thomas and Corey. So that was the last one I got. I don't know who it is. Doesn't help, does it? I wonder who that can be. We don't know, do we? Could be Luke. Oh, it could be Luke, couldn't it? Yeah. Why would it be Luke? No. I think Luke comes up in my phone. This one hasn't come up. Well, it's obviously in my telephone. I don't know, honestly. I shall now spend the rest of the programme panicking over it. Victor Meldrew could be brought back from the grave in a new book. And the cost of holidays abroad. B. Arthur came over in 91. Yes, I met B. Arthur. Very tall. Very, very tall. She came over with Jessica Fletcher, Angela Lansbury, some years ago. And I remember looking at her thinking, my God, she's tall. A very tall one. There's nobody left, is there, apart from Betty White out of the Golden Girls. But, I mean, the scripts are very good. But, you know, whatever. Have you ever met Linda Carter? No, she was the original Wonder Woman, wasn't she? I think Wonder Woman. I never liked any of those programmes. I didn't like The Incredible Hulk. I didn't like Superman. I didn't like anything. I was very, very, very... But I do like some of the other bits and pieces, which is great. Somebody says, on your return, I consumed a celebratory block of Wensleydale. Wensleydale. That's that cheese, isn't it? I don't think I've ever had that. But it's got what? Cranberries? Has it really? Do you know, I'm funny with cheese. I don't do, all the cheeses you can get out there. Me in a cheese shop would be a total waste of time. Total waste of time. Because I only enjoy Edam, which apparently is quite fattening, cheddar, and that's that. Cliff's listening this morning, young Cliff. I was watching a programme on the telly the other day, actually. It had Cliff on there. Bless his heart, honestly. Bless him. And bless you if you're celebrating your birthday today. What happens, Steve, if you play a country song backwards? Do you know anything about country song? You probably don't. Well, anyway, apparently if you play a country song backwards, your wife returns to you, the dog comes back to life, and you get out of prison. Because in every country and western song, I just gone and lost my wife to the man next door. My dog just got run over. There was a song called Where's My Baby? And it was somebody who'd had a motoring accident. And they said, and where is my baby? Over there was my baby. Over there was my baby. And way over there. And it was one of these things, because every country and western song is to do with, your achy, breaky heart, or your wife's run off with the milkman, and or the old man's been playing around a bit, and it's always got a dog in there. So it's never a pussycat. It's always a dog, isn't it? I went out with my dog the other day, and I used to think to myself, because I love country music. I love country music, but it's just that they are quite right, actually. It's very funny, very funny. Bit like this sort of programme on odd occasions.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, I finally solved the mystery of who it is. It's young Caroline. It's young Caroline. Honestly, how mad am I? I've immediately put her name into my phone, so I now... Poor Caroline, honestly. The next time I see her, she's going to be going, oh, I can't believe it. I had to go right back to the beginning. And I'm so sorry. Honestly, how rude. Honestly, we got Charlie Girling yesterday, who was breastfeeding at this time of the morning. Now we've got Caroline. I got Ollie the other day, another one of the people in the office, he said, I'm up every morning at 4 listening to The Spike. I thought, you and me together. I'm up at 4 listening to The Spike. I'm very pleased about The Spike. Somebody says, is Scampi still on your list? I haven't had it. You know why? Deep fried. I'm trying to stop the deep fry, but the food taste is coming back. Food taste definitely coming back. Also... that was Kenny Everett who did I Want My Baby. No, it's not, definitely. No, Kenny Everett did an album, I think 20 of the world's worst records. All sorts of things. There was a lovely one from, was it Mrs. Miller? How gentle is the rain? Which was great. And it was done in vinyl, but it was, when you used to get plasticine and you'd squeeze it all together, all the different colours, and it looked like that. That's what the record looked like. I loved it. But, I Want My Baby Back, I think it was called, something like that. Can you find out what it was called? Who did it? I Want My Baby. It was one of those, it was a peculiar country record. Was it Jimmy Cross? What are the words? Can you get the words up so I can have a quick look? Here you go. I want my baby back. Got to have my baby back. I miss the road so much. About 3 miles in, it started to rain. I'm in rain. Couldn't see nothing. Swerve left, what do I see? Some mush head on. Don't go down. And yes, over there was my baby. Over there was my baby. And way over there was my baby. Jimmy Cross. Yeah. There's a lot of love in country music, I've noticed. A lot of love. You don't really get that in a lot of other songs, do you? I mean, it sounds a bit mushy, but in country, it sort of works. I mean, if you listen to some of Dolly Parton's songs, my favourite was Me and Little Andy. Did you ever hear me? Oh, it was so cute. Late one night. And it was about somebody in a little house in the middle of nowhere, and it was the middle of the winter. And there was a knock on the door. The snow is outside and coming down. And I heard a dog a barking. Opens up the door. and there's this, I think it's a little girl, and she's there, and she says, "Ain't you got no gingerbread? Ain't you got no candy? Ain't you got an extra bed for me and little Andy?" Andy was a little dog, and apparently they said no and shut the door, and they died. They died, and they went, "God knew little Andy," and they took them to the thing, and it was like the story of the Little Match Girl all over again, only set to music with Dolly Parton. It's ever so pretty. It's a real pretty song, and it's it makes you sort of want to go out and buy all sorts. It's like listening to a lot of Val Doonican songs. Val Doonican did some lovely songs. Now Patrick McGinty, he bought himself a goat, and he did all of these things. And I tried to get him on the programme, but he lived so far out that it just wasn't practical. But I was big fan of it. I used to listen to all these things and sing along to them. Jackie in Watford has changed the topic of conversation. So what about crab sticks? I don't like. They're made up, aren't they? You see them. They've got this sort of horrible pinky sort of colour on them, which I'm not a big fan of, actually. Not a big fan of at all. So Scampi, yes, breathe the ads for WaterAid. They've been going for over 45 years. 45 years. Good Lord above. But isn't it funny that things that we take for granted, other people don't have that. We take for granted. When we came back from Hong Kong years ago, we arrived back at Stansted Airport, which in those days was a Nissen hut. Now it's a big international airport. When we came back in the early hours of the morning, and we went back to Brentwood. We had a house in Brentwood, which we'd rented out to a doctor and his family. He hadn't moved out, even though he knew that we were coming back. We were all tired, so we went to stay with my grandmother. And in those days, because this was long time ago in Bethlehem, so the holy, but everything leads to these songs, doesn't it? And I'd never turned on a tap before and drank the water, because we lived in Hong Kong, so you couldn't do that. You turned on the tap, you filled up the saucepan, you boiled the water, and then when it cooled down, then you could drink the water. So, when they said you can drink the water out of the tap, I was going, are you sure? And we did, but I mean, my grandmother didn't have any central heating or nothing like that at all. No carpeting. Nobody had carpeting. She had linoleum in the house. It was freezing cold. Didn't have a fridge. None of these sort of things, which you now take for granted. Opening up a fridge, making ice cubes. You wanted ice cubes, you had to buy it. It was as simple as that. Nobody had any of these things, but drinking water out of the tap was my real odd one. My real odd one, drinking it out the tap. I mean, even now, it's stuck with me. Steve, I've still got my copy of the world's worst album and what they called puke-coloured vinyl. Nestled among my punk albums, says Kevin the Milkman. Loved Kenny Everett's Saturday show on Capital Radio. How old am I sounding? I remember him as well. He was the first person to play Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody, because it was unheard of to play a 6-minute record. Unheard of. And I think he broke with tradition completely, played it, and then put the needle back to the beginning and played it again. Nobody'd ever played a 6-minute record. Alid in Milford Haven says, what about cheese strings? I've never had cheese strings. Have you ever had cheese strings, boys? Oh, you've had those. Oh. Plasticky, aren't they? Yeah. I bought a tube of Pringles the other day. I don't know why I bought a tube of Pringles. I've got strange cravings for different bits of food at the moment. I had to go out yesterday. I sort of made a phone call and I went out and bought some fruit and some little bits and pieces. I must know the flavour. Plain. I don't do flavoured Pringles. I don't know why. Is that funny? I mean, I've done crisps, roast chicken flavour and smoky bacon and stuff like that. I don't like all the odd ones. Definitely not. But I mean, no, just plain Pringles, which are quite nice. But I don't know what my craving is going to be today. I bought a baguette the other day, bacon, 2 extra lots of bacon in it, and I sat on the bus eating it. So because I had my mask on, I pulled the mask down, took a bite, put the mask back up again, and started chewing it. And there's a woman sitting opposite me in one of the disabled seats, and she just sat there for the whole journey, just watching me. So out of the corner of my eye, I could see her watching me. So as I pulled the mask down, and then took a bite. She was probably jealous because I had a bacon baguette and she didn't. Exclusive, we don't mix anymore. It's so funny, we don't mix anymore. It's Little Mix, and it's Jessie Nelson, and she doesn't talk to them. I mean, perhaps she thought that she's going to make it big time. I don't know. I really do not know. But, very rarely do these things work. Very rarely. And so they've done, I mean, everywhere you go, there are interviews with her. And today is no different. Today is no different. Inside the Sun, you get two pages. The big split is not as amicable as the stars want you to think. She says, I won't work with the girls again. Which is a shame, isn't it, when it goes like that? I don't like it when people fall out. Because, as I say, we all want to think that their lives are perfect. But, in fact, really, they're as miserable as sin. So, in fact, why add, to your misery if, on top of their misery? She says she was miserable in the group, doesn't want to stay pals and won't work with them again. Yeah, well, I mean, I think you made a mistake doing this. Because people are going to go, oh, well, I don't think we'll bother buying your records then. Because she's obviously going back in the studio. Perhaps she thinks she's the talented one. Perhaps they all think they can start doing arenas. I mean, it's interesting, that the band have shed their former image. They've reinvented themselves as a threesome, and they have gone on record of saying they've said they're so much happier as a threesome. So obviously she was the fly in the ointment. I don't know why she thinks it's something to do with the way she looked. I thought she looked fine. Absolutely fine. I didn't think there was any problem at all. I appreciate the fact that when you go into these groups, there is somebody who does your hair, somebody does your makeup, somebody buys your costumes, somebody makes your costumes. It's all done for you. You don't need to do anything at all. And you make money out of it. It's not like she didn't make any money. And then to turn around and go, I don't want to stay pals with him. You think, oh, so it was a load of old baloney then, really, wasn't it? You were lying all the way through. Here we all are. Oh, look, it was all to do with selling records. I feel a bit disappointed. I feel a bit cheated. Mind you, I felt a bit cheated when Scarlett Moffat piled on the pounds, having flogged us a DVD on how to sort of make yourself look thin and skinny. Somebody wrote to Ulrika Johnson the other day saying, are you all right? You look a bit thin. And you think, well, listen, people's weight goes up and down. At the moment, I'm going through a sort of a medium kind of size. Did you bring your car in again today? No, I don't want to lift in it. No, definitely not. No. It's very kind of you to make an offer. But to be honest, I don't know why. I just imagine your car is filthy. Inside, it's got empty crisp packets, dog ends, half-empty Tizer bottles and stuff like that. I don't know why. I've got to go out today and get some socks. I still haven't bought new jeans. I haven't got around to the jeans thing yet. And get a big case of water. That's ridiculous. I can't believe I actually sit on air and tell you that I bought water. Because I'm bound to get abuse. People always go, what are you buying water for? It comes out of the taps. But it doesn't matter, does it really? So. Still to come, the Disney kiss. How do we interpret it? I'll tell you the story in a moment. And a mum thinks she set a record for the fastest labour. She produced the baby with one push. 27 seconds. Baby Millie arrived without warning. Bit frightening, isn't it, really? I just went, like that. Baby. MacArthur Park was 8 minutes. Yes, but it wasn't played. Very rare to find it played on commercial radio stations. Very rare. I loved MacArthur Park. I loved the Four Tops version. I loved Richard Harris's version. I loved Donna Summer's version. It's just such a good song. That's the one about leaving the cake out in the rain. I don't think that I can bake it because it took so long to make it and I'll never have that recipe again. Oh, no. And so it went on.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently the 3 Degrees did a version of MacArthur Park. Did they? Ooh, when will I see you again? Dawn Neesom's up, third 4 a.m. start in a row for Secret Channel 5 TV filming, drinking caffeine energy drink while listening to the Steve Allen Show on LBC, talking about water. #guilt trip. Actually, the funny thing, I was just saying to the boys, actually, that I'm not, there's nothing I'm drinking. I can't drink anything at the moment. I mean, I don't mind water. But by God, does it go through you fast. Somebody says, it is so wrong. Or, sorry, is it so wrong? I'm eating a Cadbury's cake bar at this time of the morning. Well, 2 actually, says Chris. It's not wrong. I don't think there is a set time of the morning for eating particular things. I don't know why for breakfast we have to eat savoury, sausages, bacon, fried bread, baked beans, hash browns. Why can't you have a box of After 8? What's the matter with that? So, Disney Kiss. Nice one. Susanna Reid has rubbished claims that Disneyland's new Snow White ride, it doesn't quite sit well with me, I'm afraid, the Snow White ride, promotes kissing without consent. Apparently, critics claim Snow White is being kissed against her will, likening it to a sexual assault. Dating historian Nishi Hodson told Good Morning Britain viewers, "We talk to kids about consent and about people not being able to come into their space. This goes against all of that." But Susanna insisted Disney was not real life, adding, "Are we also going to change it so you don't give poisoned apples to people you don't like?" Never thought about the poisoned apples things. Come here, my dear. But I mean, I suppose they're right in a way, but it's taking it a bit too far, isn't it? It's like Rumpelstiltskin, let your hair down, Rapunzel, I'll climb. Well, I mean, that's basically another assault on your hair, isn't it? All of these things. And why are all the handsome princes handsome? I mean, as we all know, there's lots of very unattractive princes. Lots of them. Not necessarily in this country. Some could be in America, I should imagine. There's one over there. There's one in Austria. Prince, somebody from Liechtenstein, and which is because there's lots of royalty in Austria, and he went out there because he shot a bear. There was a female bear that had been worrying, I don't know, animals or something like that. He went out and shot the wrong one. He shot a male bear. And they're all up in arms over it. You're not supposed to do things like that. Although, actually, there was some poor woman went out the other day, wasn't it? Was it where was it? She was out somewhere, I think in America, and a bear attacked her and started eating her. Her boyfriend, who'd sort of run away, went back to discover that she'd been half eaten. Frightening. I think they're one of the most dangerous animals next to hippopotamuses. Don't get many of those round Twickenham. There's a few people who could do with a diet, but I mean, apart from that, we're okay. Who was called a hippopotamus? Somebody was called a hippopotamus. Oh, that was Arge calling Gemma Collins a hippopotamus. Oh, poor old Gemma. No publicity for what seems like an eternity, which is good news, isn't it? So, I mean, kissing, is it in a sex? I mean, I can see where they're coming from, but at the same time, it was years ago. It's Disney. It's not real. It's fantasy. It's sort of... It's a Beauty and the Beast. Doesn't the Beast kiss somebody and he turns into the prince or something like that? There's always something going on, isn't there? And don't talk to me about Goldilocks and those bears. What's going on there? Who's been sleeping in my bed? Well, it'll be her, won't it? She's been sleeping in your bed. She's a home invader. She just marches into somebody's place, looks at... breaking and entering, seeing the bowls laid out on the table, knowing somebody lived there, and then the bears come back and they talk. Can you believe that? Who's been sleeping? Hello? I found it odd enough when Paddington started talking. Prince Charming, though, thought that Snow White was dead. So I suppose you could see that. People do kiss people who've passed away, don't they? You would like to think it would work. So, I mean, good luck getting consent, I suppose, at the same time. And then, what about Peter Pan? Hello? Best friend was a fairy. Nobody mentioned that one, did they? They're flying about all over the place. Captain Hook and his Jolly Roger crew. The Lost Boys, excuse me. Where did they come from? I mean, the whole thing is just riddled with anomalies. And yet we used to read them, didn't we? There once was an ugly duckling. Loads of them. Have you seen Love Island? God's truth. Mind you, I have good news. Do you remember yesterday we told you that we thought that Gordon Ramsay's daughter was going to Love Island? She's not. She announced yesterday she's not going on it. Why would people think she's going on it? Thank God for that. Because I can't imagine Gordon Ramsay, with his temper, watching his daughter being pursued by a bunch of ageing Lotharios on those programs, because I hate those programmes. I really do. It's just full of the dregs of society. Oh, look, Maura Higgins has split up with so-and-so. Oh, look, da-da-da. Who cares? Who cares? It's awful. Absolutely dreadful. Do you know, I saw somebody riding one of those stupid scooters the other day. There's going to be deaths. This one was riding but not holding the handlebars. Balancing on it, riding up the road. Really? Where are the police? Where indeed? Where indeed? Look at it's 5 to 5. I don't care, actually. I don't care. I'm in one of those kind of moods today because it's near the weekend. And I thought yesterday it got a bit warmer. I think it got a little bit warmer. But I went up to a magic shop yesterday. I've got a thing about... I like going to magic shops. I'm a bit of a magic geek. You know, because I love magic and I like magicians and I like buying magic. So I went up yesterday to one which is literally down the road from me, owned by a guy called Dave. And we were chatting about different bits and pieces. And I sort of came away. I spent a little bit, not a huge amount, but a little bit. Shane in Sydney says I'm ugly. Yeah, but nobody ever doubted that. Nobody. The trouble is, what is the definition of ugly? What is the definition of ugly? I think you can be unattractive, but then everybody, you know, even male models and female models, if you say to them, you know, you're really lucky that you're very good looking, they go, do you think so? They don't see what we see. I mean, people obviously look at me and they look at me with envy. You know, they go, God, I wish I looked as good as Steve Allen does at his age. We were trying to work out ages earlier on. I suddenly worked out I think I could be the oldest presenter at LBC. And yet when I started, I was the youngest presenter at LBC. I don't think there's anybody older than me. I don't think so. In fact, maybe some newsreaders. Like whom? You're not going to start naming people on my programme. God, do I tell you, you fear for your life. I tell you, they managed to get the crane out yesterday from Leicester Square, which was very good. So the TikTok star, Ollie O'Toole, he's called. Please don't make me say it. But Philip Schofield appears to be an avid user of Snapchat. Ollie's mother, Louise, told The Sun there's been a misunderstanding about her son's claims. Speaking at the family's home, worth £350,000, she said, Ollie's video has been completely misread. He's got nothing to reveal and won't be making any comments about it. Oh, dear, poor soul. He's 21. He lip-syncs to Miley Cyrus track Ordinary Girl with the caption, me when people find out, me and Philip Schofield Snapchat. Apparently they've been talking for 3 years. I don't talk to anybody for 3 years. I'd have lost the will to live. Not even old producers. You know, you do the usual thing when they leave. Yeah, we're keeping contact. Yeah, we do. You know, after you ever hear them. Never see them ever again. You know, always works fine for me. I don't want them phoning up. Nothing worse, is there? The moment you sort of see their name and you get, oh, God, they're back again. Block immediately. But so they don't know. Dawn Neeson says, morning. And to everybody else, good morning. And if you're very lucky to be celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Far too early for the postman to deliver anything. Even round our way, Darren has got his work cut out. There's all these new places going up. He's got his little trolley that he pushes in front of him. Shorts, come rain or shine. I've banned them on this programme. I won't have anybody wearing shorts. It's very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. As far as I'm concerned, fully clothed on this programme. Preferably with the face covering on as well. But very shortly we will be hugging and going on holiday and having Christmas and going to visit people and life returns to normal, please God. Please God. Kim says, I'm drinking Prosecco in my Groovy Gang glass. Not right now, though. A glass or two when cooking. Well, that's the best time to do it. The best time to do it. So we've got the news coming up very, very shortly. We take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And DEC have teamed up with the Prince's Trust for a free training course to get disadvantaged youngsters into the media. Well, we're always looking for people in the media. It's not just a job. It's a vocation. I think it's like being a nurse or a doctor or something like that. Probably more a nurse than a doctor. It's a vocation. You know, Clive Bull must be a close second in age to you, says Roger. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I think he's a good few years back. Good few years back. But I don't mind. Listen, it's a state of mind. Oh, God, honestly, how embarrassing. The state of my mind this morning. Anyway, news at 5 coming up. So more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Short week this week. Short week, which is good news. 4-day week. Next week back to 5-day week. But I mean that's normal as far as I'm concerned. Donald Trump still remains banned from Facebook. They don't like him, do they? Actually, but I'm not sure. Do we like the family? Hasn't he got a son called Barron? Barron he's got, and then there's Melania Trump. I don't know what Donald Trump's doing now. And to be honest with you, I actually couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. It's 3 minutes past 5. It's the 6th of May. May the 6th be with you. Doesn't work, does it? It only works with May the 4th. Which is about as good as it gets. Walruses. They've got Wally the walrus. He's floated in on an iceberg. He's huge. Do you know walruses can weigh up to a ton and live for 40 years? They can dive to 90 metres. There's about 250,000 in the world. They spend 2/3 of their lives in water but come ashore to rest and have babies. And they inspired Lewis Carroll and the poem The Walrus and the Carpenter and the Beatles song I Am the Walrus, Cuckoo Cuckoo. There you go, which is lovely, isn't it? Kim says Steve and the Campses are still covered in snow. At least it's fine and dry. Freezing cold. Freezing cold this morning. I mean, getting better. We are actually getting a little bit better. Steve, I saw a video of Dave Beckham, not knowing much about him. In one photo, his arm is bare. In the other photo, his arms are covered in tattoos. Yes, he is covered in tattoos. It shows a misspent youth, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, he's got loads of tattoos, which is up to him. But now you've got Brooklyn covered in them as well, which is, a bit of a shame, really. Bit of a shame. Anyway, we've got a poem for you, a little poem, not a very long poem. It's by Daryl Ashton, this one, and it's called To Stop and Chat. Have you ever noticed those people on the wing, the ones that always pass you by and never say a thing? And even though you know them, they hurry past in haste. No quick hello or friendly smile, they have no time to waste. No, those people on the wing never want to say a thing. Their minds are full of this and that. There isn't time to stop and chat. Except, of course, when they're not well. Then they stop and have to tell of all the aches and pains they've got. And then, of course, you get the lot. Mrs. B was just like that. Never had the time to chat. Hurrying by at such a pace, the don't stop me look upon her face. Mrs. B had things to do, had no time to talk to you. One day I called to Mrs. B, please stop for once and listen to me. I stopped and whispered with a snickers, you've got your dress tucked in your knickers. I saw somebody like that the other day, actually. I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to, but then I thought, nah, sod it, give everybody a laugh. Nothing worse is than somebody walking out and they've got their skirt still tucked in their knickers. I don't know why it should be funny. The strangest things amuse me, and that would be one of them. Other stories in the papers for today. Graham Norton's pay rise. I never worry about people getting pay rises. I don't. Otherwise, we spend most of our time being sort of jealous of what people have got. I'm more interested in the Royal Navy gunboats ordered to the Jersey waters as tension is mounting with the French. What do you think the French could launch in retaliation to our gunboats? Do you think they've actually got it, or are they just going to send a fishing vessel down there or something? I don't quite understand why they can't fish in their own waters. They've got to fish in our waters for. That's for our fishermen. Some of our poor fishermen are suffering quite badly. It's very difficult. But, of course, the French, the people who burnt sheep in the streets. Do you remember? They burnt sheep in the streets. It was all retaliate. Oh, dear. The farmers over there are a little bit not as bad as the fishermen, though. We've had fishermen throwing things at our vessels and stuff like that. But they have to get a licence, and they weren't granting licences. So they've now threatened to withhold electricity. Bit worrying, isn't it, really? Excuse me. Delish. If only we had a thick piece of toast this morning. Oh, I could eat a thick piece of toast. I might have to go and get some bread this morning. Definitely. A friend of mine makes her own bread. She makes her own bread. She was making loaves the other day. Here's a lady called Halima. And she's given birth to 9 babies. I think it's nonoplets. 5 girls and 4 boys, 2 more than doctors had detected in scans. And apparently they all seem okay, which of course is quite rare if they all survive. But mother and babies are doing well. Do you remember Mandy Allwood from the West Midlands? She gave birth to 8 babies, but they all died within hours, because I remember they did it in OK magazine. All these little tiny coffins. It was terrible. Janet and Graham Walton from Merseyside became parents to the world's first surviving all-female sextuplets in 1983. And in 2009, Nadia Suleiman from California gave birth to the only known surviving set of octuplets. But this is 9 babies, and so far, all doing okay. I mean, you know, how on earth do you look after 9? She'll be getting sponsorship left, right and centre. Left, right and centre. There'll be, you know, pram people, cot people, clothing, everything. They'll be absolutely inundated. Steve, I drink water from the bathroom sink as we're all mains fed. No water tank saves me going downstairs. So I can keep listening, says Robbie, to you. Which is lovely. As long as you're all part of the spike, I don't mind. I don't want anybody turning up later than 4 o'clock. Otherwise, it's bad. Smithy the trucker, good morning. And John says the Eddie Mayer soundbite is back. Yes, I know. He said it was going to be back last week. I don't know what the Eddie Mayer soundbite was yesterday, but we have it for you now. It's always a big surprise to us. Always a big surprise, because we never know which bit he's going to take. But yesterday it was this. We don't need France. We really don't. Is that it? We don't need France. We don't need France. We don't need Antarctica. We don't need loads of places, do we? We don't need France. We don't. Do we do anything? I mean, do you know, we even had, they did a recipe in Country Life this week for what? For what? Come on, thinking along the theme of France, what would be Eggs Benedict? No, it's not French, I don't think. Escargot, snails. And apparently the best snails come from here. I think there's a place in Cheltenham. I think it's called the Cheltenham Snail Farm. And what they do is they do snails, and they had Tom Parker Bowles did a recipe for snails, and it sounded quite appealing. And I thought, I don't think so, because what they have to do is kill the snails first, then they cook them. I'm not sure I could eat them. Sorry. Everything tastes like chicken. If we probably cooked you, you'd probably taste like chicken as well, I should imagine. Everything tastes like chicken. A friend of mine used to have a restaurant which served all sorts of food from around the world, including alligator, crocodile, everything. And it all tasted like chicken. I don't know why. Everything tasted like chicken. Apparently, everybody over 50 will be offered a 3rd coronavirus jab in the autumn. Have we got that much of it spare? I'm due the 2nd one very short. I've got to book in an eye appointment as well, because I'm getting a bit remiss with that. There's so many of these blooming things to book in, honestly. I spend most of my time sorting out my things. And then Nick Kamen died. The 1980s icon. He died at the age of 59. He was pictured in a laundrette. He stripped down to his boxer shorts and became one of the 1980s biggest heartthrobs. And loads of people liked him. He knew Boy George. He knew just about everybody. Tanita Tikaram paid tribute, and she said he was kind and sweet. She said he had none of the ego of someone who'd set the world alight with his extraordinary beauty. Isn't it a shame? 59. I think that's terribly, terribly young. And Boy George posted R.I.P. to the most beautiful and sweetest man. And I think he dated... who did he date? He dated Talisa Soto, who was a Bond girl, and Amanda de Cadenet. I think he dated her when she was doing The Word for about 3 years. But such a shame when, 59 years old, especially if it's people who were part of your childhood. Who wins, Steve, in a comedy battle between you and James O'Brien? A comedy battle? James O'Brien doesn't do comedy. Goodness sake, where do you get that from? He does politics. He does sort of, stuff. He doesn't do comedy. Does he do comedy? Well, he doesn't do it. I mean, put it this way, it's not the sort of comedy I do. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. No, I mean, if you were listening to James O'Brien, you wouldn't go, "There's a comedy performer." Definitely not. Sorry? Does he make me laugh in the newsroom? Only if he falls over. Never thought about it before. Definitely not. Who's this one? Robbie Savage. Anybody know who he is? Footballer. Ex-footballer. Okay, there you go. He's an ex-footballer. Another one covered in tattoos. Hair far too long. And Annika Rice has revealed she was confronted by a flasher who apologised when he realised who she was. Must have been some time ago. She said he was fumbling around down there flashing me, and then he looked up and said it was me and went, "Oh no, it's Annika Rice," and crawled into the bushes. So she says. I found it charming. I shouted after him, "Sorry, I've ruined your flash." Some people aren't as lucky, Annika. Some people aren't as lucky. Eva Simpson writing today in the Mirror about when she was a showbiz columnist, talking about Jessie Nelson's decision to quit Little Mix. She said she's brave to walk away from her pop dream. No, she's still in the pop business. There's nothing brave about it. It's a case of, they were obviously living a lie. Nobody seemed to like anybody. Very disappointing. Whereas we love everybody. When we work here, we all love each other. It's like, these are my busy mates. Yeah, give each other lifts, get in each other's cars. I mean, I wouldn't want to go on holiday with them, but, we're all like, yeah, go out for lunch and stuff like that. If one of them hasn't got any money, then I'll pay. And if I haven't got any money, we don't go for lunch. And, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. I love it to pieces. There's a man here who had a double hand transplant. And why is he in the papers? Because he's started gardening again. Bless him. I think it's amazing. The things that they can do now. And I'm definitely going to get the set of stamps. Paul McCartney has been approved by the Royal Mail. There are 12 of them, I think, actually, to mark his solo career in songwriting. There's black and white shots taken in the studio. And for £16.20, he's handpicked his 8 album covers charting his solo career, including his most recent #1 album. He is the most successful album artist in UK official chart history, more than 60 gold discs. Well, good. I'm glad that we honour him. Very glad. We like him. We like him a lot. We really do. There's a gambling addict who stole nearly £900,000 from his employers, has been jailed for 40 months. Christopher Rawding was a cash collector for a sports brand and siphoned off money over 3.5 years. It took him 3.5 years. You know why he took so much money? He was gambling up to $5,000 a day and didn't actually make any money out of it. Let that be a salutary piece of advice.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. I hope you're well. There was a poor lady in the paper the other day. I was going to do it, but then I felt very sorry for her, so I thought I'd leave it a day and then do it. And she got scammed by one of these dating things. And how much did she lose? To a man she'd never met in her entire life. 150 grand. Wiped her out completely. He's another one of these ghastly people who puts up fake photographs and how they do it, I've got no idea, because I always think I'd like to be very sensible on that. And nobody could ever con money out of me. Not that I'm so tight I squeak. It's a case of why somebody that you've never met, and he says, "Oh, I've got to go abroad and I owe some money to so and so, and she then goes, "How much do you owe?" And he goes, 45,000. So she gives him 45,000 to clear his debts up. I mean, good God, I don't think I've ever been that lonely that I would ever send 45,000. Wouldn't even send £4 to anybody. And in the end, he came back and he got more out of her. And I've seen some of the ways some of these people operate, but it's these scams on dating sites that's the big problem. And people, and the get-rich-quick sites, people fall for it. The most sensible people in the entire universe who will tell you till they're blue in the face that they never thought they could be conned. And they were. And I've seen so many. One of them, she was writing to some poor bloke on the internet who she thought was an American GI or something, whatever it was, and he said he couldn't get out because he needed to buy himself out, in which case then he could come and see her, and that would be it. And so, but he needed £30,000 to buy himself out of the forces. So she sends him 30,000. He doesn't exist, of course. He's somebody at the end of a telephone line in a room trying to convince her, calling himself Eric or whatever it was, and then the 30,000 he then discovered, because she was obviously such an easy touch, he'd go for something else. And he then said, listen, I've come out, but I've contracted this, and he named some illness or something, and I'm currently in hospital. But of course, in America, they don't have the National Health Service. They've got, pay. You pay for everything. You want to go to hospital? You pay. It's like the private sector here. It's very, very similar. And so she sent money. I need this particular medicine and it's very expensive. And so it just went on. And in the end, she lost, I think, well in excess of £100,000. And at the end, she said, I'm such a fool because I should have realised what it was. And you think, but you can't tell people, can you? I mean, the woman who lost it on the dating site seems to be the most popular ones. She said, I couldn't bear to see another human being suffering without having the money to get back and to clear their debts. And you think, yeah, but they don't care about you. They really don't care, and that's the problem. They couldn't care. I was talking to one of my drivers the other day, and I said, these people couldn't care less whether you're old, young, infirm, in bed, in a hospice. They don't care. They just want your money. If you've got money, they want it. It's like people robbing you by cash points and stuff like that. I hate it if somebody gets too close to me. So I always go to the cash point when there's nobody else around. I'm not doing it, in daytime hours. Definitely not. It's safer. I have been known to turn around and go, excuse me, you're too close to me. Basically, I nearly swore at them, but I didn't, because I'm a good boy. Steve, shame to hear about Nick Cayman's passing. He was one of Harlow's most famous sons. Both him, says Kev the milkman, and his younger brother went to St Mark's School. His brother died a couple of years ago, aged only 53. Life can be cruelly short sometimes. You suddenly realise, Kevin, as we know, that, life is short. You get ill, you pick up all sorts of illnesses, and there's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. What a shame. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't even know what Nick Cayman was doing. I knew about his younger brother because there was a picture in one of the papers of his younger brother. And I remember thinking, how awful to lose somebody at the age of 53. Mind you, my father was 52 when he died. Incredibly young. It's only when I got past that age, not by many, I suddenly thought, my God, I've outlived where my father would have been. My mother went at 62. Again, very, very young, but other people go much, much younger. But you don't think about it until you get sort of a little bit older. I mean, I might go for years yet. Ha, 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 ha. That'll teach you. But it is a shame about his passing, because we all remember that advert so well, don't we, Kev? It's in our psyche. It's good. Steve, you were talking about breakfast food. So much I've decided to make myself a cooked breakfast. I wish that there was a place open at this time of the morning, like a hotel, and you could say to them, I want 2 sausages, 2 bacon. When I was off, I did manage to get that. Bacon sandwich. I got toast, and I've just used to butter it and then put a piece of bacon on the top of it. It was very exciting, very exciting. And I used to like the Burger King little hash browns, because you could buy a little bag of them, and they were just little round things. They look like pennies or 2p pieces or something like that. And sometimes I'd go in there, and the girl who worked there, she didn't know who I was, but I went in there every day, and I smiled and she smiled. So I used to get extra. I used to get extras. When I used to go in there, I'd go, can I have 2 bags of hash browns? And she'd look at me, and she'd always put so many extra. Then she'd put them in a bigger bag and then put extras on the top. I tell you, I could charm the birds out the trees. If, of course, I knew any birds that could climb trees. The only person I knew was Gemma Collins. No chance of getting her up inside the branches, is there really? So, cooking your own breakfast, well done you. But I can't be bothered with the effort. The effort is just like too much. Too much. Swimming stars both qualified for Team GB are heading for Tokyo. It's two brothers. This is Max and Joe Litchfield. They'll become only our third set of brothers to compete at the games in the pool. I'd love to be able to do things like that. I can't dive. I can't dive for love nor money. It frightens the life out of me. And yet when I was little, when we were in Hong Kong, my father would put his hands together and I'd stand on them and he'd throw me up into the air, into the water. And I could swim underwater with my eyes open. With my eyes open. I got to in salt water, yeah. Yeah, I could, obviously didn't have my mouth open at the same time, but I was able to open my eyes underwater. So I could see things. I don't know what, I mean, and then all of a sudden I can't. Mind you, I haven't been in water like that for ages. I wouldn't want to swim at the beach anymore. I don't go, down to the coast. I mean, if I do, I sort of sit there looking at the water going, it's very pretty, but I don't want to get in it. People do. I'd have to have one of those sort of Victorian bathing tents so I could get changed in there and then slowly sort of, step into the water. Because I'm not running down. I see people running like that and then they throw themselves into the water. Not for me. And especially over a bank holiday weekend. Where do we go to? The beach. We've only got to see a glimpse of the sun and we're off down there or sitting outside. Mind you, I noticed the other day I came here and a lot of the restaurants that were here running down, a lot of them have closed, taken all their tables and everything else out and gone completely. So obviously it's difficult. Although in Twickenham, as I've said before, we seem to be sort of, I think I only counted one empty shop the other day, which is actually not bad. Kingston looks a bit decimated. Richmond's not looking particularly brilliant. But, it's the way it goes, isn't it? It's got to change. But we've got to be positive. As long as we get normal Christmas, as long as we get some sunshine, I don't really care. Not that it makes any difference. I'm never going to be walking down Twickenham High Street in a pair of shorts. You're never going to have the luxury of that. Thank you very much indeed. What have we got here? Paul Whitehouse slamming former Sex Pistol Johnny Rotten for pretending to be working class. He says he lived a life of untold extravagance. He said, I listened to John Lydon the other day talking about how I'm so working class. No, you're not. He said, you live in LA and live a life of untold extravagance for the past 4 decades. Yeah, well, he was always a fraud, wasn't he, John Lydon? You think so? Oh, we're so pretty. They were doing all this sort of, we're so working class. He wasn't working class at all. He really wasn't. He was definitely... He lives in Los Angeles. He was advertising butter. Butter, I ask you. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, I did buy the great rock and roll Swindle. And I always thought he was fake. I told you Dale and I went down to interview the Sex Pistols. Dale was doing the interviewing. I just went as, I think, backup. And they were just doing the whole act. Because of this and that and the snarling and all this. And I used to think, oh, dear, honestly, what a waste of space. What a waste of space. What else we got here? We've got a girl of 12 who went to court. What did she go to court over? She lost a High Court fight against her school for requiring pupils to wear face coverings, claiming they risk causing serious harm to children's physical and mental health. The pupil, known only as AB, brought legal action. She's 12. She brought legal action against the school, which runs a number of primary and secondary schools. She's been exempted from wearing a face covering. And her lawyers... She's 12. She's got lawyers. Blimey. Asked the High Court to grant an interim injunction. But it argued the policy is to encourage, not to enforce, the wearing of masks. Gosh, 12 years old. It's like, I can't work out if I like that, is it Greta Thunberg? I can't work out if I've watched her being interviewed on numerous occasions, and I'm swinging some roundabouts on that one. I don't know. Does she ever go to school, or does she spend her entire life going round the globe? I mean, she's obviously, garnered loads of publicity and everything else. So she's making a bit of a difference. Oh, look.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6, just in case. Warren says, I hope you haven't done your hanging baskets yet. There's a really bad frost this morning. No, I've ordered them. But it's going to be a few more weeks. Few more weeks yet. I mean, yeah, we're a long way off that. Even my next door neighbour has planted up her hanging baskets, but I've left it. I've left it. What I'll do is I'll put the earth in very, very shortly, and then we'll sort of get ready. But it's going to be geraniums, very hardy. Steve says, B, ever thought of adding cordial to your water to make it taste better? I have, strangely enough. Lime juice. I wouldn't use any other cordial. Isn't that odd? I don't know why. For some reason, I think that lime juice is good. It's good. Was it Nelson who was brought back to this country pickled in a cask of brandy? Dreadful waste of brandy, I remember thinking to myself. Yeah, I'm sure that he was pickled in brandy to keep him fresh. And buried in St Paul's Cathedral, isn't he? He's pickled in brandy, was he? Horatio Nelson. In a whole cask of brandy. So they literally just sort of shoved him in there, then filled it up with brandy. Isn't that the oddest thing? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Because I'm assuming he must have been sort of, bent double or all the rest of it. In which case they must have had to sort of try and straighten him out later. But he's buried in St Paul's Cathedral, and he's downstairs in the crypt. They did it on the telly the other day, actually. It's a very nice tomb, but it wasn't his. I believe his tomb was owned by Henry VIII. It was Henry VIII's casket that they're using. It's marble. Very nice. Very nice. And he's in there, apparently, so they say. I know these things. I don't know why. I've got the most peculiar memory. I remember stupid things, and I go, "Oh, I remember that." I remember that. We were talking the other day about one of the queens, not just one of the queens, one of the queens who was beheaded, and the slide for her hair is in a country house. In this country, because he wanted to make it easier, as if he wanted to make it easier for the executioner, who was generally French and drunk, but you paid extra, you can get a swordsman over, and so she pinned her hair up with this slide, and then when they took the hair off, one of her ladies in waiting took the slide, and they've saved it. They've got all sorts of things. They've got Charles, so they say, in the Museum of London, Charles I's shirt for when he was executed down in Whitehall. And it's got dark stains on it, which they say are the blood, because he put it on to show that he was, I think, he was cold. They made him walk through St James's Park. Very busy day. And they all do the same thing. They do. How anybody ever heard anything, I don't know. But they would stand on the scaffold outside the banqueting house. They don't know which window, but outside the banqueting house. It was draped in black. People clinging to lamp posts and rooftops and all the rest of it. And he did his speech. And then he said, "Right, I'll kneel down, put my head on the block. And when I stretch my arms out, then you could..." Well, I wouldn't stretch my arms out. I'd be in the gate. They're going, "Stretch your arms out." No. I'm not doing it. And so he then put his arms out, and that's when the executioner, who stood there with the axe behind him, like pretending he wasn't the executioner. And then people paid to dip their hankies in the blood. It's supposed to be lucky. Not for Charles I, it wasn't. But it was. There's all sorts of interesting stories to do with sort of beheadings. We were very violent, weren't we? I mean, can you imagine executing a member of the royal... It is bizarre, though, isn't it, when you actually think about... all those sort of things that went on publicly over on Tower Hill. Don't go to the Tower of London, go over the road, and there's a place which is where they used to do the public. It was a holiday. It was a holiday. People would go down there, get your sort of. They lampooned it beautifully in one of the Carry On films. I think it was Carry On, Don't Lose Your Head. Get your executioners things here. And they used to sit, Madame Tussauds used to sit there, at the execution site, waiting for the heads to roll. It was as simple as that, and that's how she started, Madame Tussauds. She had a waxworks museum. She would take the heads and then make, a recreation, and then they'd be put in there. Have you been to Madame Tussauds? It's frighteningly real. I mean, it is more than frighteningly real. In fact, it's so real that we did a show down at the Ideal Home exhibition, and next to us was Madame Tussauds. And they had people like Morecambe and Wise and Alan Titchmarsh. They look so realistic, you seriously think it's the real person, and they're going to say something to you. It's like everything, like they haven't shaved. All these are absolutely unreal. And I went, and you can have your picture taken with David Beckham. Yeah, if you really want to, I suppose. But they've got loads of famous people. If you want to have the royal one, you have to pay for that. But well worth it. But the Carry On, Don't Lose Your Head was just it was brilliant. It was brilliant. So, cordial to my water, yes, lime juice, because I'm assuming lime juice is good for you because it was good for scurvy and everything else. But I have it very, very, very weak. Very weak. So, like, you know, some people put like a quarter of an inch of stuff. I'm like an eighth of an inch of lime juice cordial. What? It's a tiny, because I can still taste it. So I don't want too much, because I don't know if there's a lot of sugar in it or anything like that. And it's got to be roses. Can't be. I've tried the other ones. I tried some Mexican lime juice cordial. Didn't like that at all. But mind you, my stomach was sort of playing up at the time. So Gaza, potty mouth football legend Paul Gascoigne. I've got a lovely story about Paul Gascoigne, but I can't repeat it to you because it's not repeatable. But he was told off for swearing on live telly. He had to be airlifted out of this show he was in because he speaks, he speaks fluent Italian because he played over there apparently, and he used a rude word. Adil Ray jumped in to say, before we carry on, Gaza, I'm going to apologise on your behalf. A bit of foul language we heard there. I know it was purely accidental. No, it wasn't. He swears all the time. Swears all the time. Gaza said, oh no, that's nothing. Didn't he do a record? Wait a minute, didn't he? Fog on the Tyne's all mine, fog on the Tyne's all mine. With Lindisfarne, I'm sure he did. Why do you not know these things? I'm not supposed to know about pop stuff. He did. Gaza did Fog on the Tyne, and he appeared on Top of the Pops with, I'm sure it was Lindisfarne. Pretty certain. I am correct. There, you see. Big up Steve Allen. Big up Steve Allen. Who's this a picture of? I don't know who any of these stars are nowadays. All these pop stars nowadays. Have you ever heard of... is it Saweetie or Saweetie? Do you know who that is? No, I don't know who they are either. But they're in the papers. You've heard of Aston Marigold, haven't you? Why have you heard of Aston Marigold? JLS, absolutely. But he says daily abuse prepared him for when his own children suffered racist trolling. His 3-year-old son Grayson has already been targeted. And he told this podcast, he said, I was always ready for it to happen. I went through racism through childhood. All you do is you ban them. Because the moment you admit that it affects you, these sad, pathetic little nobodies, it's a case, I'll tell you. Just complain about them. Go to the police. So much easier. 2/3 of us believe dog mess has become a plague on our streets. Well, I have to disagree. I don't see dog mess on the streets. Years ago you did, but people now, I think most people are really good about it. Really, really good. But there's a study. I'm not going to tell you because people pay for a study now, so they get the name of the company who paid for it. Nothing to do with dog poo. And they said that 73% of those in London and the South East were seeing the most amount of dog waste. Really? Well, I don't know where you're looking because I don't see anything. Absolutely nothing at all. Police are selling stolen goods at knockdown prices. You know, they have police auctions every so often, and stuff that's been the proceeds of robberies can be put up for sale. They've got stuff here, an Arsenal kit. It's up for about 99p. I don't know anything about how much kits cost, all the rest of it. It's got 13 bids. It's up to 18 quid now, but they've got all sorts of things. Pair of Nike Air Jordan 4 Retro Lucid Green trainers, 102. They have these auctions, government auctions, where they sell all sorts of things. Cars, jewellery, watches, proceeds of robberies, all sorts of things. And apparently you could pick up an absolute bargain. I've never fancied going because I've looked at some of the people who go to these things. They all look slightly interesting. Here's a jet. I'd love to do a jet suit. Have you seen jet suits? You know, you put it on and it goes... But I saw these years ago at the Los Angeles Olympics where they flew in over the top of the arena. I remember thinking, say it conks out halfway through and you just drop like a stone. Well, there's one here. The Royal Marines are using it. And they say it shows significant promise. Be a bit of a fright for people, isn't it? So here we are on the ground and blow me down with a feather. They're coming in over the top of the hill. And you can get them. This video shows soldiers' skill seeing them launching from rigid inflatables and landing on board a Royal Navy ship. And this one, they've actually become far more sophisticated. Jetpack and 2 things on your hands. And you can fly in over the top. I'd like to have a go, but I'd like to make sure there was something else holding me up. Just to make me feel a little bit better, actually, because otherwise I'd be quite worried about it. Steve, the reason Nelson is looking down to Buckingham Palace is that on the tip of each lamppost down the Mell is one of his ships. I don't know how true that is. I don't think that's right, actually. I know I'll have to drive down the Mall over the weekend. I'll have a look. I don't think that's right, actually. I don't think so. I'm not sure. One of his. I mean, how many ships he got? There must be loads of lampposts. And I thought that they were just normal gas lamps down there. Yes, gas lamps.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's another kind of day. I'll be glad when summer gets here. Now, I've checked on our cameras, and I've had a look down the Mall, and there are ships on top of some of the lampposts. Now, as far as I remember, I think it was Thomas Brock who designed them, I'm pretty certain. And they're supposed to represent each of Nelson's ships at Trafalgar, but there's no evidence. I think what it does, it signifies, looking at them, our strong naval history. You know, another myth, of course, is that the statue of Nelson atop his column faces down the Mall so he can survey his fleet of nautical lampposts, but that's easily debunked as he faces Whitehall. And in fact, it's all screwed up by the time you get to Eros, who's facing completely the wrong way at Piccadilly Circus. So at least I did check. I did have a look, and it ain't true. I mean, it's a nice story. We do like a nice little story, actually. I'm right again, and as James O'Brien always says...
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
You see? I mean, listen, if he says that, it has to be right. There you go. Somebody says, I'm pretty certain Nelson's looking down Whitehall. He is. Steve, it's true about Nelson's fleet of ships. No, it's not, I'm afraid, Phil. It's not. I wish it was, but no. It's what they call an apocryphal story. Steve, did you know that the Beatles were originally cast to appear in Carry On, Don't Lose Your Head? The film was made in 1966, which was at the height of their fame. They were to make cameos as guardsmen who were to protect Danny Robbins' character Jacqueline, who was Sid James's love interest. Sadly, they had to pull out at the last minute. But there's a nod to them in one scene where the guardsmen all sing a snapshot of She Loves You, with Danny Robin playing the harp, but with slightly altered lyrics. I should have to go and check that one later. I do have a box set of the Carry On films. Thank you very much indeed. Shane says, we've been told to mask up again after one person got infected. Listen, we've had it for ages and ages. Steve says, Chris in Brentwood, settle a row for us, please. Who put a stop to the barbarism of hanging, drawing and quartering in England? I don't think it was a case of any one particular... We just stopped doing it. We stopped doing it. It was very prevalent. The crowds used to love it. They really used to love it. It was there was one particular man who made such a noise as he was being garroted that the crowd thought it was hilarious and laughed. So what they would do, as you know, and it was, but I don't know why we were so barbaric. I can't think of any reason why it was. So you were half hanged, so you were sort of exhausted from that. Then they'd sort of strap you to a ladder, and then the executioner would climb up next to you, and from sort of just underneath your neck, he would go all the way down, and so you'd be alive. And then obviously you weren't alive. But this particular man, I think he was a highwayman or something like that. He made such a noise that the crowd were laughing along with him. But that's what we were like. That's what we were like, I'm afraid. We were pretty bad. But who actually was responsible, I have no idea. Steve, Rock's organic orange squash is gorgeous. I can't do anything like that, Kate. I wish I could. That's right. The only reason that I pick... lime juice is because I think it hasn't got as much sugar in it, because I might check later on today and I can't read the writing, it's way too small. But that'll be one of those sort of things. Oh, look, here's a picture of Molly May Hague taking it easy at home with one of her usual vacant expressions. The reality TV regular what? I don't see her on the television. All I see is her in the paper, logged into Instagram, and she says, I'm in a silky daydream. Yeah, of course you are, dear, because you're hugely intelligent. It's marvellous. What have we got here? Oh, here's the this morning's Alison Hammond. She really wanted to be in the Spice Girls, so when she worked as an entertainer in Tunisia, she joined a girl power tribute act. But which one was she? You'd never guess in a million years. Out of the Spice Girl, Alison Hammond from this morning was Baby Spice. Oh, to be honest with you, I've got no idea why. No idea why. Oti Mabuse, she must have a very good agent. There's always another story about her. And she had help from an unlikely source to lift the 2020 glitter ball with Bill Bailey, a monk. A monk. I wonder why people become monks. Is it very, very spiritual? Is it really? Here we go. Fill your hanging baskets and patio containers with begonias. Trailing begonias. I love begonias. They seem to go forever and a day, but at the moment, too early. Too early to put in your hanging baskets. Too early to put in your little tiny plants. Don't anything like that. And Eddie, a London cabbie, says, it's quite right. All along the mall at the top of the lamppost, the ships are known as Nelson's Fleet. There are ships on top of a lot of them, but it's nothing to do with Nelson. It's to do with our love of the sea. Okay, so it might be an apocryphal story for cab drivers, but occasionally cab drivers get it wrong. It's a good story to tell tourists, isn't it? Not tourists. Huh. Another happy day where we sort of miss people completely. William and Kate in a slick new YouTube promotional video. Take that, Megflix. They've gone. That's front page of the Daily Mail. And believe it or not, one of Hollywood's richest stars, George Clooney, is playing second fiddle to a slice of toast. He's been employed by a bakery. Mind you, Sylvester Stallone, Robert De Niro, the Muppets, loads of people. Clooney said it's not every day your call is turned down for a slice of toast. But needless to say, I had a lot of fun filming it. They've all done it, haven't they? They've all done it. Do the Americans do toast? I know we do toast, but do they know what toast is? I'm not totally convinced that they do. I think they do everything else. They were showing you making bagels the other day, or bagels, which actually looked all of a sudden I felt amazingly hungry. Nick says the barbarism was entertaining back then because there was no TV, no smartphones, and no TikTok. Quite right, actually. It was the day out when there were sort of public executions up in London. Oh goodness me, was there ever? By the time the poor unfortunates got to the actual hanging bit, they were so drunk because people kept buying them drinks, going all the way up Oxford Street. Letting her hair down, newly divorced and clearly ready for a new twist in life. Adele posted a series of photos the other day. 33. So she had a nice time, which is fantastic. And what was the other one here? To Italians, pasta is synonymous with their culture. So it's a brave group of scientists who've risked a nation's ire by developing a flat-pack version. When boiled, the pasta morphs into shapes such as tubes, spirals and shells. I don't think I've ever had pasta. I had spaghetti the other day. I like spaghetti. I'm very big into spaghetti. Well, I say very big into spaghetti. It's lovely. I like spaghetti as much as I like egg fried rice. I could happily live on just egg fried rice. That would make me very happy indeed. And Ben Fogel, writing in the Mail today, says, as it's claimed small dogs are more aggressive than larger breeds, he says, yappy little ankle biters make me howl. But Jenny Murray says, oi, keep your paws off my chihuahua. She's got 3, I think, Butch, Frida and Madge. And she said they're not like that at all. We're probably terrified of her, I should imagine. Absolutely terrified of her. Annika Rice again. She must have some new programme coming up very shortly. Every time I open up the newspaper, there's another story about Annika Rice, who lives down on the river overlooking the Thames, which is very nice indeed. And pages on Nick Kamen. Liz Jones says, my date with Nick, my Essex dream boy. Everybody loved him. They said what a nice person he was, which is even more awful that he's died, because he defined the 80s, that Levi's advert, you know, and it was all done so beautifully. He made launderettes sexy. No, launderettes were never sexy, but he sat there in his boxer short. They'd call the police nowadays. You imagine if you took your jeans off and threw them into the washing machine, they'd have the police around there in about 5 minutes' time. Ridiculous. Also, drivers hit by fuel price hikes. I thought it was getting more expensive. You know when you put so much petrol in your car and you think, oh, and you get back in the car and you think, I'm sorry, where's it gone to? It just doesn't. I mean, obviously on your little car, like the sort of thing Noddy would drive, it's probably fine. You'd probably find like 20 quid's worth will fill up your petrol tank, whereas me, it's £100 and it still doesn't fill the blooming thing up. Still doesn't fill it up. No, ridiculous. And it seems to be getting more and more expensive. You know why? It's the duty. Not the actual petrol, it's the duty. And Kevin the Milkman says, why do people become monks, Steve? Just a habit they get into. Right, you're barred. You're never back on the programme again. And Steve, did you manage to acquire your banana lollies? Yes, Johnny, we did. Iceland. And we got the strawberry milkshake ones as well. They were nice. But the banana one, very nice. Very nice indeed. I've got a bit of an addiction. But I mean, I had 4 in the box for, I think, £1.50. So cheap in Iceland. But I didn't eat the other 2. I left them for something else. A lot of people asking questions of the papers. All this aid that we're sending over to India, where is it? It seems to be disappearing. It's not getting to where it's supposed to be getting. So we'll look at that one and celebrate a few birthdays, including Archie Mountbatten Windsor. I'm sure he's very important. And he's 7th in line to the throne and the 8th great-grandchild who has no royal title, but that's quite normal, as people who know the royal family would understand. So we'll talk more about that after the news, which is coming up very shortly. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. This is the news at 6.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. We bid you welcome. We welcome you to Thursday. Thursday. What a lovely day. I don't know why Thursday's a lovely day. Well, I'm sure there's something you're all supposed to be doing today. You know what it is? Good. That's fine. Happy birthday to George Clooney. That's the man who made more money in 1 year than any other actor. How much did he make? In 1 year. 1 year. To be honest with you, when George Clooney first burst onto the scene, I remember thinking, is he a great actor? Or was it just because he was terribly good looking that everybody started talking about him? Because I can't remember him being in anything, but there you go. 150 million is a good guess. 180 million he made. He sold his tequila brand. So he obviously had a brand of tequila. Tequila! Da, da, da. And he made 180 million pounds, which is not bad. Mind you, in 2013, he gave $1 million each to 14 friends. Which is quite nice, isn't it? He's looking at another property. He has twins with a British barrister wife, Amal. When they were babies, he handed out noise-cancelling headphones to other passengers in case either cried mid-flight. I'd love to live on aeroplanes. Having seen all these posh aeroplanes out there now, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. Paul says, weather, I've just looked out to find my yard covered in snow. Covered in snow. And somebody says, have you noticed Nelson's nose carved into the stonework on Admiralty Arch? 6 foot up as you drive through. Yeah, they're all fake. Did you know that? Did you know? They're fake. I know. We did that because a friend of mine said, have you seen this thing as you drive through the arch? It's on as you drive in coming from Buckingham Palace, it's on the left-hand side. They're fakes. They're fakes. They were just they were put up there not too long ago, actually. Did you hear about Aldi? They're doing Junemas. So you can celebrate Christmas on June the 25th. A brilliant idea. This year, I'm determined to... I said yesterday on the programme, I'm determined to celebrate Christmas. Because I didn't celebrate it last year, and boy, did I suffer. Boy, did I suffer. So I'm determined this year. I mean, I'm going crackers over Christmas. Absolutely. Steve, I see that Russ says Mike's told you about the banana and strawberry milkshake lolly. Yeah, he sent a text yesterday, so I had to go and try them. I wanted the banana one to be harder because it's like a soft ice cream. It's sort of you could break it quite easily, whereas the strawberry milkshake one is quite hard. I wanted a lolly because the one that the ice cream man sells in Twickenham, Russ, is sort of a lolly. Very nice. It's funny actually. I used to like banana milkshakes. There used to be this hamburger place, can't remember what it's called now. I think it might have gone. And they did banana milkshakes. Oh, delicious. Delicious. But yeah, Russ, so we've already tried the banana and strawberry milkshakes, which is very, very good. Deb says, nearby my residence, Thai egg fried rice, a generous portion for £2.95. £2.95. Which is very good value. I don't know how much rice costs. I'm just addicted to watching YouTube with all these people cooking food around the world. And some of it looks... not all the stuff in China. They seem to just eat everything, and it goes into this oil. And giant lobsters. I wish I liked lobster, but I absolutely can't bear it. John says, I started back at the gym the other day, and I can hardly move my arms. Is it worth all of that? No. Jake's going to the gym. He's actually sort of joined. This is the last sort of push, in a desperate attempt to try and get the weight down and to try and look. And to be honest with you, his heart's not there. I think when you get we have a new gym that's just opened in Twickenham. It's a pure gym, and it's full of people who go, well, I just feel ill looking at them. Why do these fit people go? A freezing cold day yesterday, they're all walking about in shorts. I always go, boo, as I walk past them. You have to do things like that to encourage them. And there are all sorts of people, and they always look like, okay, I've got my water bottle, and I've got my little rucksack, and I've got my shorts on. I thought, oh, God, the most boring people. Of course, they're always by themselves. You know why? Nobody wants to hang around with them. People who go to gyms, boring. Very boring. It's like you'll see somebody in the office, they've got their bag with them, and it's got all the Ollie's listing, and he's making mental notes of this one now. He'll be making it. Wait a minute. And they all do that. They've got the bag, and in the bag, spare pair of pants, and the shorts, and another thing, and shower gel. But of course, we never actually have a shower there because, we don't want to risk anything, and so we don't have a shower at the gym. We go home and have a shower there. But we always come out of the gym wearing shorts to let people know that we've been to the gymnasium. It's as simple as that. It's lovely, isn't it? Won't find me going. Definitely not. Happy birthday to Greg in Ibiza. Or as I heard somebody call it once, Ibiza. Who calls it Ibiza? Wasn't it Coconut Airways years ago? Whoa, we're going to... Oh, no, that's Barbados. I knew there was a mistake. I suddenly realised that I started singing. I thought, you've made a mistake on this one, Stephen. But Greg listens to the show regularly. Mike, Colleen and Tiffany. And he will be this morning. Better be. You don't think I'd get up at this time of the day just to sit here and talk to nobody? That's why we've got the spike. Apparently, over in Sydney, it's wet and cold. Well, just as well, Shane, that we're not going to Sydney today. I don't want to go anywhere where it's wet and cold. We've had snow. People talking about snow. Which actually I don't mind. People tell me about things like that. A few drops of PLJ would be even better in your water. 2 types exist, lemon or lime, pure lemon juice. Yes, PLJ. I remember I didn't even know it still existed. But that's also very good. Steve, on the wagon comes from going down Oxford Street before the execution and having a pint. Oh, yes, they used to take them from Newgate Prison all the way up Oxford Street until they got to the very top, and there it was, the hanging tree. And but of course everybody cheers. People used to hang out of pub windows and cheer all the people who were on the way to their own execution. I was amazed at people there who couldn't do that. He says, I'll go and get back on the wagon. I'm not sure if they were allowed to drink or if the wagon it must have been a hell of a journey, mustn't it? People clapping and somebody says spaghetti is pasta. No, not in the, spaghetti looks different from the normal pasta. I'll tell you, I like the bow tie pasta. That's quite nice. That's very nice. I could, but spaghetti itself, I'm sure it is pasta, but I don't sort of worry about it. Too much. I've got some more actually to have today. I've got chicken and something. Can't remember what it is. It's very nice. Very nice. A lot of people talking about this, Nelson and all of these different ships and all the rest of it. There's a lovely place. If you drive down the embankment and you get near to Blackfriars Bridge, on the left-hand side, there's the most beautiful house with a ship on the roof. You can't miss it. It's beautiful. Beautiful. A ship on the roof. And I think it might be a private house now. But it was. We used to go and sort of just sit there looking at it. It's right next door to the gardens which come down from some of the barristers' places up off Fleet Street, which I loved, absolutely loved. Also, birthday today, Archie Mountbatten Windsor. Okay, 7th in line. Archie is 2, and his star sign is Taurian. Got a mountain of gifts. Loads of things. 2 soft toy pretzels, 2 porcelain lions and dungarees. Prince Harry said the Queen gave Archie a waffle maker at Christmas. He's 2. Why would the Queen give... I mean, honestly, what land are they living in? Gave Archie a waffle maker. He's 2 years old. So apparently when he wakes up in the morning, he says waffle. Bit like the parents. There's obviously a gag. That's the gag, isn't it? I've just realised it's a gag. Oh, honestly, how I fell for these things. The Marquis of Bath was born on this day in 1932. Do you remember the flamboyant Alexander Tyne, dubbed the Loins of Longleat, covered the walls of his Wiltshire seat with erotic murals? He called them wifelets. Wifelets. And what was the other one? 1999, the Scottish Parliament for nearly 300 years was elected, which is good. And... also, the siege of the Iranian embassy was in 1980. I remember it very well. I was on air. I was doing a news programme on LBC in the I forget what time it was, actually. And our reporter, Malcolm Brabant, came on the line and he said, come back to me now. And we went straight back down to the American embassy. The shock attack by the SAS. It was made into a film. And the bloke who played Billy Elliot starred in it. Great film. Great film. The embassy still looks a bit of a mess. William Whitelaw gave the go-ahead for the shootout after the gunmen inside the embassy executed 2 of their prisoners. They said, we're going to be executing people. They executed 2, and William Whitelaw would get the SAS in. And they swung in, and they had smoke bombs and everything else. It was quite something. Quite something. Graham Norton's chatted his way to £3 million top earner spot at the BBC. He's easily number 1. He was paid £3.24 million in a year. His income's about £729,000. But then he's worth it. It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter because, you know, whatever somebody pays you is obviously what you're worth. If you don't earn £729,000 a year, you're obviously not worth £729,000. I feel so depressed. And did you see the terribly sad story? Says Chris... in the paper of some idiot putting a sock over a swan's head. I did. And at the moment they are hunting that particular person. Apparently the Venga Boys covered We're Going to Barbados. Oh. Well, the woo, we're going to Barbados was typically tropical. Coconut Airways. Whoa, we're going to Barbados under the palm trees. Whoa, we're going to see my girlfriend in the Caribbean Sea. No? Just me again. Typical, isn't it? I'm the only one. I'm obviously facing a different way, actually. Steve, we had PLJ and casting sugar in our pancakes as kids. It was handsome. You don't hear that expression now, do you? It was handsome. Handsome is as handsome does.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 6:20. That's a rare... I don't think I've ever told you it's 6:20. You know why? I can't be bothered. I really cannot be bothered to give time checks. We don't worry about things like that. Heavens above. Time has passed us by, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Ferrari. And the team will be here at 7 o'clock this morning with breakfast. Have they got some interesting things today? That's all I'll tell you. I saw some things arriving and I thought, uh-oh. Steve, isn't banana very high in sugar content? I don't know. I know it is high in potassium and lots of sugar. How does that go with the diabetes, says Dan? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't. But it's only a flavouring. I don't think it's a proper banana. I think it's sort of just fake flavouring that goes with it. And somebody's trying to guess what the hamburger place was that did them. And I think it's one word. Hamburger place, I don't think it's there anymore. And they used to do burgers and things like that. And they used to... No, not Wimpy. No, it came after that. Sounds like an American type. Oh, I'm hopeless at remembering these names. No. One word. How is Five Guys not one word? It's one word. I'm not even... Well, it's definitely not there anymore. It's turned into another restaurant. And it's called... I used to go there with my friend Paul. And they did burgers and shakes. Byron. We used to go there, and they did a lovely banana milkshake with bits of banana in it. I mean, it was, and they'd leave it in the thing that they whizzed it up in, and it was absolutely delicious. I mean, put it this way, to be honest with you, I could drink two. And Steve, how can you say people are paid what they're worth in reference Graham Norton? How would you explain Gemma Collins owning a house? It's only a cheap house, Rob. It's not a big mansion. She's in a piddly little house. I've seen pictures of it. Because I was telling you the other day, I know people who live next door to her. Don't tell anybody, for God's sake. And when she was doing her big I Am, the Diva programme, which meant she wasn't really a diva, just a very rude person. She said, I can't live next door to anybody because I'm a celebrity. And I thought, no, you're not. That's the trouble. You're not a celebrity. And so it's really not that interesting. She's got friends who have big houses, but she ain't one of them, I'm afraid. Was it called Wendy's? No, it was called Byron. Wendy's was in the Strand down here, and they did square burgers. And you'd order it at the beginning, so you'd go, I'll have 2 burgers with cheese, and that was it. And by the time you got to the end of the line, it was there ready, waiting for it. They were delicious. It's now a big Pizza Hut down on the Strand. But it was lovely. I used to like the Wimpy burgers as well, because I've discovered that most burgers nowadays, they don't taste of anything. There's no taste. And certainly the buns or the rolls don't taste of anything, do they? I'm quite disappointed, actually. Although I did try it. Do you remember I was saying a little while ago, I don't like, if I go to McDonald's, which is a very rare thing, and I have, for example, double sausage and egg McMuffin, I don't want the egg. So I tried it last time. I went to the one at Waterloo Station because I had a bit of time, and I said, can I just have a double sausage McMuffin, no egg? And it didn't faze her in the slightest. She went, that's okay. And then it turned up, and I looked at it thinking, oh, right, there really is no egg in it. I have to tell a fib and go, I'm allergic to eggs. I don't know why I did that. Because I remember thinking, somebody think, oh, here we go. But they assemble them while you're waiting, so it's not like they were sitting there anyway, which is good. But Dan, no, it's not proper banana. I wish it was. No, it's just a flavouring, but very nice it was. Steve, do you remember MacArthur's in Sheen? No, fab burgers, but the milkshakes were legendary. Always a treat at the end of the holidays. No, we didn't have things like that. We had Wimpy's, and they were delicious. But as I say, they all taste differently. Steve, Popeyes is coming to the UK, even better than KFC. Is Popeyes a chicken place? I discovered a new chicken place at Hammersmith the other day, which wasn't fried chicken. It was something. And I remember thinking, oh, that looks interesting. But the trouble is, Hammersmith, nowhere to park. You'd have to get there on the bus or the train and then walk to somewhere. And I'm not sure I'd like it. But I mean, we do have a proliferation in London, probably where you are too, of fast food places. You go in there and it's all fast food. Why can't there be a fast food breakfast place? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Go in there and get your sausages and stuff like that. Yeah, but McDonald's, it's the same stuff, isn't it? It's sort of double sausage egg McMuffin, double bacon and egg McMuffin, hash browns. I want to go in there and go, can I have a quarter pounder with cheese and some chips? And they go, no, we don't do those. We're doing breakfast. Oh, right, can I have a milkshake? No, we're not doing milkshake. So you have to have a cup of coffee or orange juice. Well, I don't want an orange juice or a cup of coffee. And the hash browns are way too big for my little mouth. Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, on the way to Leicester Square for another busy day at the substation, says Tony. I think we might hold the record for the biggest crane ever in Leicester Square. Yeah, we thought so too. We were very impressed with the crane yesterday. In fact, Corey took a picture of it. He was very excited, but he doesn't get out much. And we stood here watching it, and then all of a sudden one of the boys came rushing back in, Luke, and he went, they're lifting it. And how they got that crane in and out, I got no idea. But it was certainly very impressive, wasn't it? It was really something to look at. It came up to the top of our building, huge. And then because it's the new word for Corey, telescopic. It was sort of, he said, oh, it's telescopic. I thought, well, how else? What do you think? They get up there like Meccano and strap it on. He thought he was really clever. Oh, it's telescopic, Steve. I've been standing there looking at it for 5 minutes. And because clever old memory man forgot something, so he had to come all the way back into the building, which made me miss my first bus. But I'm not making a big scene about it. I'm not one of these people who complains and drones on, to the point of boredom. Oh, you made me miss my bus. No, I'm not like that. I'm very easygoing. I just sort of stood there silently fuming. But it doesn't, I'm okay with things like that. I get on the bus. I've noticed, actually, it's very nice. People actually let me on the bus first. I obviously look so ancient that they've obviously decided that get him on the bus quickly, which is good. So, Ed, you have a nice... Tony, you have a nice day today. I'm sure you will. Is it Ed's Diner? No, have you ever been to an Ed's Diner? They're quite nice, aren't they? It's like an old-fashioned rock and roll hamburger type place. Very small, but good fun. So I quite like that. But no, it wasn't, actually. Steve, thank you for wishing my daughter Olivia good luck on her driving test. She only went and passed first time in Isleworth. Woo! That's cool. I tell you, I didn't pass first time. I passed second time. You know why? I couldn't get it right. When I mounted the curb as I went round a corner, I knew then it was pretty bad news. Pretty bad news. And so I failed. I failed first time. Second time I got it. My mother was on the phone to, I think, one of her sisters, and I walked in. I did my acting. I had a miserable face. And she went, "Oh, Stephen, he didn't pass." I went, "I passed." Used to have a little red licence in those days. Wendy's is coming back to the UK. They're opening a branch in Reading very soon. Well, it's a bit of a long way for me to go. I live in Twickenham, home of the charity shop. We have more charity shops in Twickenham than anything else. There's a train to Reading. Yeah, but where is it in Reading? It won't be when I get off the station at the station, will it? It'll be somewhere else. It'll be sort of somewhere probably in Tilehurst or something like that. It's not going to be in the centre of town. But no, they were very nice, and they did taste. Best tasting burgers, Steve, a Bird's Eye, says Martin. So common. And because they do them with onions and without onions. Do you need to do those ones? I did them. We all did them. Heavens above, you know. And somebody says, I hate it when you go to McDonald's and ask for a plain cheeseburger and get the response, do you want cheese on it? Do you know, I got that. It was ages. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. And it was at McDonald's in Waterloo Station. And so I said to one, I said, can I have a quarter pounder with cheese, plain? Now, in McDonald's speak, that means the burger, the cheese, the bun, and nothing else. I don't want the gunk. I don't want the gherkin. I don't want anything else. I want it plain. And they then write it on the thing, and they make you wait for it because it's assembled as you wait. So she said to me, do you want cheese? And I said, yeah, quarter pounder with cheese, plain. She obviously didn't know what the McDonald's thing was. It's like, you know, if ever you buy a coffee in Starbucks, if you're not happy with it, they'll make it again for you. I got somebody who tutted when I said, because I go for them extra dry. I haven't had one for ages, but extra dry, which means basically not very much milk. I don't want a latte or anything like that. And so I said no. I said extra dry. That's what I ordered. That's what I got, like that. When I went in there, yeah, from the start. Anyway, the next time I went in there, he wasn't there. Ha 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 ha. Steve, best burger. Here we go. The Mandalay Bay Hotel in Vegas. Hamburger with fresh truffles, $5,000. It's a long way to go. It's not the money. It's not the money. I want you to understand. It's just a long way to go.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's amazing. We've all got stories about beef burgers and which ones taste and which ones don't. And so many of them don't taste. Somebody says here, I should have chewed on the box. More taste. Which is right. Wendy's is on Friar Street. This is in Reading. And there's one here. Oh, Matt in Bristol says, I miss Byron burgers. I know that. I mean, we had one in Richmond, but it was the. I just used to say to them, listen, I don't want any. I mean, I know we just had a quick look actually at Wendy's menu. They do a triple cheeseburger, bacon, bourbon, triple cheeseburger. You've never seen anything like it. Bourbon, bacon, cheeseburger, triple, and it's got 1,280 calories. The beef never frozen. I don't know how many of the other places are frozen. And they say it's got crispy onions and a sweet, smoky bourbon bacon sauce. That's actual bourbon, an actual bacon, actually in the sauce. Break it out for special occasions, like lunch. If I ate that for lunch, I'd never move. I would never move. But I just want them to taste as they did when I was little. But they don't. They don't. Which is a shame, really. One of these days I'll find. But the Wendy burgers are very good, definitely. Best coffee in Twickenham, Steve, is Harrison Hall. The staff are great. Mr. Neil says, Steve, burgers. We used to love going to the Rock Island Diner in Piccadilly Circus, a 1950s themed restaurant. I went too. Actually, it's not on the menu, but when you go to Joe Allen's, when it opens again, please God soon, they do a burger there. And I just like a cheeseburger. Just the burger and cheese, and that's it. I don't want anything else. Well, obviously, in a bun kind of thing and some chips. And lovely Jonathan Shallett. I'm not allowed to say that, Jonathan. I am forbidden, and I'm sure that you will understand why. But he says, don't tell Katrina, my wife, Steve, but I love McDonald's filet of fish. I know where you're coming from on that one. That is what they call a bigger fish finger. Delicious, absolutely delicious. And it's an indulgence, Jonathan, that we shouldn't really have. But occasionally, very, very occasionally. No, but the other thing, I'm not allowed to. We are governed by things. Long way to go, says Dan in Leeds, but Fergburger in Queenstown, New Zealand, best in the world. Again, I can't go there. I don't have enough time. It's 23 minutes to 7. What's the first flight to New Zealand this morning? How much does it cost? Can I afford to buy the ticket? Can you imagine actually going somewhere? I've heard of people have curries flown around the world. But can you imagine getting on a flight and they go, oh, are you going on holiday? Go, no, I'm just going to get a burger. I'm going over there. I'm going to New Zealand. I'm going to go to Queenstown, get the burger, eat it, and then fly back home again. And they'll look at me like I'm completely and utterly mad. But I want to go on one of those planes where they've got the bedroom. Everybody's got an individual. If you fly first class, it's got. We looked at the pictures. Have you seen the pictures? They're fantastic. It's got a double bed in there, and a chair and your television. It's your own private room, and there's a window so you can look outside to make sure you really are flying. Otherwise, they just drive you up and down the runway, which isn't as exciting. And I remember thinking that is about as good as it gets. Sleeping actually in a bed. It's not the same. When you sit on an aeroplane now, and some of you might be doing it today. Not very many of you, I shouldn't think so. But, you sit on the plane and then you move the seat back, knowing damn well that the person behind you has just had their drink and lunch thrown all over their lap. But I can sleep anywhere. I could lie down on this floor and go to sleep. I'm just one of those lucky. I used to do it years and years ago at LBC when we were in Fleet Street. I used to have to stay at the end of the programme to play out some what we called morning music or music to brighten your day. And I would lie down on the floor, turn the studio lights down, and I was out for the count. Producer would wake me up when it got to that stage where I had to say something. Best Wendy's we went to was in Lafayette in Louisiana. Long way, says Tricia. Too far, dear, but nice. Nice idea. And then somebody says, have you tried Waitrose's venison burgers? Delicious. Have to cook them yourself. I've never had venison. But now that Jonathan Shallett has mentioned that fillet of fish thing, that's sounding... You see, why don't they do that for breakfast? I could eat that for breakfast. Doesn't have to be all bad, does it? Just have it by itself, actually, with a couple of chips. Oh, don't talk about food at 20 to 7, Steve. It's hopeless. I'm just getting worse and worse. What did I end at here? Oh, yes, the cost of holidays abroad. I bet you're all getting ready for when you can book to go on holiday. I know loads of people who are going, I can't wait to go. I know loads of taxi drivers who bring me in the morning going, can't wait for people to start flying back into the airport. Because it's really dire. And we were talking the other day, I was talking to my next door neighbour, and we were talking about people who've lost their jobs. And she said she didn't know anybody who'd actually lost their job, but she appreciated the fact that it was absolutely devastating for people. And Debenhams, of course, are closing the rest of their branches, aren't they, over the next week, I think. All those people in retail, lots of big empty buildings, big empty buildings, which we used to go in. And, I mean, it seems hilarious to even think about it now that they actually... If you'd said when they were... starting up years ago, and we all went into them, and I used to go to Arding and Hobbs at Clapham Junction, which was a lovely old-fashioned... I used to do a quiz for them at Christmas, the Steve Allen Christmas quiz, and I used to love it. And they let me do my shopping in there. I would stagger out with all sorts of things. It was fantastic. And I look at the building is still there, and I don't even know what goes on in it. There might be. I've not been back to there, so I've got no idea. Steve, I asked for a plain burger in Prague, says Mike, at the airport, and received a box with just a burger, no bun. Plain burger. Since then, I've been nicknamed McFussy by colleagues. You see, I mean, I don't know why. You see, I don't want the gunk that goes with it. I don't want lettuce. I don't want tomato. I certainly don't want gherkin. Absolutely not. Gherkin to me is like, ooh, Yuck. I just want burger, cheese, and the bun. And it's got to be a nice quality bun, which is good. Steve, I had a mac and cheese burger at Guy Fiennes Kitchen and Bar. That was at the bottom of my hotel in Vegas. And in the mornings, I'd have French toast. French toast. I don't think anybody can beat this one. I asked for a zinger burger, just lettuce. I got home, opened the box. All I had was the bun and lettuce, no chicken. Not impressed. I'd never have opened the box. I'd have gone back in deep embarrassment. Steve is a burger devotee. I'm surprised you don't remember MacArthur's. I'm not a devotee. You're getting the wrong idea. I just like a burger occasionally. I mean, I really don't have them very often. I'm very, occasionally when I've been to the fun fair, I've had a yucky burger or a yucky hot dog. And that's about as far as it goes. But no, I'm not a burger aficionado. We used to have them when I was younger, when I was working in Reading. I'd have a Wimpy burger. And in the middle of winter, a Wimpy burger with a toasted bun and cheese and some onions. Oh, that was... you can't beat that. That was it. In fact, as I said before, I think I said it last week, the nice thing was that in the middle of winter, I could eat two. I could eat two of things like that. Doesn't work nowadays, of course. It's funny, isn't it? You get a bit older. In fact, Jonathan Shallett will tell you this, Agent to the Stars. He used to be a lot bigger. And when I say a lot bigger, he won't mind me telling you he was enormous. And then he went on this regime, and to me, it seemed like it was overnight. He just went, whoosh, the incredible shrinking man. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. An inspiration. Me, I'm rubbish. I cannot get motivated. And I've been to fitness clubs. I've had personal trainers. I cannot get excited. I really can't. When I see people running out there and I think, yeah, that's fantastic. Not for me. Not for me. John in Cheshunt said, I worked at Bourne and Hollingsworth. Oh, goodness me. Long forgotten names, aren't they? Steve, Wendy's, Swiss cheese and mushroom. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Swiss cheese and mushroom. Sounds very nice. But no, nothing too fancy. I'm a very sort of plain person. Very plain person. The Burger Shack, Steve. Bit of a commute in Sausalito. The Burger Shack. I'll tell you what I watch. I watch this programme, Diners, Drive-Ins and Dives or something, whatever it is on the television, with this bloke. And they go to all these places in America where they make these burgers where if you can eat the whole thing in under 20 minutes, you get it for free. Absolutely unreal. These burgers, because the Americans are very big into stuff like that. Helinka says Hard Rock Cafe make great burgers. Yep. And somebody says, what about the Wurst in Vienna? Did you enjoy them? Oh, yes, I did. Yes, had to be the Kaiser Wurst with the cheese in, which is lovely. Did you ever pop into the Wimpy next door to Arding and Hobbs? My dad used to own it, said Sel. I didn't, actually. But somebody says, I used to go hiding in Hobbs in Clapham Junction when I lived in Battersea, says Chris in Brighton. The Gourmet Griddle in Mater... Honestly, listen to you all now. Look, Wimpy Burger, then a Knickerbocker Glory afterwards. The Knickerbocker Glory, Ambrosine, was possibly the highlight of my year. Always remember my mum saying to me, you won't eat it. You won't eat it. So you'd force it down. I have to be honest, by the time I got to the end of it, I was feeling slightly sick. But it doesn't matter. What about a nice juicy doner kebab? Not this time of the morning, but I could eat a Wimpy. Could eat a Wimpy, but not a doner kebab at this time of the morning.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero Online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Always love the Wimpy. Do you know I entered a competition? There was a Wimpy down in Chiswick High Road, which is down the road, for apologies to people living, the rest of the country. And they had a competition years ago. I was out there with one of my bosses. We were obviously pushing the boat out a little bit. And they had a competition to win a radio shaped like a burger. And do you know what the competition was? What makes a good radio presenter? This is years ago. This is more than blimey, this is more than 40 years ago. And so just as a joke, we filled it in on what makes a good radio presenter. And blow me down, I won. And I got a radio in the post shaped like a burger with Wimpy written on it because I knew what made a good radio presenter, which is very good. Jonathan Shallett says, also great burgers at Egg Slut from America, now in Fitzrovia. I must get out more. And this is a chef-driven gourmet food concept founded in 2011, inspired by a true love for eggs. He says, you've got the trainers I gave you to help keep you fit, Steve. I had a gastric bypass. Well, it blooming well worked. Boy, did it work, Jonathan. Boy, did it work.
Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, shut up. Sorry, the phone's having a mind. It always comes to life, doesn't it? Just when you put the phone down, it goes, oh, I'm so sorry, I missed that. And you think, I don't know, I didn't ask you. Steve, you should be an aficionado of burgers, as eating them plain means you taste the actual meat. And then Jill says, Wimpy always sold cold milk. They did. They had a machine, and you could get a glass of cold milk. People don't do that nowadays, do they? People don't do it. But, I mean, I also... Steve, Elvis Presley loved burgers. Elvis Presley loved everything. Seriously. Steve, I haven't heard you mention the double Whopper with bacon and cheese. Perfect any time, says Ed in Farnham. And somebody says, when I was a child, the Wimpy used to have those tomato sauce bottles that look like a tomato. You can still buy them. Do you know where you can buy them? Lakeland. In fact, actually, you can probably buy them on Amazon. Can you just check on Amazon? Tomato ketchup bottle. Well, what do they call them? I don't know what they call them. Tomato ketchup things. It's shaped like a tomato. And they did them in all the Wimpy bars. And you can still buy them. It was the retro thing that came back. There you go. Here they go. There's £7.20. That's quite a lot. About £4 something. Shop tomato ketchup bottle shaped like a tomato. To be honest with you, I don't want to be rude, but why would you ever want that? Why would you ever want it? I don't know. I went on to YouTube the other day to watch them making tomato ketchup, all the tomatoes, and then how they work out and doing all the different bits of it. Because occasionally I do like a little bit of ketchup. I don't go mad on it, you know. I don't want anybody to think that I spend more of my time eating food. I used to love the Wimpy tomato sauce in the tomato-shaped dispenser. Well, as I say, you can relive these halcyon days. You can buy all. You can still buy the glass plate which they used to put the banana splits in. It was the right shape for banana splits, and you can buy all of these things now. Start going out to places like Lakeland. The shopping shop thing, which does everything for the kitchen, all that, and they've got all of this sort of stuff. You can buy it. It's still there if you want to relive again. I mean, you could practically, put yourself in a jukebox. My brother used to have a bar in one of his bedrooms, and I bought him little umbrellas and stuff that hung over the side of glasses. He loved it. So the paper is very keen to tell you about Graham Norton's pay rise. The 9 babies for the mum. She's only 25. She's got 9 babies, and so far, they're all okay. Traditionally, they wouldn't expect them all to be okay because they would be a little bit small. I mean, they are tiny. Seriously tiny, but 9 babies. I think it's 5 girls, 4 boys, or so, the other way around, whichever one. Those Royal Navy gunboats ordered to... That'll frighten the French. I'm sorry, we've just come to do a bit of fishing. Oh, my God, they've got a gunship here. Also, the crazy man's back in business. Trump launches his own fake Twitter. I don't think anybody... I mean, who are the people who like Trump? Peculiar people. Here we go. Jesse Nelson, We Don't Mix Anymore. Sounds like the title of a song, doesn't it? We're sorry that we don't mix anymore. The Guardian talking about the Jersey armed boats. Number 10 say it's a precautionary measure. Mind you, I suppose if the... it's all well and good us putting gunships out there and gunboats, but if the electricity arrives in under the sea, surely they just unplug it in France and they don't get it anymore. I don't quite get where we go from there. John in Cheshunt says we've still got a Wimpy in Cheshunt. Yeah, there are a few. There are a few which are still around. I mean, I don't know whether they've come back or whether they existed for ages and ages. Navy ships sent to Jersey over row with France. I mean, are we really taking it seriously? We're going to turn their electricity off. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because otherwise, we'll retaliate. We don't have to retaliate with gunships. We just don't send anybody there as a holiday. Although I'm enjoying watching these programmes on the television. It's sort of A New Life in the Sun, and it's people who've opened up gîtes. And we love the Chateau. Return to the Chateau. We love them. Oh, yes. Thank you very much indeed. And there was one the other day, a couple, they've got teepees. Tents, like teepees. And couples come and stay in those things there. And it's lovely, because France is big. My brother I'm sure he's been fishing over in France, because he enjoys fishing. Very boring. And goes and sits there by a lake, fishing for carp or something like that. I don't know. I tell you what, I just noticed on the television. You've probably noticed it in certain parts of the country at the moment. You're knee-deep in snow. In May. It's not a joke. I just saw it. Seriously, I just saw it on the television. And they went, no, it's true. It's snowing. In May. I don't know how common us having bad weather like that is in this country. I mean, and then the producers, bless his heart, of course he's not there. He went, oh, I like snow. And I'm thinking, well, go there. I said, have you been to the Arctic? Go there. They have lots of snow and polar bears and all sorts of things like that. But having seen it on the television, there's an awful lot of it. It wasn't just a light dusting. This is like tons of the stuff coming down, which is great. The good news is that Kate and William have got their own YouTube channel. Can't imagine what they do on it. She'll be fine because she's been in the normal world, as 'twere. And lots of the papers talking about Nick Kamen. And if you're of a certain age, you will know who Nick Kamen is. He was the ultimate poster boy for ladies everywhere and quite a few gentlemen, because he went into the laundrette. He apparently, they keep using this line, he made laundrettes fashionable. Laundrettes have never been fashionable. Never. I've used laundrettes, as indeed have loads of people in London and elsewhere in the country, because it's quite interesting. Because you get people who sit there and they're pretending to read a book, but they're really looking at your clothes whizzing round in the machine, aren't they? I used to take pants out and shake them out and hold them up to the light, just because I knew that somebody was actually looking, which was quite good. Steve from Swedish Lapland, good morning. All this talk of burgers reminds me of the Wimpy Bender burger. A round sausage. No, it wasn't a round sausage. I'll tell you what it was. You can do it yourself. You buy a Frankfurter, put little cuts in it all the way down, put it in hot water, it will turn by itself. It will, and then you just put the burger in the middle of it. See? We're just full of useful information, which means we have to do it again tomorrow morning. Because I've got to go. If we're going to get snow, we're not going to get snow in London, are we? Do you think so? Not very likely. I have to dig out my thermals again, which will be very lovely. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 7th of May. I nearly said it was March, actually, and I said, no, we've had March, haven't we? So we're into May now. And what did we get the other day? And I saw the pictures in the paper. Snow. Loads of snow everywhere. And the other thing is all the people voting taking their dogs with them. I was amazed that people were sort of trusting them to be sort of sitting outside the polling stations. But if you voted yesterday, there was a number of polls going on, then you'll hear all about it on LBC. I know you've been hearing about it with sort of Darren. And we will bring you the Hartlepool results. We think it'll be later on. I think it's going to be after 4 o'clock. That's what I think it's going to be. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm secretly hoping it's after 7, but you can't have everything, can you? Goodness sake, honestly. Steve Allen goes political. Can you believe, honestly, seriously, I can just see the emails already. Oh my goodness me, you'll be doing Newsnight next. That'll be the kind of thing I could probably take over. It's very sweet, isn't it? Apart from that, guess what they're bringing back? The Railway Children. They're bringing back the Railway Children. 50 years on, it's the Railway Children grown up, which I'm very excited about. And there was, and I got a bit confused the other day. I'm getting confused more and more, actually. It's only because I read stuff in the newspapers, and then something else will actually change, and I get, well, how's that happened? And I remember reading a story in the newspapers, and it was probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, on the dreary Jordan, I'm afraid, and her equally dreary boyfriend or fiancé. This is fiancé number 8. So, as I say, she doesn't have a great track record. We've heard the same old baloney every single time, which is, this one's different. Yeah, every single one has been different. Every single one's been different. The only one she seems to hanker after is poor Peter Andre, who's trying to distance himself as far as he can, but he seems to have no control over anything. Anyway, I remember reading the story that Jordan's little fiancé, who apparently is a car dealer, well, the family business is a car dealer. He obviously works in the dealership. And he was buying a house for them to move into. They were saying an £800,000 house. And I thought, wait a minute. He's currently living in a pokey little flat worth about £370,000, which is just a bit. How'd you go from that to 800,000 unless all of a sudden the family have upped his wages? Anyway, I thought, OK, I didn't think anything more about it. I just thought, OK, so he's actually buying a house. I mean, but then I did think about it yesterday, because there was a story in the papers that Jordan and little boyfriend, fiancé, going to get married, going to be completely different, are moving into her mucky mansion, which they're now blaming this dump of a house on people who broke into it. Whereas, in fact, it was a dump before they broke into it. We know that because we'd seen all the pictures, and then somebody obviously decided to break into it. And then she was unwise to show people the layout of the house in a map, and people are saying, are you stupid? Well, the answer is, of course, yes, she is, because she's basically given burglars carte blanche to go into the house so they know where everything is. But they're going to get the mucky mansion all done up. So there's obviously not a house that he's buying, because that seems to have disappeared. But you know what she's bringing? She's bringing in an exorcist. I mean, she really is that stupid. She's bringing in an exorcist because somebody said to her the house is possessed. Yes, by her, because I shouldn't imagine she knows how to turn a vacuum cleaner on, clean, wash up, or do anything at all. It's just a bit. But why do these people tell these stupid stories? I mean, they actually put her onto Good Morning Britain purely to talk about another dreary, boring marriage with somebody we know it won't last. We know it won't last. So no matter what baloney she gives you, and he gives us about, this is going to be different, we're doing this and that. No, it'll be exactly the same. She has the attention span of a goldfish. And the mucky man... Thank you. Okay. Oh, Lord above us, look at that. Well, very nice. Thank you. Okay. Very cold outside. And so I was sort of thinking, why do they tell you these stories? He was the one who sold her tatty old car. You remember the one she was driving when she was banned? Because she's been banned from driving, she's been bankrupt, and whatever it is, it's not good news. But apparently this wedding's going to be different. And I suppose I should be sort of generous and go, OK, this one's... But then I've heard it so many times. I've heard it 8 times before. Each and every time, this one's going to be different. This one I'm doing because this is the person for me. And you go, no, it's not. It's a load of old cobblers, isn't it, really? So I'll have to put up with it until we see. But she's going to get married. The dress is going to be different, presumably. It can't be any tattier than some of the other stuff she's worn. The trouble is, no class. No class. And he sort of appears to be liking the attention. It's, it's all a bit tragic, really. The Gary Lineker story fascinates me because I'm in the business. Surprisingly. And he's being chased by the taxman. How much do you think the taxman is after? I mean, it's in all the papers this morning. I mean, I seriously can't work this one out. I'll have to go through it a bit later on. They're after about £5 million. Can you imagine if the taxman came after us and said, oh, by the way, Corey, we need some back tax. It's about £400,000. I know what he'd do. He'd phone me. Dave. Yes. Do you know what you got the other day? Got a parking ticket in London in the early hours of the morning. You know why? He missed the sign which they put up, and I've seen them before, where it goes parking spaces 1, 2, 3, are being taken out of, and of course he missed it by minutes, and they slapped a ticket on. And in London, I don't know what it's like where you are, it's probably 2 goats and a shekel, but down here in London, £100. But if you pay it quicker, it's 60 quid. I always pay them really fast, mainly because I can, but secondly, because I don't want them hounding me, because if you miss the blooming thing, it goes up to the £100, and I don't want to pay them £100. And it's a fair cop. He did do it wrong. He did. I've done it before, though, and I've looked at it, and I've sort of thought, oh, wait a minute. I have to get out the car, put my glasses on and read what the sign says, and they'll sort of say, 3 parking spaces are taken out, and you go, oh gosh, I mean, it's bad enough parking in London. I parked in Covent Garden about a year ago, 2 years ago. It cost me the best part of 16 quid to park. I said, I'm sorry, do you valet for that? You know, will you be pumping the tyres up? Terrible, absolutely terrible. It's so expensive. Yeah, can you put fuel in? Have you seen the price of fuel? It's so expensive to park in London. A friend of mine lives in Brighton, and she's looking forward to coming up to London. She's not been up to London for ages, and now that we appear to be relaxing quite a lot of things, I think it's quite nice. So she said she's coming up. She's going to the theatre. Do you know, she's not going to the theatre? I'll tell a lie. I've just remembered what she's going to see. She's going to the Royal Festival Hall in August. She's going to, I think it's a lunchtime show. Do you know what she's going to see? Come on. I hate the guessing games here because I haven't got the faintest idea. Seriously. She's going to watch Tubular Bells. Now, you might not know what Tubular Bells is, do you? It was one of the biggest selling albums of all time. Have you ever heard it? By Mike Oldfield. Tubular Bells. I mean, I was around when it came out for the very first time, and I remember the story went that they booked him into the Royal Festival Hall to do Tubular Bells. That'll evoke some memories for you. And Mike Oldfield was very shy, and he said no. And they'd got all the musicians there and everything else. In the end, I think Richard Branson said, listen, I'll give you my Rolls Royce if you turn up. And I think he ended up with a Rolls Royce and he went and did it. But it's lovely. Seriously, I can't begin to tell you what memories it evokes. Anyway, she said to me, it's really, really good. She said, I'm really looking forward to going. I said, well, it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic that she's going to see it. I said, I'm very jealous, but no doubt it will be, it'll be the talk of the telephone lines, I promise you. Apparently, says Joanna, we all thought goldfish had very short memories, but apparently the memories are about 5 months long. Do you think so? And there's somebody here, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. He says, this vile man needs to be taken off air immediately. It's slagging off Katie Price. I wasn't slagging her off. I was telling you the truth. I'm sorry, Matthew, you don't like the truth. It's obviously a bit of a sort of a downer in your own psyche, isn't it, really? He said it's repetitive. Oh, you've heard the show before. Creepy. You're a bit of a stalker, aren't you, really? But never mind. Oh, he's gone already. There you go. They don't last 5 minutes. It's one of Corey's last things. Today, you need to be very careful. It's his last day on the programme. One member of the Groovy Gang has been siphoned off and is going to work with Ian Dale. Apparently there's an outfit you've got to wear for it. It's lederhosen or something. Anyway, he's happily going for that. But I promise you today, if you write anything that's particularly stupid, like Matthew... Oh, no, it's there, 0407. And he will take... And you'll never get back on air again, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Because he's vindictive. And he's determined that on the final day on the programme, he's going to have his day. So I love the idea. Oh, he's slagging off Katie Price. And you go, he's done it before. And you go, oh, so you've heard before. Well, then you can't be that thick, can you? But I suspect you probably are. Steve, I cannot listen to you on an empty stomach. So I've just got 2 slices of Hovis with a large splodge of peanut butter in between. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I had a piece of medium cheddar the other day on toast with some Branston pickle. And, you know, I just folded it in half and it was indulgent. Reggie said it wasn't a Rolls, it was a Bentley. No, I think it was a Rolls. I'm pretty certain that the Branston's was a Rolls. I'm pretty certain, but there you go. Sometimes I can be wrong, but it's very doubtful. Also, usually when a car for sale has had a celebrity owner, it's worth a bit more than a similar model. In KP's case, I think not, says Roger. Yeah, 20 grand, they reckon. To be honest with you, I wouldn't want anything she'd ever owned, let alone a mucky mansion. But we do like the idea that the Railway Children are coming back after 50 years. They're going to bring them back again. Daddy, my daddy. Such a good film. Such a good film. I think we should go to the meadow. And they waved. And as they were waving, they didn't know because their father was in prison. And the man who owned the railway was looking after it. And as the train came round the track, they were all sitting there and they were all getting ready to wave, and everybody was leaning out the train windows waving at them. Yeah, wave. And the old man was pointing at the newspaper and they were going, most peculiar. Most peculiar. And so then the kids went back home, but the oldest one went down to the train station. And the man there said, good luck to you, good luck to you. What a special day this is, and it was so marvellous and all the rest of it. And she went, thank you. But she didn't know what it was. She didn't know what it was at all. And the train came in, and he was going, good luck to you, miss, and all. It was super. And then she stood there, and the music sort of rose up very slowly, and then the mist cleared, and there was her daddy. And that's when she came up with the famous line, "Daddy, my daddy." And it was but it was all those people waving on the train. It was fantastic. I love it. I love it. Simon says maybe Jordan could play Tubular Bells to scare away the demons. Yeah, somebody's told her the house is haunted. Yeah, when she's in it. But I hate people who tell lies, and that's why Matthew, we had to get rid of him because he's an idiot. I don't like people who tell lies. He probably tells lies all the time, but I don't. I only tell the truth, and that's why we'll bring you the Hartlepool results a little bit later on this morning.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Good news, the French have disappeared back to where they came from, France. Do you see one of them rammed one of our little boats? One of our little bit. They're very vile, some of these fishermen out there. They've been known to sort of throw things at our fishermen and everything else. Honestly, goodness sake, the nation that eats snails. So they have been sent packing. They've been sent packing. Go away, shoo. Au revoir. One of the boats that they rammed was owned by a millionaire down there, because Jersey's got lots of very rich people, which is what I said the other day. But and they put that bloke from a low on. Good morning. You ever see that? Yeah. I like that, actually. It's very popular. Ellie Goulding has revealed her newborn son's name is Arthur Everwinter Jopling. Did you see the snow the other day? I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. I thought it was in fact, it was so good in one part of the country, they went out skiing. It was deep enough for them to go skiing. Love it. I love it. Courtney Cox, actress, says the Friends fun-filled reunion was so emotional. I never got into Friends. They asked me the other day here. They said, did you watch Friends? And I said, it never did for me at all. I thought they were too old to be living together. But, that's the way it goes. Greedy garages are sucking cash out the pockets of motorists. Average pump prices, 127.19 per litre for petrol, and campaigners accuse retailers of fleecing diesel car drivers. They certainly do. It's so expensive now to put petrol in the car. And that's why every so often you see a garage and they close it and then they do it all up again. They're making so much money. So much money. They're like Gary Lineker. So much money. But here is the picture. HMS Tamar heading towards the French trouble spot off Jersey. To be honest with you, I wouldn't actually like their chances at all. Our ones have sort of, large crews and stuff like that, and the French, on one of their little piddly boats, it's a fast patrol ship. It's only got 17 people. Whereas one of ours, which is HMS Tamar, has got a crew of 60. Don't mess with the British. Okay? Excuse me. It's our waters. You go fish somewhere else. Okay? Off you go. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Ridiculous. And there's so the Navy have forced back the angry fishermen. They're just angry, full stop. I don't know why. Why would you be angry about it? Listen, have you run out of fish where you are? The answer is probably they have. So they thought they'd come and fish in our waters, but we don't want them either. They have to get a licence. Many of them have had licences issued, but, you can't please them. Dreadful, really. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Stella said, you make such good conversation. I can imagine you'd be a right laugh down the pub putting the world to rights. I put the world to rights every single morning. Every single morning. Never wrong. James O'Brien will tell you. Don't argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong. Somebody says, the railway children reminds me of when we were children. We used to go and see relations in Manchester by train. My grandmother, who lived in Berkhamsted, used to go to a field by the railway line and wave to us. As 5-year-old, says Noreen, I loved it. I loved it as well. I just thought that was that thing when the train came round and the music went da 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 da, and they're all waving, and it was great, honestly. Happy. That's why we go to the cinema, because It's the way it goes. Tell me where I can get a pork pie with loads of jelly between meat and crust. All of them. All of them. What are you on about? Where have you been? Just like they used to be. No, they're all like that now. Gaz, you need to get out more and go try shops. Try shops. Poor little Barry, you're about to disappear from my screen as well, Barry. Oh, never mind. And why can't you spell your own name? Isn't Barry Barry? Or have you decided to spell it the Chav way? Which is always very popular, isn't it? Prince Charles appeared to snub a publicity-shy woman as he wished his grandson Archie a happy birthday. You can tell which paper this is in. It's the Daily Star, and of course the publicity-shy woman would be Meghan Markle, who pretends to call herself the Duchess, but I mean she's got no idea about being a Duchess, and she's not a Duchess. Okay, it just kind of comes with the territory, but they're not members of the royal family, and they don't work for the royal family or do anything at all. But of course she's publicity-shy. Oh, yes, we moved to America because we didn't like press intrusion. Oh, hello, I've got a book out. Would you like to read all about my... Ah, go away. Go away now. 2 killer whales spotted off the Cornish coast, about as far south as they've ever been. That's at the Minack Theatre. You know, this is the open-air theatre. I found another one for you. Found another one. Oh, it's gone already. Oh, you've done it. Have you done it? Or have I not missed, actually? Wait a minute. Have you taken off Barry already? You're so quick, honestly. Barry, I'm so sorry you've got no friends anymore. I'm so sorry. This is becoming very entertaining. Very entertaining. We only like nice people on this programme. We don't do chavvy chavs. Okay? We don't do chavvy chavs who are basically trolls, which is good. Steve, still remember the album cover, blue and gold, metal tubes. Says Viv. It was such a friend of mine his sister had a record shop in Berkshire, and we lay down on the floor in the record shop when it closed, and we listened to. He said, "There's this album, Tubular Bells," and we lay down on the floor. We had cushions and everything else, big bean bags they were, and we listened to it all the way through. And when it first started, I remember thinking, "God, this is repetitive. God, this is repetitive." And the more you got into it, the more you got into it. And in the end, I bought all the different versions of it that came out. He did it live up at the Edinburgh Festival. They did, and it was just amazing. And I bought it recently. Well, I say recently, about sort of 18 months ago, so I could listen to it in the car. There's something about it. There's something about it, and something about Mike Oldfield, and something about Tubular, which must have made him a small fortune. I think it was the biggest selling album, and I thought it was great. I thought it was absolutely great. And of course, as Dexter says, they used it as a theme tune to The Exorcist. That was the Linda Blair film, wasn't it? Like that, you know, and the head spun round. Very dramatic, wasn't it? Very dramatic. What's the matter with you, dear? Oh, it was awful. I hated films like that. Why would you want to watch it? And then she did projectile vomiting, I seem to remember. Whatever it was, I think the head spinning round was bad enough. I worked with people like that. Seriously. Terry, the ex-bugle major, says, welcome back. And then somebody says, ever thought about reading audiobooks? No. I'll tell you for why. There is an art. I mean, I'm very good at reading, as you know. Very good at reading. But I don't think I'd want to read an audiobook. I might change my mind, actually. I might sort of come back on that one and sort of go, yes. See, when I listen to you, I have the TV on with the sound down. The Yorkshire Vet came on. I had to switch it off. I'm having lunch. Oh, you get the Yorkshire Vet over in Australia, do you? Every time I turn on, they've got their hands up cows' bottoms. Which obviously, I'd turn it over, and so they don't get me as an audience member, which is a bit of a shame. There's a code breaker tried to crack a German cipher hidden in a house, and I've got an Enigma machine up for sale. You can't afford it. Even I can't afford. Well, I could probably push it. It's quite expensive, but I've got something else for you. This is what the boys can buy for their respective girlfriends. It's a flawless pink diamond. Flawless pink diamond. It looks as though it's not been cut or anything else. It looks beautiful, but it has been cut, and it's yours for 25 million. You know, 25 million. I think I might buy it. I think I might buy it. I mean, for goodness sake, 25 million and it's a flawless pink diamond. I mean, just imagine the very idea of actually finding something like that in the first place. Because did you read that there's a jewellery shop? They're not going to use real diamonds anymore. The only diamonds they're going to be selling are those grown in a laboratory. Have you noticed a lot of these television programmes sell man-made diamonds? Have you ever heard of man-made diamonds? Oh, I thought you hadn't. I wonder why you had that blank look on you, honestly. Don't do that with Ian Dale, for God's sake. He'll have you for breakfast. Well, together with flapjacks, I suppose. But yes, diamonds grown in laboratories. You know, it's as simple as that. Jane says, maybe Jordan misunderstood. Her mucky mansion is repossessed, not possessed. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, she's blamed it on people breaking in, but it was a dump beforehand. If you remember, the swimming pool was all algae. You know, filthy, dirty and everything. It just really awful. Kids had written all over the walls. Chris says, beanbags and tubular bells. Thank you for the blast from the past. Beanbags, eh? Remember beanbag? Have you found out about homemade grown diamonds? Yeah, big business. They have to sometimes tell you on these television programmes that flog this tat. And they'll go, and this is man-made. You go, yeah, it's been grown in a laboratory. Which is, as far as I'm concerned, a diamond is somebody has mined it. And the rubbish they sell on the television, I mean, God in heaven, I mean, really, I sit there and I'm fascinated by it. And they had a woman on this morning on one of these sort of channels, and she was saying, listen, I've got, what does she call them, collectors all over the country. She starts reading out a list of names. I mean, it's so boring. They're all a bit peculiar. And they go, and this is a collector's item. And so it comes down from sort of £220 to $29.99. And you go, and that's for collector's items. That's what you call a Christmas cracker. That's what it is. That's what it is. Somebody says, the way you're binning people off today, I'll keep my rubbish jokes to myself. Don't risk it. He's on a mood. He's on a mood next door. And I said to him earlier on, I said, you got a cob on, haven't you? I really have, Steve, he said, because he talks like that, really, even though he comes from Hartlepool, which is the place, of course, where they put a monkey on trial. They thought it was a French spy. They put a monkey on trial, and believe it or not, the monkey lost, and they hanged it. Did you ever read that story? Yeah? It's a very famous story. Very, very famous story. In fact, that's about the only thing Hartlepool's famous for. Oh, apart from Labour losing. Oh, no, we can't say that yet because they're still counting. Although, actually, somebody appears to have thrown their hat in the ring already. It's not looking very promising, but I promise you will hear it first on LBC, which is very exciting. Steve says, Simon in Berkshire, I'd love a hello. I've got 5 minutes till I start work. As what? We've got no idea. He says, I'm on the same page as you on Katie Price. It's just rubbish, isn't it? She's talentless. All her companies have gone bankrupt. You know, every single one of them. Every single one of them. And of course, my favourite is she used to be worth 46 million. She was never worth 46 million. Never. Never. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a mortgage on the mucky mansion. And she has. And the only reason she can make money nowadays is when she sells stories about getting married to another poor, hapless person. And this latest one is no different. No different.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, you know, on the French Jersey thing, the UK government are looking for an alternative power source because we get 95% of the electricity on undersea cables going onto Jersey. They're looking possibly to get it from the Netherlands. The French will be a little bit upset, won't they? But they can only fish with a licence issued by Jersey. And a load of licences were issued the other day, but they're quite aggressive, unfortunately, the French fishermen, farmers. Quite a number of people, actually. There's lots of angst going on. But they think it's trawl over. It is now. Steve, did you hear about the Austrian prince who killed a bear? Well, we did it yesterday when it was a news story. We never do them a day later. So much easier. Steve, you should be an MP. You'd always get my vote, says Martin. Oh, I think I'd have no trouble getting people's votes. And Steve is in Chile, West Yorkshire. Keighley and Worth Valley Railway is exactly the same as when they filmed the movie 50 years ago. We've also had Tom Cruise up in North Yorkshire Railway filming the next Mission Impossible franchise, says Erica. I loved it. There's something nice about Yorkshire. I know because I used to live there. And Corey lives there, but he sort of moved out. And he was thrown out. He was thrown out. They went, I'm sorry, you're doing what? We put a hot tub in. They went, oh, God, well, that's devalued everybody's houses, hasn't it? They did it on one of those food programmes the other day, you know, where you invite round people you really can't stand. And you go round and it's sort of, you know, and somebody cooks you dinner in their house and you have to vote on it later. Does it come dine with me? And one of the couples had a hot tub in their garden. Excuse me. That was just to see what people look like with no clothes on, because I wouldn't be going in a hot tub. I'm sorry, somebody invited me round to their place. They go, oh, you can have a swim in the hot tub. I think not. You know, if ever, and it's very unlikely. Corey said to me, listen, my mum said, would you like to come round for tea? Absolutely not. And we're going to fire up the hot tub. And they've got a bar as well. You can imagine, can't you? Sitting in a potting shed in the middle of a garden with a hot tub outside with a lot of sort of, let's just call it scum on the top of the water. You know, because I don't think the water's been changed for ages. And the more you keep turning it round, the worse it gets. I love it. I'm only joking, actually. But Chile, West Yorkshire, did you get snow the other day? I love it. Mark in Castleford. He says, thank you for the memory of Tubular Bells. I saw Tubular Bells 2 in April 93 at the Royal Albert Hall. Absolutely fabulous. Yes, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I thought it was great. I didn't get it to start with, but I get it now. I absolutely get it now, and I think it's fantastic. And if you've never... You'll probably go, oh, it's very repetitive. You know... Dun, 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 dun. And so it's just brilliant. It's lovely. Steve, so nice to hear somebody speaking the truth about Jordan. She's everything that's wrong with the celeb culture. Zero talent and is so narcissistic. Did you see her on the television the other day? You know why she looked so awful? She didn't have her hair with her. I know it sounds odd. And no makeup on because they got stuck in traffic. Because presumably they were just sort of embarrassingly late. And, you know... She's selling all sorts of things to try and make some money. Well, she's marrying somebody. He might have a bit of money, but I can't wait to meet his family. Can't wait to see what they're like at the wedding. That'll be because it's all going to be photographed, isn't it, for OK Magazine? And that's how she'll make her money. So then after that money's run out with the mucky mansion or the filthy dirty place, which has got the spirits in it and all the rest of it, she'll have to get rid of him and find somebody else. Because that's the only way she makes money now. Nobody's asked her to model for donkey's years. You know, she hasn't even brought a book out that she never wrote in the first place. She can't write. I mean, don't seriously think she can spell, do you? Of course not. All she was just a, without putting it too crudely, pair of boobs on a pencil. And that's all it was. And that was it. And she went, oh, I'm Jordan, I'm this, anything. Yeah, talentless. Totally talentless. Markle and Harry released a picture of Archie yesterday, but Archie was facing away from the camera. Yes, did you see that one with the balloons? The speculation in the newspapers that it wasn't him at all. I'm saying, and they were asking for donations and everything else. Isn't it funny how they're milking the media? Oh, we don't like the media. Oh, no, we're getting out because the media is so horrible to us. And here they are milking it. Really ghastly, really ghastly. Piers Morgan has told the Wokes to shut up in a row over the cartoon Snow White. This is the non-consensual kiss in a film from 1937. Did you know prior to that, if you were filming a love scene in a Hollywood film, the censor said you had to have a foot on the floor. So if somebody was in bed, they had to have 1 foot on the floor. Don't ask me how that justified it. I got no idea, but it did. He said, you people who complain about this, for the love of God, he said, the woke brigade, you're pathetic and exhausting. Of course they are. I've had 2 this morning, but luckily we've been able to get rid of them so fast. It's been hilarious. You know, oh, I wish Steve Allen wouldn't talk. Oh, well, we got rid of you. Now you've got no friends, which is great. We love it. I tell you, don't ever mess with people nowadays, because you're very lucky, actually. You're very lucky I don't pass it on to the police and we expose you in the newspapers for being a troll. But I'm feeling a little bit benevolent this morning because it's Corey's last day, and we want to have a nice time. I don't want people to think that we're sort of very bitter on the programme. So you're very lucky you've caught me in a good mood. And I am in a good mood, and it's very rare at this time. I mean, honestly, how many people do you know at 20 to 5 can be in a good mood? And the answer is just me. Just me. Although I get in the car this morning, and it was a driver I don't think I've had before, actually. But anyway, he was very nice. And for some reason, we got onto age. I don't know. I can't remember how we got onto age. And he thought I was 40. We'll be booking that driver again, let me tell you. 40. I said, God, I haven't seen 40 for 27 years. 27 years. How does that work? Yeah, that's unbelievable, isn't it, really? I'm not sure I want to be 40 again. I'm not sure. I mean, I can't remember if there were any advantages to being 40. I don't think you could do anything at 40 that you couldn't do at 20. Just at 20 you could do it more often. Time you get to 40, once would be quite enough. Anything else, is just exhausting yourself. And so I thought 40, would I want to be 40 again? Not really. Would I have done things differently? People always ask that. They always say, if you got your life back again, would you change anything? And the answer is no. I don't think I would. Oh, well, the only thing I would do is I would save more money when I was younger. That's the only thing I would do. I would save more money when I was younger. But no, apart from that, no, the career would go exactly the same way. Well, I hope it would go exactly the same way. I did have a dream years and years ago. It was the most peculiar dream. I thought that by the time I was 21, I'd be driving a white Rolls Royce and working at Radio 1. That's what I thought. Neither of which came true. But it doesn't matter, because I've been blissfully happy for a long, long time. Which is good. Another one here. Oh, somebody said, Jordan is a set of books on a pencil. I don't think you're listening properly, are you? But you're another one who's disappearing this morning. My God, I tell you, we managed to find all the trolls. 0441, off he goes. Apparently, if a straight man said that, it'd be the next outrage. You are thick, aren't you? Honestly. Are you so stupid? The answer is yes, you are. Alex in Guildford, he said, listening to you on my way into work's put me in a good mood. Your work in Guildford. I quite like Guildford. I like Guildford. Have you ever been to Guildford? That's a nice place to go. Corey went the other week, a few weeks ago. He went to Richmond. Getting ever close to stalking. Have you noticed? Getting ever close. Oh, and I said to him, where you were on the green, you could have walked over the green and you could have gone down to the river. He was a bit surprised that we had the River Thames running through Richmond. Yeah. My friend work on the Thames? Oh, no, on the green I have a friend of mine, Carla, who's got the chocolate shop, the ice cream shop, the clothing shop. Oh, yes. Jane says, I'd hope you brought Corey a generous leaving present for his sterling loyalty and support as your producer, boosting your spike. He's never boosted my spike in his entire life. Why would he boost my spike? And as for a generous leaving present, I think not. Generous leave? No, he bought me presents. He's bought me presents today for the amount of times that I've been quite generous to him. So nothing to do with the spike, Jane. I'm debating whether we lose you or not. I'll think about it. And no, he came in with a big present for me to thank me for 2.5 years of sheer and utter bloody misery, and and a big card. In fact, the card is so big it doesn't even fit in a Marks and Spencer's bag. I said to him, "Listen, it's no good crawling round me now, you little toe rag. Goodness sake, honestly, you have to sort of win people over." Or what, your Lakeland bag? No. He bought me all these different presents. I've not opened them. I know what they'll be, begging letters. He'll put all his begging letters in one envelope, but he's done me a nice card. But no, I wouldn't buy anything for him, Jen. What would I buy stuff for him for? They're supposed to be grateful to be working on the programme. I was the one who elevated him to Groovy Gang. It's as simple as that. No, this morning's is his last one. Thank God for that. About time we got somebody decent. And so from Monday, we have Luke, but you know Luke. You've seen a picture of Luke. Well, the police have got quite a few, so you better see that one. And Corey starts work on Ian Dale's programme. He isn't leaving. He's not leaving. He's still working for us, but he's just working on Ian Dale's programme. And so that's lovely. That's lovely. I think that's good. I wished him the very best of luck. Basically, I'd had a word with the management a couple of weeks ago, and they said, "Oh, we're looking for somebody to work with Ian Dale." I said, "Corey," and then surprisingly, it kind of sort of fell into shape. No, but he bought me a present. I didn't buy him a present this morning. I give him presents every day, so he doesn't need to get a present on the day that he's leaving us. And we're still going to keep in contact, he thinks. The moment I see that name come up, it'll be banned on my telephone. Because he did say to me this morning, actually, he said, "I know more about you than anybody else." And the answer is, he does know more about me than anything else. Don't know why. I did admit to him. I did say, actually, I said, "It's because I trust you." I was lying. And so I've fed him all this stuff. You know, that I'm very successful, married, three children, all that kind of stuff. Big place in the countryside, you know, a mansion. He buys into it. That's why he turned up in Richmond. He thinks I own a place in Richmond, on the Green. One day I'll have it. David in Sunderland says, "I've had my second COVID jab. My arm's a bit sore. I'm glad I've had it." Yeah, I've got mine on I checked the other day, 15th. 15th. Roger says, "You wouldn't need to change anything about your life because you're successful. I was richer at 30 than I am now, so I do have regrets." I don't kind of work on something like that, because every job that I've ever done, and I've not had a huge amount of jobs, I've loved every single one of them. You make of it what you will. When I worked in a department store, I loved it. When I worked in a pub, I loved it. You know, when I got the job on the radio, I didn't really know what I was doing to start with. 40 years on, I don't think I still know now. But as they say in the business, Steve Allen bluffs it well. That's why I get away with murder. That's why I get away with sort of the time checks, which are so out. I mean, put it this way, you think it's Friday. I started this programme on Wednesday.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Friday. It's the 7th of May. I was a bit bad yesterday, actually. I had cream. I had some stewed rhubarb, which was on my list, and I was sort of sitting there and I thought, stewed rhubarb, go and get some stewed rhubarb. So I bought some stewed rhubarb, poured it into a bowl, and put some cream on it. It was absolutely delicious. It was absolutely delicious. But I felt ill afterwards because I do. Somebody says, Kevin says, "When Corey goes, change your PIN numbers, passwords, everything. I think he's a secret stalker." Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Most of my producers end up being secret stalkers. "Oh, Steve, I love working with you," and all that kind of stuff. And I hang on to all this stuff, you know. Anything that's got photographic evidence or videos or something like that, I hang on to, just in case it comes back. But I mean, to give him his due, and God knows we've had to over the years. He doesn't sort of phone me up and pester me at home. Yeah, tried FaceTime a couple of times, but I'm not buying into that one either. I see FaceTime and I think, oh, God. I'm always in the bath and I think, I don't know, do I answer it or do I not answer it? My friend Jordan, not that one, another one, contacted me yesterday, and I was not feeling in the mood for talking. You know, you get something, I don't know if you've been like that at home, where the phone goes and you look at it and you go, I just don't think I've got the strength to do that. And so I was very good, and we always do FaceTime. We've done it for years. And I wrote back and said, "I'm just not in the mood for talking at the moment. Will you forgive me? And we'll do it today." And then he said, "That's all right. That's all right. That's fine." That'll be the last time I hear from him. But I'm good, but I have to be in the right frame of mind, because I can't do a 5-minute phone call. Most of my phone calls seem to go on for at least 20 minutes. My mother would sit on the phone for hours. Perhaps I've inherited from her. Steve, so pleased you're back in action, says Sidcup Julie. And then Jeannie says, "Your sheer enjoyment of life makes me smile each morning. I'm a loyal member of the Spike." We have lots of loyal members, and we're very grateful for each and every one of you, Jeannie. So that's why when I said this morning we've been a bit naughty, sort of getting rid of a few people, I cannot bear people who quite clearly are a bit screw loose. In fact, the ones that we've got rid of this morning have got quite a few screws loose. And I thought, I don't think people need to put up with it. That's what I've always said to all the celebrities that I know who get trolled by people. I said, just ban them. Just ban them. Steve, does Corey realise that Ian Dale only drives a Fiat 500, not a Bentley? When he goes on picnics with Ian, it just won't be the same as travelling in your car. No. Well, he'll be in the boot. He'll be in the boot. Yeah. But they've already written about... He's already had his picture taken. I mean, so I've spoilt him. I've spoilt him. That's what it is. This morning I gave him some fruit, some nuts, some ginger nuts, and other sort of nuts and everything else like that, which is good. Good luck for Corey with Ian Dale. You know, don't start that one, all right? Don't start that one. I mean, it's not like I'm sort of going to be losing him completely. Well, we're still going to be, you know, corresponding, as we have to. But you're right about the PIN numbers. I'll be checking out those. Steve, once you start dishing out sweets, he'll be back. No, he gets stuff almost on a... I mean, it's, you know... he will tell you, and everybody else will tell you, I'm very generous. You know, even though I have nothing, I'm willing to share nothing with people, which I think is quite nice, actually. Don't you think so? I think it's good. Steve, I just love your show. Thank you very much indeed. Me too. Me too. My boss loves it as well, which is, as far as I'm concerned, that's the benchmark. Does my boss like the show, or does he not like the show? And the answer is yes, he likes the show. And also, there's a load of other people around the building, people who work for other stations, you know, and they work on the early breakfast, things like that. They always listen as well, because I bump into people all the time, which is quite nice, actually. Sometimes it's very nice to be loved. Do you know Alison Hammond from this morning? You know, the one that sort of replaced Eamon Holmes, who turned up on Celebrity Juice the other day. Isn't he a bit old for Celebrity Juice? It's a smutty, dirty programme presented by a deeply unfunny person. I mean, seriously. And there's Eamon Holmes sitting there wearing a suit. I mean, good God, honestly. But anyway, Alison Hammond is releasing her memoir. I mean, surely a little bit previous, isn't it? Isn't that a bit early to be releasing a memoir? But I suppose you better capitalise on it while it's available. A daily tipple, well, this will appeal to the producer, may help prevent a heart attack by calming down the brain. You are less likely, 20% less likely, to have cardiovascular attacks, like a stroke or something like that. So that's good news, isn't it? Like I care. I don't drink. And there's another woman here. This is somebody else, you know, they always say it's somebody who's been sort of crowned, and then they name the sort of thing that helps you lose weight, one of these companies. And it's a load of old baloney. This would be one person out of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who've actually lost the weight. Most people haven't. It's taken her 2 years. Well, I haven't got 2 years. However, over in South Carolina, in the prison there, they've run out of lethal injection drugs, which is a bit of a problem because they have a number of people on death row. They can't buy any more, and they don't really know what to do because the lethal injection is connected up. There are three. I think there are three, if memory serves. And so the three people who push the syringes, hidden from the person who's strapped to the gurney, they don't know which one gave the lethal dose. So nobody can be blamed for it. But they've now given inmates a choice. Electric chair or firing squad. Fantastic. I have to tell you, they haven't had an execution in 10 years. But given the choice, it's going to be firing squad. It's going to be firing squad because the electric chair, I've seen horrible videos and things like that on the internet of people over the years who burst into flames. And you think to yourself, why would you want that? And then they go, oh dear, what do we do now? So shooting is better. Because also, I think you can find on well, I mean, given the choice, you know, yes, happy days are here again. But I mean, given the choice, why don't they just find this drug somewhere else? You know, I mean, I think going to sleep is a lot better than the thing. I've seen us executing people from the war, people who, spies and people like that. And shooting appears to be fairly quick. But imagine saying, you know, OK, we're round this morning, so breakfast you'd like, OK, sausages, egg, and firing squad or chair? And you go, neither. Could I be here for lunch? Well, little problem there. We hadn't banked on you having lunch as well. Amazing. But as I say, lethal injection is the most common method of execution in America. South Carolina, can you believe, is only one of 9 states that use the electric chair. I didn't think they use it. What did they used to call it? Was it Old Faithful? do they call it Old Faithful? I'm sure they used to call the electric chair Old Faithful. Whatever it is, it's not something, that's nice. I mean, several prisoners are in line to be executed. They've had their last appeals turned down, but they, as I say, they haven't had an execution in 10 years. But do you know what they always ask you? What would you like your last meal to be? And believe it or not, one of the papers today has written down what people's last meals are. And I'll tell you the other side of the news. It is amazing what people can actually eat before they go to meet their maker. Old Sparky. Old Sparky. That's what we call old Corey, don't we? Old Sparky Corey. Bless his heart. That's what they call him up north, I think. Shane says that stewed rhubarb sounds good. I might go up the road and buy some. It's delicious. Get some cream. Ice cold cream. Delicious. Other side of the news, we've got our poem of the day and the 4 meals to die for, plus all of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. All of that and more. It's LBC. It's Friday, the 7th of May. The news at 5 o'clock. Back with you in 3.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Friday. Yeah, the weekend. It's fantastic. We're keeping an eye on Hartlepool. We think it's going to be this hour. We think it's this hour. But as I say, things change. There's a lot of people standing around, which means that they've counted a bit quick. It's amazing, isn't it? They've got the screens up and everything else. It's fascinating to watch, actually. I'm really interested in things like this. So we'll at the moment we have a result, we shall cover it on LBC. Okay. Let me just go back to these 4 meals to die for. The American serial killer, bearing in mind, these are people who have been through the system. They've done the appeals. The appeals have been turned down. They are for execution. And Marion Albert Pruett had a Pizza Hut, because they come to you and they say, what would you like for your last meal? Well, I don't know. Difficult, really. But he had stuffed crust pizza, 4 Burger King Whoppers, French fries, fried aubergine, fried squash, fried okra, a whole pecan pie, and 3 2-litre Pepsi bottles before his execution in 1999, which is a huge amount of food. I couldn't do that. There was one in 2011. Wait for this one. A guy called Stephen Woods, who went big before meeting his maker. He got through. Ready? 2 pounds of bacon, a large 4-meat pizza, 4 fried chicken breasts, 2 drinks, each of Mountain Dew, Pepsi, root beer and sweet tea, 2 pints of ice cream, 5 chicken fried steaks, 2 hamburgers with bacon, fries, a dozen garlic breadsticks with marinara sauce on the side. I mean, I'm surprised he had the energy to move. Mind you, it didn't make any difference, did it, really? Robert Alton Harris munched his way through a 21-piece bucket of KFC, 2 large Domino's pizzas, no anchovies, ice cream, a bag of jelly beans, a 6-pack of Pepsi, and a pack of Camel cigarettes. Amazing, isn't it, really, the things that people... of course, I'm assuming that when you eventually get to heaven, you're actually going to sort of find that they've got their own KFC up there and all the rest of it. There's got to be some sort of food outlet. There's loads of people up there. Loads of people. What would I... Well, I don't know. Hash brown. I seriously don't know what I'd have. To be honest with you, I'm getting excited, only marginally, about Christmas lunch already. Sprouts, and stuffing, and turkey, and crispy roast potatoes, and gravy. And what else do we have with it? I can't remember what else we have. I don't do the parsnips and stuff like that. I can't. Yorkshire pudding. Isn't it funny how we have Yorkshire pudding with turkey? Never had that before, but we have it. And it's just lovely. In fact, actually, I'm salivating thinking about crispy roast potatoes. Roast potatoes that are so crispy, you go, this is about the best. And it's only been once in my lifetime that I had 2 Christmas lunches, and both times the roast potatoes were the best ever. They were small and crispy, because if you have big roast potatoes, they don't go as crispy. The little ones go really crispy, so much so that they look as though they're made of concrete. Delicious. Steve, on death row, why couldn't they just show them Steph's packed lunch? I can't bear that show. I don't know. Isn't it funny? You watch things on the television and it's just a horrible, horrible mess. Loads of people sitting around. It must cost a fortune to put out. A total waste of time and money. It's about as interesting as watching paint dry, I'm afraid. Christmas, says Kathleen. I can't wait for it, Steve. I'm counting down and planning what I'm cooking and drinking. Oh, yes. Ask for a vegetable that's out of season, says Alan, who's in hospital with cellulitis. Oh, lummy. Mind you, I tell you what, the one thing I notice, if you go to hospital, as indeed people are prone to doing, when you have any food in hospital, by God, it tastes the best ever. It tastes the best ever, and I can only tell you that through experience. For my last meal, Steve, I'd go for pie, mash, liquor with Sarson's vinegar and offer to go and get it. Last they'd see you. There was a woman the other day in the papers. Yesterday I was reading about her. She's up in court on cannabis charges. She didn't show up. She's been missing for 9 months. The police are now asking the public to help. Well, I don't think we're paid for that, are we? We're supposed to be doing things like that. All these people, all these drug people. I watch all these, but there was some people the other day, some wrong-uns, and you only have to look at them to realise they're wrong. These ones were controlling in Manchester the drug wars. Different areas, believe it or not, because I'm so naive about these kind of things, are controlled by different people. And if you move onto somebody else's territory, they're coming after you. And it was one of these police programmes where somebody he'd very unwisely moved into somebody else's territory and started emailing all the drug users saying, you can get your drugs from me now. I mean, I couldn't believe what I was watching. But anyway, the people whose business he was taking over decided they didn't want it. So they shot and killed him. And it was basically looking at the trial and how they went around it. And the person who was, because when all these people are interviewed, have you ever seen this? I think they might do it in America, where they say, where were you on this particular date? No comment. Do you know this person? I'm showing you a picture. No comment. And that's all they do is go no comment all the way through. Luckily, at the end, he was found guilty. The jury found him guilty, and he went to prison for, I think, minimum 36 years. They started saying, minimum 24 years, minimum 36 years, whatever it is. Whereas before, they'd go life, and they'd be out in, a few years. It was really embarrassing. Last meal, says Chris, 6 oysters and calves liver cooked by Joe Allen's. Oh, calves liver. I like it. Not everybody likes calves liver. Not everybody likes it. People sort of go, oh, no, you don't like liver, do you? And I go, actually, I say, look at that. Oh, that's nice. What's that? Is that a Christmas lunch? Oh, of course, the one thing we forgot from the Christmas lunch, the little sausages with the bacon wrap round there. Although that's about a 7-incher there, isn't it? That's quite, could be less. But look at that. On that plate. Oh, gosh, that looks delicious. The roast potatoes. Oh, no, not bad. I don't do cranberry sauce. I don't do bread sauce. I don't do anything like that at all. That looks nice. That thing that's up on the chopping board. Is it sort of beef in... is it beef Wellington? That looks nice, doesn't it? I've been watching all these cooking programmes on the television. Oh, they do some nice things. But it's roast potatoes. Oh, God, honestly. Oh, let's go now. Was it Aldi were doing Christmas the other day? They had Christmas in their stores. They put up all the for all those people who missed it last year. All those people who missed it last year. Somebody says, I'm very surprised, Steve, the prison nutritionist didn't intervene about the enormous calorie content. Yes. Gary says, for my last meal, I want 20-year-old aged steak, but I want to watch it age. Alex in Guildford says, hospital food, the best ever. Everything tastes great. Everything tastes great, I promise you. I had some beef stew when I was in hospital few years back. It was delicious. It was absolutely... I could have eaten it 4 times over. Seriously. Steve, I'm going to be having fish and chips for my last meal because it reminds me of happy seaside holidays as a kid. But then I'd never end up on death row, says Andrew, as I'd never kill anybody. Well, I think that's a very sensible thing to do. Very sensible. Christmas is back in Aldi. Yes. Mark working Oakham. So there you go. And Mo says, I'm surprised these people have got an appetite before they meet their maker. Well, they don't actually have to do anything. I know it seems a bit ridiculous, but when they execute, because the lethal injection, you literally lie down on a gurney, they strap you down onto it to obviously stop you moving around, connect up the thing, it's like being in hospital, and then you just go to sleep. So there's no effort on the prisoner or the condemned man's behalf. Do you know, I don't know why we call them condemned men. What about women? Do they ever execute women or not? Do they? Oh, producer thinks that they do. He remembers these things. So, a lot of people talk about their last meal. They'd offer to go and get it. Steve, I got an email saying I won a prize at Walmart. Last time I went to Walmart was in 2007, says Roger. Actually, we're checking on the result from Hartlepool. We think it's going to be closer to 6. That's what they're saying at the moment, because they might have to have a recount, or something might happen. I think it's going to be nearer 7. We should start running a book on when we think the result's going to come through. What time do you think it's going to come through, Corey? 5:52. Jake, what time do you think it's going to come through? 6:20. I think it's going to be between 6 and 7. I know that's a little bit vague. All right. I'll go 25 to 7. I think there's going to be a hold up. with it, but you'll hear it first. And then it'll either change your day or not change your day. Excuse me, I had to have a slurp of my tea this morning. I went a little bit dry. Roger says, on police interceptors, a criminal rammed a police car, drove dangerously at high speed, no licence or insurance, got a year's ban and a community order. I know. Sometimes the police get very frustrated when they've really struggled to get somebody. And most of these people don't have licences. The amount of people driving without any licences or no insurance, and they think they're the big I am, but in fact they're really life's failures. As one of the police officers says, one of the interceptors, he said that this was a lad. They actually stopped a car. How old was the boy driving it? 12. With his girlfriend. Excuse me. And as he was being taken to the interceptor's police car, he said, "Can I give my bird a snog before I go?" At 12! And one of the police officers said, that's his life for the rest of it. He's going to be forever now getting into trouble. Because they're not intelligent enough to know anything else. And it's a bit disappointing, isn't it, really? You see people who are sort of... a friend of mine, he was very unlucky the other day. Very unlucky. First of all, one of his teeth fell out, and he had to get that done. That was £500 in the dentist. Not cheap. Never find a poor dentist. And then somebody nicked his catalytic converter from underneath his car. Because they're worth money. They sell them to scrap dealers. Luckily, you can't get to mine. Anybody goes near mine, they're in for a nasty shock. I won't tell you what it is, but they're just in for a nasty shock. Apart from the fact we have CCTV all over the place, about 16 to 20 cameras, which is very good. Perfect start to the day, says Lindsay. You in one ear and surf crashing in the other at my favourite campsite at Godrevy. Seal watching later. Sounds nice, doesn't it? There were a couple the other day on one of these, we want to go and buy a place somewhere else, and they were looking at the Isle of Arran, and it was lovely. You get a lot of house for not very much money. I say not a lot of money compared to us in London. It's not a lot of money. To everybody else, it probably is a lot of money. If you're sort of Katie Price's latest squeeze, I say latest because there'll be another few after this one, and perhaps you get round to writing a book, because she hasn't done anything of late, has she, apart from go bankrupt. And then she was sort of going, "Oh, I'm delighted I'm bankrupt because I don't owe anybody anything." I thought, you really are a waste of space, aren't you? Ridiculous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve. Sounds like the people on death row were trying to kill themselves via heart attack before the executioner could get to them. Yeah, I mean, it does seem a huge amount of food, doesn't it? Mind you, some people can eat loads of food and it doesn't seem to affect them. Me, I feel depressed. Very depressed. I got a poem for you this morning. I forgot to do it earlier on. I'm so sorry. It's called The Oak Tree by Johnny Ray Ryder Jr., born in 1948. See how we go with this one. A mighty wind blew night and day. It stole the oak tree's leaves away, then snapped its boughs and pulled its bark until the oak was tired and stark. But still the oak tree held its ground, while other trees fell all around. The weary wind gave up and spoke, "How can you still be standing, oak?" The oak tree said, "I know that you can break each branch of mine in two, carry each leaf away, shake my limbs and make me sway. But I have roots stretched in the earth, growing stronger since my birth. You'll never touch them, for you see, they are the deepest part of me. Until today I wasn't sure of just how much I could endure, but now I've found, with thanks to you, I'm stronger than I ever knew." Nice, isn't it? The Oak Tree by Johnny Ray Ryder Jr. I love it when people, you get so-so-so-and-so Jr. Do you like that? I like things like that, actually. I always wanted to be Steve Allen Jr., and then suddenly I realised I wasn't a senior, as far as I know. So, the Sun this morning, the picture, take Sprat. That's Yabu Hiss to the French. You know, we're going to cut off your electricity. Well, we'll buy it somewhere else. Okay, don't start threatening us. Goodness sake. What else we got here? No Merci of the French boat. This was the one who sort of rammed it. The little pleasure craft was owned by a millionaire property developer called Jonathan Ruff. He was bashed in the stern. They're very rough, the French, aren't they? Fishermen and otherwise. Ed Sheeran is sponsoring his beloved Ipswich Town shirts next season and has plastered them with a comeback announcement. So it'll be called Subtract, continuing the theme of maths symbols. I wonder how much that's cost. It's probably quite a cheap thing to do. I don't know how successful these football teams are, because, as you know, I have no idea on football at all. I'm seriously, I'm rubbish. And here's the picture of the publicity shy. We don't like the press. Meghan and Harry releasing a snap of son Archie's second birthday with him looking away from the camera, holding a load of balloons. He'll let go of them, they always do. But, I thought they hated the press. Milking it for all it's worth. Milking it for all it's worth, which is not so good, is it, really? I can't stand people who are hypocritical, to say one thing and then do something completely different. Lockdown laziness has led to half of all British adults not showering on several days a week. People in Leeds are the grubbiest. They take 4.5 showers a week on average, with those in Plymouth close behind on 4.6. I mean, do people shower every single day? We didn't when I was younger. We showered at the end of the week. You showered on the Friday. When I was going to school, I don't remember going to school because we didn't have a shower. In fact, actually, I've just realised how pertinent that is. We didn't have a shower in our house. We didn't have a bathroom. We had a tin bath on a Friday night. And you got in the water vacated by somebody else. We couldn't throw it away. That was how it worked. I mean, because the tank that provided the hot water only provided a certain amount of it, then you had to wait another 24 hours for it boosted up again. But do you have a shower every day? Every day? All right. No, just me. And which I think is good. Kellogg's workers are being encouraged to take Friday afternoons off to chill out, so work does not drive them crunchy nuts. So that's it. The company said office staff can finish at noon in the summer and sales teams can take half a day off in the week. It's nice, isn't it? Probably lose the money as well at the same time. Unmasked the amazing disguises for the Masked Dancer, but who's behind them? And it's got, I mean, various people. They've sort of said, it could be Paul O'Grady, could be other people. Natalie Cassidy. Why has she popped up again? She was on the television the other day. They were doing something and they went, it's Natalie Cassidy. I remember thinking, good God. I was very surprised. Also Matt Willis. I mean, these people aren't. They're saying they could be behind. So it's a new The Masked Dancer. Oh, God, it sounds another ghastly programme, doesn't it? I mean, if we're really going to have to suffer with Ryland Clark Neal again, thank you very much indeed, then that's a no-no. And Philip Schofield. So he's still around. Also, Noel Gallagher is to celebrate his 54th birthday by presenting some of his favourite music on Radio 2. Oh dear, how sort of, what do they call it? It's not that's not really credibility, is it? Street cred. Radio 2. Noel Gallagher, hilarious. Also, a mountain of compost standing outside a gardener's home. She accidentally ordered 12 tons. She didn't really want 12 tonnes, so the lorry turned up and just dumped it all. That'll keep you busy, love. That'll sort you out. And shameless students. Most students are shameless. Dreadful people. Dreadful people. You know what they're like. They drink. They hardly ever go to lessons or anything like that. And they film themselves doing what? What do you think they've been doing? Naughty students. Swiping clothes from charity bins and then selling them on. Shame on you. These ones here are for the British Heart Foundation. They were showing 3 laughing women and a man by the campus. There was a backlash from viewers describing it as shocking. Manchester and Metropolitan University said they were investigating. Throw them out. Throw them out now. Absolutely disgraceful. Honestly, I've never heard anything like it. Goodness sake. My friend Ant said, I shower 6 days a week, saves water, and it's nice to have Sundays off. Yes, I mean, showering is so much better. I never understand people who take baths. You know why? Because you have a bath and you're sitting in dirty water, your own dirty water. Why not have a shower? It uses less water and it all just rinses away. I've got a seat in my shower, mainly because I'm lazy and I like to sit down and watch a bit of television, read a book, colouring in, things like that. Why not? Yeah. Read a book. Admittedly, I get as far as page 3 and all of a sudden it kind of sticks together. It's ridiculous. I don't know why it's not working properly. But no, showers always much better. Baths are good if you're being a bit romantic. If you are getting romantic and you sort of think, oh, let's have a bath together. And I always think, I actually did that once. Only once. I learnt my lesson. I was going out with somebody and I said, oh, come on, And so I cooked and did everything else and then ran a bath, put rose petals in there and some of those bath bombs and all the rest of it, had a row over dinner and sat in it by myself. That was that. Never did it again. Robin Tottenham says, I retired from HMRC at the end of last year, almost 40 years. Very taxing. Oh, you wait till I tell you the Gary Lineker story. Oh, blimey. You won't believe that one. That one really is a little bit bizarre. In fact, it's very, very bizarre. Pink is in the papers today. No, I don't know anything about Pink, actually. And a motorway was shut for more than an hour after pillows and mattresses were strewn across the lanes. The M65 at Junction 6 near Blackburn. Didn't even know there was an M65. Steve, why don't they act rubbish shows like Love Island? I'm a celebrity. And the money could go, for the return of the Bill or Sunhill, as it's meant to be called. Well, they're bringing it back, aren't they? They're bringing back the Bill, which I think is great. Great. Stephen Leeds, he says, great to have you back. How times have changed. Today, 3-year-olds can use a phone and can even switch on their favourite apps. Me, when I was 3, I ate mud. I know what you mean. We couldn't do it. Well, we didn't have phones, did we? Didn't have phones or anything like that. And also, you know why we're all lazy nowadays? Because nobody gets up to move the television channel. You just sit there and push the remote. In the early days, there was no remote. You had to get up and push the button on the television. Roger says, remember old man Steptoe used to bathe in the kitchen sink? Yes. Well, when I was little, I bathed in the kitchen sink as well. You sit there on the draining board with your feet in the sink. Seriously. Honestly. That gives you a rough idea how old we are at the moment. What else we got? Find me something else, Steve. Find me something else. Here's actress Halle Berry enjoying a spot of relaxation. She's starring in Catwoman, as is demonstrated here. View Cinemas are in talks to bring the best of Netflix, Amazon Prime and TV to the big screen. And a con man fleeced a businesswoman out of 55 grand by claiming to be friends with Barry Manilow. Sean Werner met the woman on the dating site, which is called Plenty of Fish. Which you've heard of it. Everybody's heard all of these things. I haven't heard of any of this stuff here. Anyway, while at a Manilow gig, Werner took a call and then hid. He later claimed to have been backstage chatting to the singer. The pair even planned to wed, but the victim finally became suspicious. Werner admitted fraud and was jailed for 4 years and 6 months. Oh, let's have more of these. And yet, you can crash into police cars and do drugs and all the rest of it. They go, I think, let off with a warning. Mind you, don't talk to me about BAFTA. Have you heard about BAFTA? Do you remember the actor who has been accused by all these women? BAFTA are giving him an award. I couldn't believe it myself, actually. I really couldn't believe it myself. Pink is called Pink. My friend Jonathan Shallett. You know Jonathan, super agent. There's not many people he doesn't seem to have, especially in this building. He says, the routine of a professor. He says, of course, I have a shower every day. I've never discussed keeping clean with other people, but assumed that most people wash themselves every day. I shower first thing in the morning, never a bath, and also shampoo my hair. I also brush my teeth twice a day, regularly rinse my mouth with Listerine. I also go to the dental hygienist every 3 months, change my underwear every day, wear a jacket for 2 consecutive days, and a fresh pair of trousers and shirt every day. So there you go. See, it's routine. It's routine. Mind you, I know people that can make underwear last a week. Not very nice, is it really? Pink, he says, is called Pink because she started her career with pink hair. Massive American recording star. First hit song in 2000 called Take Me Home. Great singer. I know what she looks like. I just wouldn't know. I wouldn't know why she was called Pink. Now I do. Amazon attempted a delivery yesterday for me. I needed some diabetic foot cream. And they went, we ran into an issue when attempting a delivery. I don't know what's so complicated because I got another one from them. So they're obviously lying, saying, I'm sorry, we ran out of time. So it's a load of old codswallop, the lesson, the things that they spin you. Not good, is it? Oh, here we go again. Do I want to buy some rattan chairs and a table? I don't think so, no. Not at this time on a Friday morning. Good Lord, honestly. After the death of the star of the Levi's ad the other day, they've got other people. Do you remember the Diet Coke one? All the ladies sitting in the office typing away. And there's a bloke on a building site with his shirt off pouring the Coke in. That's very popular. The most popular one is the tennis player lady scratching her bottom. Do you remember that one? She's there. Yeah, of course you would remember that one. And she's still around. She's still around. Plus, do you remember the milk tray man? Gary Myers was the first milk tray man. I used to put a card on you go, because the lady loves milk tray. And it boosted sales. Also, Janice Levy, she's in the sun today. Woo, Janice! She was 19 in 85 when she was seductively eating a Cadbury's flake in a field of flowers. She went on to appear in more than 50 commercials and starred in Santa Barbara as lawyer Belinda Bradley, now known as Janice Lee. She said of the advert, it was one of the best things I've ever done. I'd love to know what it made for her. Quite a lot of money, actually. Also the VW Golf, which was very popular, I think. And that was Paula Hamilton. She ditched the wedding ring and the mink coat but kept hold of the VW. Very popular. And do you remember the bare-chested man? It was an Athena poster cuddling a baby. You probably don't remember. If you saw it, you would do it. And, of course, the other one, very little known about the star of the famous Fred with the Tyres. An amazing body, holding 2 tyres, one under each arm. Do you remember that one with his shirt off? That was very popular. The original image now hangs in LA's Getty Museum. They wanted me, but I said, no, I wanted too much money. Simple as that. Emmerdale's Kelly Hollis has revealed she got pregnant after hooking up with her partner backstage on the ITV soap. Lovely. Don't know who she is. No idea. Louise Redknapp joins the presenting team on Lorraine this morning. She's only doing it because she's covering for somebody else. She says, I think fashion can play a really positive role in our lives. They do come up with garbage, don't they? Imagine, dear, I thought it was just to cover up your bits and pieces. Roger says, do you know how Santa arrives on a reindeer? Not on Bondi Beach. He turns up on a jet ski. Oh, right. Just ask Shane. Well, he would probably confirm. He would probably confirm that. Steve, what did Nick Cayman die of? He had cancer. 84850. Those students, Steve, they have to sell things to fund their 4, lagers, sambuca, and other things. I've never had a sambuca. Apparently, it's funny you've had sambuca. Is that the one you set fire to? That's the one you set fire to. Very dangerous as far as I'm concerned. Very dangerous. And Victoria says, can we hear a speech from Corey? No, sadly, no, he's not able to. He's not able to. We had his vocal cords removed. Before he moves off into the sunset. Well, he's not moving into the sunset. She said, it'd be nice to hear him say bye-bye. I'll do it for him. Bye-bye. There you go. Done. Yeah, thank you. Enough of that, honestly. Nothing worse than once they get, the bit between their teeth. It's a case of, oh, people like me. Yeah, no, they don't. What else have we got in the papers this morning? Where's it gone to? The Mirror. The Waltons. We're praying for Mum and her 9 babies. Yeah, she's had 9. 9 she had, and they're all okay at the moment. Let's pray that it stays that way. What have we got? Roe deer in a field of oilseed rape in Somerset, bluebells in a wood in Hampshire, and snowboarding on Rays next to Helvellyn in the Lake District. They're lovely, honestly. I love things like that. Millions brave the cold to vote. We're still waiting on Hartlepool. I'm taking bets on when we think we're going to get the result in. I think it's going to be about an hour from now. That's what I'm oh, the screen's gone black. It's back. That's what I think. That's what I think. Callum says they said Starmer would be 20% ahead. From this, it looks like he's 20% behind. There you go. So we shall find out. Our reporter is Charlotte Lynch up there. We'll have a chat to her when we get the okay with the go. Finally got a result. I think we know what the result is, but I like it confirmed. I don't like to pre-guess anything nowadays. Single-use plastic bags are going to double in price from 5p to 10p. Smaller shops with fewer than 250 staff will start charging from May the 21st. How many shops do you know with 250 staff? I thought we closed all down the Debenhams, haven't we? Here's the hot chick. This is the new show called The Masked Dancer. The plucky celeb will take on 11 famous hidden faces with viewers guessing who's under each costume. Panellists include Oti Mabuse, Jonathan Ross again. God, blimey, how many more blooming panels is he on? It's getting a bit tedious. Very tedious. And also, a couple trying to decipher coded Nazi papers stashed under their floorboards have turned to their neighbour who worked at Bletchley Park, which is lovely. But I do have an Enigma machine. There's one that's coming up for sale. It could fetch a small fortune. A small fortune. I'd love one. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I can't think of anything I'd do with it. Ian Hyland talking about television being very cruel. Honestly, the cruelest thing he's ever written. Well, one of them. He says, over on Tipping Point last weekend, Richard Madeley was busy answering some tricky questions about wine. Again. I mean, seriously, he's very naughty. Very naughty. And also, I think Harry Redknapp's going into EastEnders. He's playing a taxi driver in EastEnders. But I haven't watched EastEnders for ages. Not since Barbara left. I've not watched anything at all. Plus, on Tuesday's Good Morning Britain, Katie Price's latest husband-to-be, little Carl, joked that their relationship felt like being in jail. Ian Hyland writes, hang in there, Carl. Chances are it'll only be a short sentence. Nobody's giving it any time at all. They've had Judy James analysing the body language, and she says it's not going to last. Listen, I didn't need to examine the body language. I'm just telling you it won't last, like all the other ones. Total disaster. Because once she runs out of money, she's going to need... And she hasn't got any talent. She can't do anything at all. And Shane says, you're quite right. Santa does arrive on a ski at Bondi Beach. I've seen it on the television. Have it really? Oh... Victoria says, good luck, Corey and Steve. Love your show. Thank you. Steve, I remember the man who was the actor in the Turkish Delight advert. I remember. I knew the princess. She was one of the girls who worked on one of the quizzes on the television. I love Turkish Delight. Fry's Turkish Delight. Full, they used to say, of Eastern Promise. And they would sort of unwrap it and eat it. I used to think, oh, I love that. They're selling it down at Waterloo Station. They've got it, but they're very expensive. They've got a big sweet stall down at Waterloo Station, but all the sweets are very heavy. So they weigh a ton, and people just put them in the bag thinking it's really cheap. Believe you me, it'll be shocking you. Mo says, I can't function without a hot shower in the morning, and I can't sleep without a hot shower at night. 2 a day. Mo says, my partner thinks I was a duck in a previous life. I do like standing in showers. I mean, I really do like standing in showers. And I love covering. I'm using a shower foam at the moment, Fengel. And I sort of buy it in my local chemist. Mr. Charles sells them. And it's lovely. And you put it on your body and then you rub it. And it goes a long way. I'll put it on a flannel. My God, it lasts forever. So at the same time, I'm exfoliating, which is lovely, isn't it? I'm very good at things like that. Very good. So if you say you can't function without a hot shower, my boys are the same here. Seriously. And also, they can't function without a haircut. You know, they need to get haircuts every so often. And they play with their hair. I mean, they're doing it to wind me up. They're doing it to annoy me. They both play with their hair all the time. I bet you anything, Corey at Christmas blows up a balloon, rubs it on his arm and then holds it over his hair so it'll... Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. You're obsessed. Jake will do the same thing. And I bet yours doesn't go up as quick as Corey's does. Because yours is heavier, isn't it? So it probably doesn't. Whereas Corey's is a bit flyaway, you know, which is lovely. And I don't mean that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Ooh, a collection of Beatles memorabilia, ladies and gentlemen. From their Hamburg years, sold for a total, I'll tell you in a moment, letters from band members to the late German photographer Astrid Kirchner, written in the early 60s when the band lived in the city before hitting the big time. 2 letters from George Harrison. And Sir Paul McCartney's letter to Kirchner sold for £15,000. However, George Harrison, the letter sold for £60,250 and £56,000 for a letter. A letter from John Lennon sold for £50,000. 2 of his ink sketches depicting a creature in an abstract female form sold for £9,500. His work permits for his visit to Germany sold for £137,000. Bonham's Catherine Schofield says the Beatles' legacy is as strong as ever. It all went for £384,000, proving that the Beatles are still generating a huge amount of income. Roger says, are the messages on your show becoming the fastest way to communicate with people in Australia? Yes. Nobody can get it done as quick as we can. I can be through to Australia in a matter of seconds. Bobby. Thanks to Bobby's generosity. I'm having Mexican tonight. I'm having Mexican, which I'm very delighted with. So, Bobby, thank you very much indeed. Big fan. Big fans. That's the M&S team. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Writing in green. There's Posh. There's Posh, but thank you very much indeed. So it's Mexican tonight. I'm the only one who does that, actually. The Mexican hat dance. I love it. So, Bobby, thank you very much indeed. Steve, what do they used to call the process, says Ambrosine, of just washing your important bits with a flannel? Was it wish and a promise? No, lick and a promise. Lick and a promise, that's what it was. When you were going to school, you didn't have showers in the morning. If they've got a whole family to get ready and eat breakfast, goodness sake, honestly, they don't have enough time. So they called it a lick and a promise. It was basically wetting the flannel, your mum doing your face and your bits and pieces. Steve, I keep an empty milk bottle in the fridge in case somebody wants a black coffee. Right, you're barred. And Fengel do a deodorant as well, says Ella. Yes, I hear they do. I haven't tried that yet. I'm sort of doing... I'm just doing the shower foam. Very nice. Dave in Kent says, tough question. Who's more relevant, Katie Price or Gemma Collins? Sadly, neither. Neither have any talent. Neither have any talent at all. I was watching The Only Way is Essex the other day. I can't work out if I'm watching current or old. It was Bobby Cole Norris again. Yawn. And he was going to move in with Gemma. I was moving in with Gemma, yeah. And he was going out with somebody at the time. It was all a little bit tedious and boring, which is just about it, I swear. Where they go during the week, I've got no idea now. They can't go to Sugar Hut. There's nowhere else to go. After 6 o'clock this morning, as it's 9 minutes to 6 now, we'll speak to LBC's election analyst, Gareth Knight, about what the Hartlepool result could mean whenever it ends up coming in. Because they're now set. First of all, it was 4 o'clock at the beginning. Then they said, no, it'll probably be 5-ish. Now they're saying 6:30. I mean, honestly, how slow do you have to be? They've only got 1, 2, 3, and then you put the piles of paper over there. I mean, how complicated is it? But we'll find out. As I said, I think we know the result. It's just, we want to make sure that it's absolutely accurate. And for fans of Doctor Who, Lost episodes starring the first-time Lord William Hartnell. I thought he was great. I love William Hartnell. Are being regenerated in cartoon form. Galaxy 4 was a 4-part story which opened the BBC Sci-Fi show's 3rd series in 1965. And the BBC wiped more than 130 episodes in the 60s and 70s after deciding colour TV meant there was no longer any interest in black and white recordings. How mad. What idiot took that decision? Oh, blimey. Absolutely. Oh, and jelly's making a comeback. I love jelly, but I can't have it. Can't have it 'cause it's all sugar, but I mean, I do like a jelly. Sales are up 50%, raspberry and orange, the most popular. Or you could do a double one, can't you? You can have sort of half orange and half raspberry. Demand for chilled jelly desserts has increased by 21%, say Waitrose. And mainly it's going to kids' parties. Kids like jelly, don't they? Ooh, jelly and ice cream. Thank you very much indeed. Fans of gourmet jelly are asking for tips on how to make dishes such as creamy fruit and lychee cream with pomegranate. Oh, it's a bit posh, actually, for me. I'm a bit common, I'm afraid. I'll just go for the jelly with a bit of fruit in it. My mother used to make it with mandarin segments in there. Orange jelly with mandarin segments. That was quite nice with some condensed milk. That was very. You'll all be going out buying jelly today, or make it buying jelly. You can buy jelly, but you can also make it as well. Steve, I'm having ribs, mushrooms and green beans tonight. Oh, well, ribs I could go for. I'm not bothered about... I mean, I do like mushrooms, but green beans, I mean, you can keep them. I mean, couldn't you just have the ribs? Because you need to pick up ribs. You can't eat ribs with a knife and fork, can you? Definitely not. Definitely not. Duke and Duchess of Sussex... No, sorry, it's just Harry and Meg's, releasing a new picture of their son Archie in celebration of his 2nd birthday. Released it for what purpose? I thought they didn't like the media. Obviously, another load of old baloney. Thank you very much indeed. Gwen Taylor has joined the cast of EastEnders as the interfering, straight-talking grandmother of Stuart and Callum Mitchell. Her character, Vi Highway, at last seems to be injecting some humour into the show, says Georgian Bright. I love Gwen Taylor. Love her. You'll see her in Heartbeat. You'll see her in Duty Free. She's fab. She's absolutely fab. I interviewed her once, and I had to start by saying I'm a huge fan, which always made me sound a little bit creepy. A little bit. They're still counting, by the way, in Hartlepool, just in case you're wondering why they're so slow. It is Hartlepool. Okay. Well, I mean, how long does it take to count? It can't be that complicated, can it? Surely they put all these things down. There's been nobody in this hall for the past 4 hours, and they're still counting. I mean, do you think they get to sort of 55, 60, and then somebody goes, Muriel, do you want a cup of tea? Oh, bugger. 1, 2, 3. Do you think that's what it is? Never heard anything like it. But they always do that. I think every time we've actually done an election, it's always the counting. They go, oh, it'll be at 4 o'clock. And you think, no, it won't be. No, it won't be. Tony and Stain says, Steve, lime jelly and evaporated milk. Oh, evaporated milk, not condensed on your jelly. Either. Or either. Makes no difference. Makes no difference. Greetings from Cyprus Steve. Loving the show. As a diabetic, always buy sugar-free jelly, which I can make easy peasy. I don't like sugar-free jelly. I've tried it. They go, it's for diabetic. Oh, no. I'd rather have the real thing and just suffer badly. There you go. Somebody, Judy in Sutton Coldfield, says Hartley's make a no sugar jelly from a powder. It's lovely. No, I like the one with the sugar in. I'm totally useless. Seriously, honestly. There's no point. No point. Somebody always said to me, you don't need to go for all these different bits and pieces. Just do it in moderation. But Gwen Taylor, she's lovely. I've got certain actresses that I go big time on. I really do. And she would be one of them. What was this other... I'm trying to find, and I will find the blooming thing, the Piers Morgan story, which I'll probably have to bring you after the news at 6, when we will be speaking to LBC's election analyst Gareth Knight about what the Hartlepool result could mean and when we're going to finally get it. I mean, not that I'm making a big deal about it, but for God's sake, honestly, we started this programme at 4 o'clock. You'd think, seriously, somebody by now could have done it, but never mind. Pictures of snow, the Alps, no, Britain. Mad May goes on, and Gary Lineker cries foul over a massive tax bill. Will he win the appeal like Lorraine Kelly, or pay the penalty like Eamon Holmes? How much do they want? 5 million. Seems like an awful lot of money, doesn't it, really? The former England star has channelled his earnings as a freelancer presenting Match of the Day and other shows through a company partnership which he set up in 2012. It's completely legal, but the taxman has in recent years been pursuing TV and radio stars who've used this approach. They believe that these people were in effect employees, and so employers' contributions for national insurance should have been paid. As a result, his potential bill is said to be made up of £4.9 million, thought to be £3,621,735.90p, in income tax and a further £1,307,160.46 in national insurance contributions. 5 million, that's a bit of a lot, isn't it? How many people keep that in their bank account? I'm assuming just him. But I think Eamon Holmes had to cough up 250,000. Strangely, Lorraine Kelly fought off a £1.2 million tax bill after a judge said she had too much control over her shows to count as a servant of the channel. Didn't she say that Lorraine Kelly was a part she was playing or something? Oh, codswallop, I've never anything like it. And so I'm obviously Steve Allen playing the part of Steve Allen. I mean, that's obviously the way it works. If only. Holidays on the horizon, so that's good news, isn't it? It's a bit like waiting for the results coming in from Hartlepool. They're on the horizon. We just don't know which horizon. Steve, oranges and jelly was always our favourite, but as we got older, vodka jelly. Do you know, I bought some ages and ages ago. They did them, I bought them in Waitrose. They did all sorts of different vodkas in different jellies. And you just it was a pot of jelly, but with vodka in. How much vodka was in it? I've got no idea. 40 years ago this week, Red Ken's Looney Left Rabble began. That was Ken Livingstone. Where is Ken Livingstone now? What has he done? Has he done anything of any interest? Probably not. Probably not. Richard Littlejohn, talking about all sorts of things, which we'll come round to later as well. And deaths due to drinks soar. The worst hit, wealthy women. I suppose it's that ladies who lunch. They seem to do it in all of the, the housewives of whatever. They spend most of their time boozing. Right, bunch of old alcoholics. They're terrible. Terrible. They need to cut down on it. It's like Coronation Street, isn't it? Every time you see another, they're standing in the Rover's Return, having another drink. I'm surprised they get any work done at all. You imagine if we sort of sat here having a bevy first thing in the morning. Not for me, obviously, because I don't drink. But, I mean, the producer could probably go a small sweet sherry. You know what he's like. We'll take a short break. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. It's Friday, the 7th of May. Looking forward to the weekend. No more snow, thank you very much indeed. Apparently on Sunday, we're going to get sunshine. Woo! Look at that. I promise.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company, nice. On a Friday, we like a Friday. The weather tomorrow, apparently, is going to be ghastly. They've said it's rain again. Oh, typical, isn't it? Typical. But apparently Sunday is going to be very nice indeed. Very nice. And so we look forward to that, which is good. More of your texts and emails coming up very shortly on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Did you see Harry, somebody says, at the Vax Live show? I did. I think he's only got the one outfit. He always looks crumpled, doesn't he? He always looks, I mean, to be honest with you, you'd think with that much money you could afford to dress properly, but not really. And everybody talking about the picture of Archie with his face away from the camera. Perhaps that's because they don't like the publicity. Anyway, 4 minutes past 6. So, as you know, we're waiting on the results in Hartlepool. We've been waiting since 4 o'clock this morning. If, as expected, the Tories win in Hartlepool, what sort of shockwaves will that send? Well, let's have a chat to LBC's election analyst, Gareth Knight. Gareth, good morning.
Morning, Steve.
So what sort of shockwaves? I'm almost frightened to say that it's going to be a Tory win, but I'd rather wait until but it's taking them forever to do this, isn't it? Really.
It really is, yeah. I mean, I've been to many election counts, and it's the hope that gets you when it comes to election counts. So you tend to spend several hours looking at piles of ballot papers, convinced that a result is imminent, and yet still there seem to be people running around the room with a small handful of ballot papers that holds everything up for several hours. But yeah, the strange thing about this by-election is expectation management has been a bit out of control, really. This is a huge result if the Conservatives win it. It would be a big victory for them. But the problem is that everyone expects them to win it now. Yeah. So really the biggest shock will be if Labour actually hold it. But bearing in mind, this is Hartlepool. I mean, this is the absolute heartland of the Labour vote traditionally. So it would be extraordinary.
Why does that? I mean, just explain to me, because I'm obviously incredibly naive. I've seen the images on the television, and I look at them counting, and I think, there's nobody else in the room apart from people counting. Are they just particularly slow or something?
Some of them might be a little bit slow, but it's more to do with constant checks and balances on the numbers. So when you vote, they need to make sure that the number of ballot papers issued matches the number of ballot papers that come out of the ballot box when you see those famous scenes of them tipping the ballot box out onto the table.
Yeah.
If those numbers don't match, even by 1 or 2, the returning officers will keep sending it back and continually check it. And then you have the spoiled ballot papers. Won't be many of them, but there'll always be 1 or 2 that'll cause a few problems. And all these little things just add up and just cause delays. And if they then put all the ballot papers out in rows, out on the tables, and they say this is how many for each candidate, if those numbers don't tally with the number of ballot papers that came out of the box, and they didn't tally with the number of ballot papers that were issued at the polling station, everything pretty much starts from scratch. And sometimes you can be looking at a tiny handful of votes. But we've got to remember, it's not just who wins. A lot of people think that when it's slow counting, it's because it's a close result. It's often because a candidate is quite close to losing their deposit, which means £500 gets flushed away because they haven't hit 5% of the vote. And for some of the smaller parties, that's quite a big deal. And you often hear the phrase, or Labour might lose their deposit. If that happens, then that's quite a big blow to them. Not so much for the money; they're a big party; they can deal with that. It's more the pride. To not even hit 5% of the vote would be devastating for some parties. So
it's a huge blow for Labour if it goes for Tory win. I mean, this is just one result, in one seat. Does that mean anything for the country at large? Do you think? Can we sort of look at the bigger picture?
I think that for once we can actually say we can. Normally when we have these by-elections, we can dismiss them as a by-election in the middle of a term. But it's extremely rare for a by-election to be won from the opposition by the government, particularly when it's a by-election in a seat like Hartlepool. This is you may remember back in the 90s, you would often see some safe Tory seats. Places like Romsey would go away from them, but the idea that the governing party would actually take a seat from the opposition in a place that is so safe for the opposition traditionally is shocking. I mean, Peter Mandelson, when he was the MP there, had a majority of over 17,000. This was never been a marginal area. But you look at all the other results that are coming in, and what it forms is a picture of a real shift in British politics, whereby there are results coming in from the northeast that extraordinary increases in the Conservative share of the vote, but then equally, some of the results coming in from other areas, Colchester, for example, are not showing that level of change. So you're seeing a real shift in how people vote. Some of those traditional voting patterns that we always used to expect seem to be breaking down. And I think over the course of the weekend, because it's going to go all the way through to Monday, I'm afraid, before we actually have the full picture. It'll be interesting to see what happens in places like Wales and Scotland, because they could be the one area that saves Labour over the course of the results that come in. Because if Labour can maintain or rebuild in Wales and Scotland, and we've got to be honest, it doesn't look that likely at the moment, at least that'll give them some cause for hope if they're losing places like Hartlepool. But it's very difficult to see how you'll ever get a Labour government if they can't win places like Hartlepool.
Absolutely. I mean, how much do we think this is to do with coronavirus? Do you think the pandemic has helped the Tories?
It's interesting. I think that the timing is probably very fortunate for the government. I think that there's no denying that had this been held, say, 3 or 4 months ago when things weren't looking that good for the government, the approval ratings weren't doing that well, I think you could have been looking at some different results. But you've got to remember that there's been a lot of the people that phone into LBC and so on, a lot of them say, look, they understand that whatever government have been in, they would probably have done fairly similar things. It's full-on crisis management government. You haven't really seen a Conservative government do anything that it was elected to do. Only 16 months ago now it was elected, and they haven't really done anything other than coronavirus. So I think that people are giving them a little bit of a pass. But you've also got to look as well at the response that Boris has been getting when he's been going to places like Hartlepool. They absolutely love him. He's a big personality. And whether you like his politics or not, that enthusiasm, that sort of ability to draw a crowd, that will have a big effect on people. And people, in a time when it's been a fairly miserable year for everyone, to see a politician that's out there that's actually engaging and infusing with the crowd is good. Compare that to Keir Starmer, who is very slick and very professional, but he's not the type of person that people would cross the street to meet, whereas Boris very much is, even if you disagree with him. And I think that in normal circumstances, we would say that Boris is possibly a bit of a clown, whereas Keir Starmer is a serious politician. But at times, I think voters need that sense of enthusiasm and energy that Boris brings, and I suspect that in an area like Hartlepool, which has arguably been taken for granted by the Labour Party for a very long time, that enthusiasm from Boris is infectious.
Yes, certainly is. Gareth, I'll leave it there, because I'm still waiting with anticipation and bated breath for this thing. They've now said it's going to be about 6:30, but as I say, they originally said it was going to be 4 a.m. So we're just waiting, and then hopefully we shall get some sort of result. I just want to make sure that it's concrete, so we know exactly what it is, opposed to the speculation of which there is much. Gareth Knight is LBC's election analyst. Thank you very much indeed. 12 minutes past 6 is the time. Sorry, I just looked at a story I was just about to do, actually. Then suddenly realised it didn't really follow on at all from Hartlepool. It was the story of a 5-storey sex centre in Amsterdam. Somebody has put in planning for a 5-storey erotic centre on the city's outskirts, which I find slightly disturbing. I suppose it could happen over here. Plans have been submitted for a 16,000 square foot adult entertainment venue. And they say it'll be sort of safer for people to work in a place like this. There'll be one way in and out of the building to make the prostitutes feel more secure, and it may have an entry price to deter tourists. So, but that's what they have at the moment, isn't it? I mean, people go to Amsterdam. I don't know why. Everybody I speak to, obviously I know different people. You mention Amsterdam, and they go, oh, windmills, dikes, tulips and stuff like that. Then you mention other people and they go, girls in windows. And I remember going there some years ago. Dale and I went to Rotterdam, stayed in Rotterdam, went to Amsterdam for a night out, and don't ask me why, we asked a policeman where the girls in windows were, and because it's such a tourist attraction, he just went, down here on the left and then over on the right hand side. As if I was asking, can you tell me where I can get a McDonald's cheeseburger? It was as straightforward as that. Most bizarre. So if they build this place, and I think they've had them before, but this one's on the outskirts, so it's going to be bigger than all the ones that they've had before. More of your texts and emails in a moment. Dave and Maureen in Loughton say, what's worse, warm beer or cold tea? Well, I don't do beer. And I'm not really I do drink. In fact, I'm drinking a tea at the moment, but I wouldn't drink it cold. I've been known to leave, practically whole cups of tea. And somebody said, what do you left that for? And you go, because it's cold. It's only a tea bag and a little piece of water. We don't make too much fuss about it. A birthday today, the former Children's Laureate from Middlesex. This is Michael Rosen, is 75 today, so happy birthday. Also, Sir Hugh Weldon, that's the BBC broadcaster from Wales, took part in D-Day and awarded a military cross. Was born on this day in 1916. He died in 1986. And in 1765, and I remember it so well, HMS Victory was launched. It became Nelson's flagship at Trafalgar. And in 2000, Vladimir Putin was first inaugurated as the Russian president. And I'll leave that in your very capable hands.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I've been waiting since 4 o'clock. I've been like a coiled spring, waiting to find out Hartlepool. And I know that on the news we're saying that Labour have conceded defeat, but I want to wait till it's official. So in about 5 minutes' time, I'll have a chat to Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor, because they've now said that we're going to get the results in after 6:30. But as I say, they've been saying that since 4 o'clock in the morning. So I've got no idea when it's going to be, but hopefully you will hear it first. You'll hear it first on LBC. What have we got here? A head teacher has apologised. Nick Ferrari will do this so much better than I can. He's apologised after an image of the Prophet Muhammad was mistakenly shown to children during a junior school assembly. Apparently, showing pictures of the Prophet is regarded as blasphemous by Muslims, and there are fears the incident could escalate with protests outside the school or demands that teachers are to be fired. Bearing in mind, this is only one parent. The head teacher, Michael Watson, has apologised for the... You'd think that head teachers would know, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm only guessing. I'm assuming that head teachers would know this kind of thing. And the parent... who's called Atif Muhammad, and he's keeping his 2 children temporarily off school over the incident, said some parents were considering a protest. Oh, please no. Please no. No, listen, the headmaster's apologised. Obviously, he wasn't well aware of what's supposed to happen and what isn't supposed to happen, but I don't think we need protests. It really doesn't solve anything at all. We had it before, didn't we? We had it before. Took me back, says Nicky in Enfield, listening to one of Nick Cayman's songs. Took me back to being Sweet 16. Oh, people always say that, don't they? They always say Sweet 16, and I used to say, are you sure? I mean, we always look back, don't we? And things always seem to be an awful lot better. They're running an old story that we did the other day, actually. This red phone box, which has gone on the market in the city. It's 100 years old and one of 224 left in the UK. They reckon £45,000. It's just a phone box. Doesn't come with anything like a lift inside. We have one in Twickenham. It's been sitting there empty for years. Now somebody's done it all up and they've got it as a coffee shop. So in other words, they keep all their coffee stuff inside. They can lock it up. And it seems to be doing quite well. In fact, actually, fingers crossed, most of the stuff in Twickenham appears to be going well. I've only seen one empty shop at the moment, which is good. We've got a new mini Tesco's coming in. There's a kebab restaurant coming in. And there's another, I'm not sure we need another fried chicken shop because we've got a KFC. But it means that at least that all the shops on the high street are occupied. Oh, and there's a new coffee shop coming in as well, but it's coffee shop stroke wine bar. Lovely. Just what I don't need, a coffee shop and a wine. But it's tiny. When I first moved into Twickenham, it used to be a car spares shop. You could go in there and get, a headlamp bulb or something like that. And now it's going to be this sort of coffee bar come wine bar. So they've got it. And also Tesco have applied for a boozy license as well. But that's very small. That's where what was it? It was Halfords. They were selling bicycles there. Got a runny nose now, honestly. This is because it's so cold in here. My screen's gone all quiet. So at the moment, everything is sort of looking really, really good. I don't know what it's like in your particular area, but after all those, thank goodness we never had a Debenhams or anything like that, because that could be an absolute disaster for us. But a city phone box of 45,000. It's got electricity. It's being advertised as office space. I mean, I ask you. Somebody turns up for a job there and they go, this is the office, and they go, it's a phone box, and they go, yes, if you'd just like to move in, okay. I mean, it's going to be a lot of inappropriate touching, I think. Mind you, they're doing a lot of inappropriate touching up in Hartlepool, aren't they? At the moment, they're doing a lot of it because they're sort of touching and then they're counting. And as I said, I think what they're doing is they're counting and they're getting as far as sort of 60 or 70, and then somebody goes, Muriel, do you want a cup of tea? And she goes, yeah. Oh, God, 1, 2. And so we go back again because this has gone on for ages and ages. Theo Usherwood, as you know, is LBC's political editor.
Very good morning to you, Steve.
How wise to wear some warm clothing in the studio this morning. It's like sitting in a fridge.
It's very cold, isn't it?
It is a bit chilly, isn't it? But it doesn't matter. So listen, at the moment, Labour seem to have conceded defeat.
Yes.
But I'm waiting until officially they say this is, it's a Tory win. How have Labour lost this?
The problem Keir Starmer and the Labour Party seem to have had in Hartlepool is that nobody really knows who Keir Starmer is. They don't necessarily know what he stands for. And the problem they've got is how does the Labour Party reconnect with the red wall seats? What's interesting about Hartlepool, however, is that it's voted Labour since 1974, obviously, and it's always been a Labour seat since it was created. But it voted for Labour in 2017 and in 2019 when Jeremy Corbyn was leader of the Labour Party. And the problem for Keir Starmer is that he's saying, well, we need to rebuild the party. We've got a mountain to climb in order to rebuild trust with the party. But instead of climbing the mountain, he appears to be digging a trench and going backwards. And therefore, you're going to hear a lot in the next few days. And this is, of course, on the presumption that the concession by the Labour Party is correct, that they've lost the seat. To the Conservatives, you're going to hear a lot from particularly the left of the party, those who supported Jeremy Corbyn, saying, well, hang on a moment, the right and the Labour Party have had their chance, Keir Starmer's had his chance, and look how it's gone after a year. It's been a disaster, and now we need to change the leader. That's not going to happen immediately. Expect Keir Starmer's allies to rally round him and say that he's doing a good job, he just needs a bit more time, and that he needs to continue with the strategy that he has currently deployed.
To lose a Labour stronghold, I mean, it's almost unthinkable.
It's not great for the Labour leader, and it is going to damage him. The question now is whether he can turn it around and come back. The strategy, from what I've been told by Labour insiders in the last day or so, is they're going to effectively double down on what they've been doing to date. And of course there will be those who say, well, you can't reconnect with the country just by trying to copy the Conservatives. Why won't you, for instance, and this is something I asked Keir Starmer when he did one of his press conferences, will you go out on the picket line with nurses if they strike over their pay rise? And he would not say that he would be prepared to join them on the picket line. And those are the kind of positions where the Labour left are saying, well, actually, you need to stand up for something. You need to have something to say, rather than always feel like you're fighting the shadow of Boris Johnson and always trying to second guess what the Tories are going to do, rather than actually trying to have your own distinctive offering for the rest of the country.
See, I don't think he's strong enough, whereas Boris gets out there and blusters his way through everything. But at least people know he's out there. If you ask somebody on the streets in Hartlepool, what do you think Keir Starmer stands for?
Who is he?
They go, who is he?
Who is he? And there's something about, Boris Johnson has always been effective at campaigning. He's always liked campaigning. He's always liked getting out on the doorstep, meeting voters, taking selfies, having a joke.
Yes.
Keir Starmer, on the other hand, has not had a proven track record of that side of politics. He's been very good at the dispatch box when we've seen him forensically question the Prime Minister, but he was in a boxing ring with Sadiq Khan campaigning in London the other day, and he had a punch bag to hit, and he didn't land a punch metaphorically or literally on the punch bag. He didn't quite have that rapport with the voters in that gym in London. And I picked that one example, and you can say, well, you're being unfair to Keir Starmer, but it speaks, I think, to a wider question about why Keir Starmer doesn't seem to be really, quote unquote, landing a punch, excuse the pun, because he doesn't necessarily have that ability to connect on a human level with voters, and that's a problem for Keir Starmer, and it's a problem for the Labour Party. The other problem, of course, is that they selected a candidate called Paul Williams, who was a People's voter, and in Hartlepool, when it came to Brexit, they voted by more than 60% to leave the European Union. So you'd have thought that if they were being sensible about it, the Labour Party, they would have picked somebody, even if the Conservatives could find tapes of them in the past criticising the Labour Party's position on Brexit, saying we need to be more Leave. They would have found somebody who actually stood up for and voted for Brexit and was of that wing of the party that such as Kate Hoey when she was the Labour MP down in Vauxhall. That sort of there weren't many of them, but that's the sort of person, that's the sort of individual they probably needed as a candidate in Hartlepool to say to the voters of Hartlepool, don't worry, I'm four square behind Brexit.
Finally and briefly, you think Starmer's safe?
I think he's safe for the moment, yeah. I think he's safe.
When you say the moment.
For the moment. The problem is, if he was a Conservative leader, it's very easy in the Conservative Party to commit regicide, to get rid of your king, to get rid of your leader. You just need to submit 15% of the Parliamentary Party need to submit letters to Graham Brady. So Graham Brady, who's the chairman of the 1922 committee, and then you're into a confidence vote. And once you're into that stage of things, it's very dicey for a leader to stay in charge. In the Labour Party, there isn't that mechanism. It's actually quite difficult to get rid of a leader, and that's why they usually get the benefit of actually getting the chance to fight a general election, as Jeremy Corbyn did twice and lost twice, and Ed Miliband did in 2015. And then when the result comes in and they've lost, they have to hold their hands up and say, well, I'm terribly sorry I didn't manage to win, and I'll have to step aside. But it's, as I said, it's actually quite tricky within the Labour Party to get rid of a leader, and that's probably why Keir Starmer's safe.
Always a pleasure. Nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Theo Usherwood is LBC's political editor.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I'm still waiting. I don't like to make a big deal about it, but I feel like being on the... You wish that up in Hartlepool there were speakers in the hall and they could hear me saying, could somebody find a result, please, so that we've got something concrete. I don't want to finish the programme at 7 and not know exactly what the official result is, not what we're guessing. And even if Labour concede defeat, I still want to know officially what it is. Rob's in North Kensington. He said second night in hospital after suffering a mini stroke at the wheel of my bus. Oh, my God. Second night, well, you look after yourself. Just let them do what they have to do. Roger says the new coffee shop, is it where Tamplin's Volvo used to... Oh, God, no, it's not that big. No, it's tiny. It's next door to the... it's next door to my hairdresser. It's that small. It's been everything. It's been a German bakery. Tiny. It really is tiny. Furniture shop. All sorts of things. But when I first moved into Twickenham, it was a car spares part. So you'd pull in there and go, I need a light bulb. And you go, I think I've got one of those. And it's been everything. So now they're trying it as something. Whether it works, I've got no idea. But they used to do sausages, German sausages. And I can always be tempted by a German sausage, as you all know. So what are we going to expect over the weekend? More bad weather. Mainly tomorrow down here. And Maggie says, I really want to know the results of the London Mayor in the hope there's a change. I can't help you on that one either. How many candidates were there for the London Mayor? There were certainly a number of people, weren't there? Still talking about the French boats letting off flares and everything else. They really were quite violent the other day. But anyway, I mean, once they found out, if they want to cut off the electricity to Jersey, fine. We'll just go somewhere else and get it. Can't be that difficult to find it. Also, the new street kids in Coronation Street. Do you know, sometimes I look at Coronation Street on those odd occasions, because I don't know where I am with it. I've got no idea. I still miss Ina Sharples and Millie Caldwell. And they're not in it anymore, but there's all sorts of people running it, and they still drink in the Rover's Return. It's like a little time warp, isn't it? And there's new street kids, the next generation on the rise. And I always think to myself, sometimes it's, when you watch them doing the car maintenance and stuff like that, you think, are they really acting, or is this what they do? Because I'm never too sure, and I don't know whether I'm interested, because they've set up various businesses. It was like when we had EastEnders, we had a fish and chip shop, didn't we? Ian Beale had a fish and chip shop. Anybody less like, he's not in it at the moment, is he? He's taken time out from it. I suppose it's quite easy to write people in and out of it. It must drive them mad all the time. I remember the bloke who played Arthur Fowler. I think he genuinely had a breakdown, poor thing, because his storylines at one point were so depressing. You're bound to be affected by things like that. Take Sprat, PM's gunship, Scupper Brigade. That's what we were talking about a moment about Keir Starmer, who's what I call vanilla. Whereas Boris Johnson is like, he's up there, and no matter what, nothing seems to faze him. He blusters and blunders his way through things. But at least you know who he is. Most people, as you just heard from Theo. You say, this is Keir Starmer, and they go, who? What does he stand for? What are his policies? Nobody knows. But that's why I was curious to find out whether or not the Labour Party, who've been in such a mess for such a long time now, and in the heartland, a heartland of Labour, and they lose it. And, I don't know what the turnout was, actually. Do we know what the turnout was of people voting? Because normally in this country, we're blooming awful. Absolutely awful at getting out there to do voting. You have to say to people, but you're not allowed to because of the rules and regulations governing how we actually vote. You can't say go out and vote, because I wanted to say it. Please go out and vote, just so we can get some sort of indication. So an unusually high turnout, 42.55%. 42.55%. And that's considered unusually high. You see, I'd have thought 80% would be quite nice, but 40, not even 50% turnout. Would it have made any difference? Probably not. But it does appear as if they're not bothering with Keir Starmer, and they're only bothering with the Tories. I don't know whether or not, he's been up there, or Keir Starmer just is so, because he's so vanilla. He isn't as forthcoming with things. That's the only thing I was thinking about. More pictures on the papers this morning about the dozens of angry fishermen. They're very angry, the French fishermen. They've got very posh boats, haven't they? I'm not surprised they're nicking half our fish. The over 40s offered alternative vaccines to AstraZeneca. I've got mine coming out. I think it's the 15th. I did find the text message. They said if you need to change it, change it. Today I've got to sort out an eye test, get that sorted out. Honestly, if it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? And this weekend, so as I say, tomorrow is going to be not great weather. I think it's going to be a bit wet. I mean, some areas have had snow, and not just little bits of snow, quite deep snow. And looks very pretty, but of course, if you're having to be in it, it's not great. And then on Sunday, it's going to be sunshine. We might actually, might undo an extra button on the shirt. Very exciting. And looking forward to that. I don't know what to do. It'll be car wash. You watch, it'll be car washes. No point tomorrow going to a car wash because it's going to be raining. So you'll take it in, get it washed, get it dried, walk out, rain. Bad news. Steve been in hospital since Boxing Day with COVID-19, but going home today. Well, that's good news. We only like good news on the especially on a Friday. We only like good news. I don't want bad news at all, actually. Also the Lions versus the Springboks. The squad has been named for the South African tour, and the UK has accused Paris of failing to engage in talks. Why do we get bullied all the time? We're far more important than France. I like to think we are. I don't care about French fishermen. Fish off your own coast. They'd be the first ones. In fact, I think they have been when we sort of attempted to take things over there. And they went, no, you can't go here. We don't want you to here. And then they've got there's the crew of a French fishing boat in Granville on the Normandy coast making their feelings clear. They've sort of held something up. Jersey government are killing us. Because they can't fish. You just get a license. Loads of people get licenses. Mind you, I wouldn't want to be a fisherman. They were looking at some the other day in Grimsby, and some of the boats there have been grounded for the best part of a year. It's just absolutely awful. And I do watch these fishing programmes, which are the ones where they go out and fish for crabs. Have you ever seen those ones? They put down all these huge boxes, nets, and they hang stuff in there. Crabs apparently are really stupid, and they crawl in there and then they can't get out again, and then they put them in, and these boats go back there. They're worth a fortune for crab. Big crabs, little crabs, lobsters. Over here we're all very good. You get the wrong size, back it goes again. You can only fish for a certain size. So if it's sort of young, it goes back in again, and then you get soft shell crabs. I mean, I don't eat any of that stuff. John in Smithfield said it's Sir Keir. I don't have to call him Sir, believe you me. It doesn't make any difference at all to me. Why would I have to call him Sir? Absolutely not. There's no rule that says I have to call that. It's like he doesn't have to call me Sir either. One of those things. Germany's clashed with America over the vaccine patents. And Olivia Rodrigo talking to the government today on growing up and having the biggest hit in the world. Do you know, I'm so out of touch with music at the moment, I couldn't even tell you what's number one in the charts. I remember, wasn't it Boney M that came back a short while ago with something? What were they singing? Was it Rasputin, or was it Ra Ra Rasputin? And it's a remix version. They're not actually singing it, are they? Or somebody's lifted it and sampled it and... Really? How fantastic. I wish they'd do all the rest of the hits. Mary's Boy... Oh, look at the time, honestly. Anything to stop me singing, for goodness sake. I know LBC today are going to be talking about the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. No, they're not. It's Harry and Meghan. They're not in the royal family, thank you, even though they milk it for all they can. Releasing a new picture of son Archie. What for? If you really want to be anonymous, don't bother releasing pictures to the media. We don't care. We've had enough, thank you very much indeed.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
We're still waiting. Apparently it's going to be after 7. I mean, seriously, we waited since 4 this morning. It's completely ruined Paul Corey's day. You know, because next week he moves on to working with Ian Dale. It won't happen on the Ian Dale programme. Ian would have, by that time, he'd have phoned up Hartlepool and said, listen, sort this out now. We're sort of much easier going, but still waiting. Still waiting. We think we know what the result is. Well, we do know what the result is, but we just want it confirmed officially. It has to be done officially. 10 to 7, just not cricket. Just not cricket. Now, I know people in this building who are obsessed with cricket. I seriously couldn't care less either way. The most boring thing ever, unless you're going to drink yourself into oblivion whilst you're watching it. But anyway, the first woman to head cricket's iconic MCC has found herself stumped by stuffy members after making plans for a statue of pioneering legend Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. Claire Connor had her idea batted away and was accused of gesture politics after saying the heroine of the women's game should have a permanent memorial at Lord's. A lot of people are saying, I mean, how silly that they don't want it, but that's what the members do. They do things like that. And so it's obviously not going... I think it probably will go ahead, but just not at the moment. And Jenny Agutter will reprise her role as Roberta Waterbury. Did you know that was the surname? Roberta Waterbury? I didn't know that. In a sequel to The Railway Children, more than 50 years after the original film. I loved it at the end of the film as well, where she's writing, and then they're all there, and the train is there, and you're going, dun, 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 and then she goes, they all go, everybody's waving like mad at the very end of the film as the credits, and then she turns the thing around, it goes to the end, and she goes, goodbye. Oh, it was so sad. But anyway, more than 50 years after the original film, the Call the Midwife star, 68, it's not possible, will be joined by Sheridan Smith and Sir Tom Courtenay, who is 84, for The Railway Children Return. The original film, released in 1970, told the story of the mother and the 3 youngsters who moved to Yorkshire in 1905 after their father is imprisoned falsely. The film also starred Dinah Sheridan, who was lovely, Bernard Cribbins, who was fabulous as the man on the railway, Sally Tomset and Gary Warren, who was the young man in it. Jenny was a teen when she shot to fame. The Keighley and Worth Valley Railway from the original film will also feature. The sequel will have a new generation of child stars who were evacuated to a Yorkshire village during the Second World War, where they encounter a soldier who is far from home. Oh dear, I think that's lovely. I can't wait for that. Can't wait. I'm easily pleased. Listen, I still watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden. It still happens. Even, I've bought so many versions of the blooming thing. Goodbye. It's just like that. And cheerio then. I love all of it. Mind you, we three kings of Orient are, my dears. Mr. Blunden. But which one? I gave it to my brother. He was very disappointed in it, because he thought it was going to be a Christmas film. And, of course, the only thing Christmassy is at the very beginning of The Amazing Mr. Blunden, it's snowing in the market. Mind you, it's London. It always snowed in London. Every Dickens novel, it was London. It was snowing. That was it. It must have been filthy dirty. I was watching Anne of 1,000 Days the other day, where, oh, dear, honestly, the trials and tribulations they all went through. And they walked through in these lovely, gorgeous outfits, and it was well costumed. And I remember thinking, they must spend all their time in the laundrette. because they just used to get really, really bad. So, to aid health services and social care, income tax, national insurance and VAT should rise by a penny. Oh, God, honestly. If it's not one thing, it's another. And 2 or more sugary drinks a day could increase the risk of bowel cancer in women under 50. How many of you drink fizzy drinks? You've got to stop these fizzy drinks. They're not good for you. I don't want to sort of kill an industry or anything like that, because I used to drink fizzy drinks when I was under 50. A moderate amount of alcohol may help prevent fatal heart attacks by dampening stress. Scientists found 1 daily drink for women and 2 for men, thank goodness, is linked with a lower risk of dying from cardiovascular disease compared to teetotalers or those overdoing it. I'm teetotal. God, that makes me sanctimonious and dreadful, doesn't it, really? And there's a new hat. And this hat looks like a lollipop. It looks like an ice lolly. It looks like a fab lolly, which has got the hundreds and thousands round it. Because when I thought that she's got an ice lolly stuck on her head, but she hasn't. And it is a hat. It costs £225. The makers, who are called Bundle McLaren Millinery, say the Orisa silk-covered titfer is perfect for horse racing. Perfect. And to have to be honest, it's the most bizarre thing. There used to be a woman who used to go to Ascot all the time called Gertrude Schilling, and she wore the most outrageous hats. Big, outrageous hats. And I always remember, I think Dame Edna turned up, and her hat was this big. If you're listening in stereo, that big. And if you're listening in colour, that big. And it was the Sydney Opera House on top of the hat. And I remember thinking, it was all fun. And then the chavs started going, and it ruined it for everybody. You know, they let people in. Oh, it was ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Steve, does this mean that Corey will no longer be part of the Groovy Gang, says Jane in Cogfosters. Corey will miss you. Oh, don't start that one. Goodness, we won't miss him at all. Goodbye, see you. Off you go. Honestly, I can't believe it. You're not leaving. He's going to work on Ian Dale's programme. And if that means I'm going to lose some of my audience to Ian Dale's programme, I'll be having words. Absolutely having words. I must tell you. I know there's something I forgot to tell you, actually. I should have told you at the beginning of the programme. There's no little bit extra podcast today. You know what? Because we were waiting for the results coming in from Hartlepool. So thank you, Hartlepool. So, Steve, I think Eddie has his soundbite. Gave it to my brother. He was disappointed. You'll never get the soundbites right on Eddie Mayer's. You won't. You really will not get any of them, because we've failed miserably on every single time he does it. We always go, I wonder, he'll use that as the... He never does. He never does. It's always one of those sort of... one of those things. Grumpy dogs, apparently, for those of you dog lovers, this Friday morning, are the best ones for learning new tricks. Now, I'm of the opinion, I'm not sure you should teach dogs tricks, but I have had friends' dogs who do tricks, and the paw one is very good. You know, and I've seen people who do performing dogs, and I think it's quite clever. But they're doing it for some sort of... hear me moving this paper. And I quite like the idea that dogs hold their paws out. I think that was really, really cute. And Steve, I was delighted to hear you speaking of the amazing Mr. Blunden. Where can I get it? Amazon. I think Amazon. Can we check very quickly? This will be... See how quick you can go. How quick can you go? But I think I bought... Oh, there were quite a number of different... versions. One came with a book, one came with 2 copies of the film or something like that. Here you go. It's on Amazon. And Lynn Frederick, of course, who died, she plays the young girl in it, although she wasn't very young. And Lionel Jeffries was the director and the writer. But the man who played Mr. Blunden is Lawrence Naismith. And he was the one who goes at the end of the film, goodbye. And I always absolutely adored him. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. In fact, I just loved everything about it. I can't tell you why I loved everything about it. Steve, Nick Ferrari is delighted that the Hartlepool by-election will be announced during his programme. Well, we waited 3 hours. We waited 3 hours for it, and eventually, you will get the result officially. Producer getting a bit panicky over, it's not going to come in the next minute, is it? I don't think so. I think they're just counting again, aren't they? Did they do it on purpose? Count again. Sorry, I didn't believe you. I did 300. No, you didn't. Count it again.